Alright. Hello. Hello, people. Hopefully all that works. On my end, it looks like the music played just fine. And this time I don't have anyone else with me right now. But I might have, Kevin, the liberal hammer, might show up a little bit later. But, we'll see. I have a number of topics lined up here, so I think this will be a good one. With or without friends, it'll be a good one. I'm just gonna go ahead and hide the Hangouts window because it looks fucking sad just saying it's only me here. So let me just clean this up a little. These Pepe gifs, I like them. I ganked them all from a SciTube thing. I think I can add these as stickers to the Discord. That's one thing that I really should have looked into a while ago. I still haven't quite gotten around to. But anyway, so this is QuarantStream number 4. I'm officially over halfway through my kind of self quarantine, my self soft quarantine thing. Hopefully by the end of the week, I'll have a little bit of work, and all I need is just a little bit of work for a little bit of extra cash, and then I'll have enough money for like a couple months' rent, as long as I keep living this current lifestyle of spending almost zero money. But it's actually been quite a rewarding experience because, gosh, I've learned that there's all these like discount foods at the grocery store that I can like I found all these creative ways to cook that are really cheap. Been eating like potato wedges and making my own like little homemade garlic butter. You know, like garlic butter potato wedges is pretty good, pretty high quality in the toaster oven. It makes me think back, like, dang, if I had practiced some of these skills earlier, if I had really had more discipline, I really could have saved so much money from avoiding like mozzarella sticks and fast food and stuff. So, you know. It's fun to kind of shoot from the hip just a little bit. So some of the things I have lined up. There's some. It's I don't know. It's a semi-boring political article about Joe Biden and Cory Booker and Kamala Harris endorsing Joe Biden and how hypocritical this is because they had made a big fuss over him being racist. So that's quite funny. We have an article about Mexico City feminists accidentally firebombing themselves at a pro-abortion protest. That seems pretty entertaining. And for today in emotional intelligence, I have this article is a little bit old. It's from Elle. It's called "I Cheated on My Boyfriend with My Rapist." It kind of speaks for itself. I haven't read that one yet. I'm going to be going into it blind, but from some of the comments I saw, they said it's even worse if you read it. So I don't know how you go downhill from there, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out. There are some... Doris the Worst has been posting quite a lot of interesting links and things in here, too. I sent him a link, too, to see if he wants to hop on, because maybe we can talk about some of the things he's posted here in the library on my Discord. Let's see. Oh, and then I have a silly Olive Garden article, which let's go ahead and start with that one. The link I have is from NBC News. Let's see. Hopefully it's not going to be all obnoxious and spammy. My ad block game isn't exactly top notch. I'm still kind of boomer tier. I don't mind ads that much, like as long as they're not, intrusive. Another thing too is I noticed the chat box feature on Discord just now. I don't think it works. Not on Discord, sorry, on OBS. But I don't think it works. Oh, what is this bullshit? They're telling me I have to have a subscription? How do they think their websites are going to... Oh, allow ads. Continue without supporting, yes. Okay. So this one is, Olive Garden customer loudly demanded a non-black server, and the manager complied. We made the decision to separate with the manager involved, an Olive Garden spokeswoman said of the incident at an Indiana location. So this one's got layers. This is an interesting one. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. I need just 1 minute here. So unprofessional. My goodness, my goodness. I realized that I left a cup of hot water sitting there without any coffee in it. So I'm just gonna set that up. Man, I had everything already except for the one last thing. Okay. So it reads, it's written by Janelle Griffith. A customer at an Olive Garden restaurant in Indiana on Saturday loudly demanded a server who is not black, an employee and an observer said. The manager acquiesced and is no longer employed by the company. Amira Donahue, a hostess at the restaurant in Evansville in southwestern Indiana, said the customer, a white woman, complained to a manager about her and the other black hostess working during Saturday's dinner rush. She made comments about me to my coworkers concerning my race and saying that I should work at a strip club instead. Donahue told the NBC News on Wednesday. She asked if I'm even black and if I'm from here. It's just getting weirder. Donahue, 16, said the customer who has with a handful of other... Sorry, who was. I don't know why. I did that last time. I read the word was as has. Okay, Donahue, 16, said the customer, who was with a handful of other people, including 2 children, was seated at a table that had a black server, at which point she became particularly irate. The customer then screamed her demand for a non-black server to a manager, who complied, Donahue said. Maxwell Robbins, 22, a customer who witnessed the entire ordeal, told NBC News he was so disturbed by what transpired that he documented it in a Facebook post and submitted multiple complaints to Olive Garden by phone. I was going to say, Jesus, if police were involved, that'd be too funny. The Facebook post had been shared more than 1,500 times as of Wednesday afternoon. Robbins, who was dining with his wife and one of their friends, said the manager complied with the customer's demand without hesitation. Both Donahue and Robbins condemned the manager's handling of the incident. Robbins wrote in his Facebook post that the customer should have been refused service for even making such a demand, and that it is disgusting that the manager would honor it, especially considering the restaurant's diverse staff. Donahue said she was so upset by the incident that she began crying, which Robbins said he witnessed. The young lady was in tears and had no one to support her, Robbins said Wednesday, so I felt if I didn't write this post nothing would have happened and she would continue to go to work for a place that she feels uncomfortable at and unwanted at. Good old Robbins playing the role of Captain Save-A-Ho here. I mean, I get it. You know, it's maybe a 16-year-old. I can get that. She's maybe a little sensitive. I'm still skeptical. Like, I had kind of hard to believe this woman just comes in here and, like, for absolutely no reason is complaining about having a black server. and then she says, "Are you even black? And you should be a stripper," which you should be a stripper is could be taken as a compliment. I mean, you know, I understand that stripping isn't considered particularly dignified, but if you look at the raw skill set involved of being a stripper, you gotta look good and not be lazy. So they're saying you look good and you don't look lazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little too optimistic. I don't know. Let's see, Maxwell let's see where I scrolled up. Donahue said the manager made a decision that the customer was more important than 2 of his employees. Megan Bernstein, a spokeswoman for Olive Garden, said Wednesday the restaurant chain has zero tolerance for discrimination of any kind. Bernstein said that the company completed an investigation Monday. As a result of our investigation, we made the decision to separate with the manager involved. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm of 2 minds of it. I understand. I think Olive Garden probably made the right PR call here, you know, from the top down. I can totally see that standpoint, though, from just a conflict resolution standpoint of saying, like, you don't like the server? Fine, we'll just get you a new server, you know? We'll get you a new server. We'll move on with the lives. Olive Gardens are, fairly busy. I can't imagine that it's like the girls out many tips or whatever. Like it seems like from a harm reduction standpoint, the manager just kind of acquiesced, and it makes a lot of sense. I don't know. But I get that too. That if you have employees, it's good to stick up for them. But of course, this is all assuming that there was like absolutely no other motivation behind this. Maybe if we go to this Facebook post, we can learn something. Let's see. Well, that's weird. This is Maxwell Robbins. I thought it was a man. Is this a man? No, that's a girl. Hmm. Let's see. This person's accusing her of lying. Biggest load of shit ever. Already been proved it didn't happen, and you asshats are so desperate to be outraged you don't even check the facts. Oh, so apparently... I don't get it. Wouldn't racists want to be served by coloreds? That's a good point. I'm gonna give you a like. That's pretty funny. Colors. What color do you think they were? Red, blue, orange? If you use that terminology, you're no better than the people at the restaurant. Fucking Gail. Her name would be Gail. Who gives a fuck if I don't want your ass serving me? Then fuck yeah. Like, that's pretty funny. That is why you probably get shitty service wherever you go. God, like, what a lame comeback. Let's see. The group of them should still sue Darden restaurants. What has happened can't be changed, and they should get a lawyer and sue. For those of you who don't know, Darden is the larger group that like owns Olive Garden and like a shitload of other restaurants. They're like a major company. The only reason I know about Darden is because I actually used to work for a company that we had like an insurance program that we were answering for, and we would send people gift cards if they would like complete certain like health tasks. It was a pretty cool program, and like one of the rewards you get was for Darden restaurants. But some people complained because they're sitting here like, I'm calling in to report that I like had a good visit with my cardiologist and my blood pressure is this and this, and then you're gonna send me a goddamn Applebee's coupon, right? But you know what though? I don't know. I mean, you can still get the salad. It's just you gotta deal with the temptation of all the other stuff. All right, Paulo, good to see you're here. YouTube actually notified me this time about the stream starting. That's good. Well, that's probably on my end because I have a little bit of a better grasp of what happens on YouTube when you click like going live through OBS, but then not on YouTube. That makes it appear on my stream. Whereas before, I was just like desperately trying to get it to start. So yeah, just leveling up slowly, getting a little bit more professional. But yeah, there's a lot of tiny little annoying things that can go wrong with streaming. But let's see. Oh hey, Fleegan is in here. I don't know if you're trying to talk. Hopefully you just got in.
Yo, what's up? I was just trying to let you finish, man.
Oh, good. Just I had things like muted in like a funny way because I played music at the beginning of this stream. That was a brand new feature because I realized that Turbo Autism, he changed it to just Turbo, but the Turbo Autism was the original channel. He's the guy who makes Eurobeat remixes of shit, and he just says, yeah, he doesn't care if people like use it. So I figured, hey, that means I can just, because usually people care about copyright, you know what I mean? But he doesn't. So I can get this badass Eurobeat music playing. He did a remix of Bitch Lasagna. He did one of Dragostad in Tay recently. So I like that idea of opening the streams with some music, with some of this like super spurgy Eurobeat. I don't know, Fleegan, what do you think of Eurobeat? Is that your jam?
Actually, I remember asking about it, and you guys not actually posting videos, but giving examples, and I still have no fucking idea what it actually is.
Oh, it's like, oh my gosh. So there's some examples in popular culture that like a lot of people just happen to know. Let me see here. Let me go ahead and put the Hangouts thing back on.
Like, is it a new thing, or is it like the same as the '90s shit?
Oh yeah, it's that's the thing, is it started a long time ago. But then like
so like your Venga Boys stuff, is that Eurobeat, or is it something different?
Kinda, but it's gotta be faster. It's gotta be faster, it's gotta have a lot of synth, it's gotta have like, it usually starts off with like big instrumental fanfares in synth, and then and then it kind of scales back, and it has all of its like typical pop music sections, but it's very very fast. It's like 130 plus beats per minute, and the funny thing is it sounds very very like ecstatic and crazy and like chaotic, but if you kind of break it down, it's actually like some of the most like rule following music out there. But
a very formulaic and arrangement then.
Yes, exactly that's a good way to put it. But you might know like Night of Fire might be like the single most famous one. I'll just play just a little bit because we don't only listen to music, but like it's like the initial D fucking music. This shit. Just this shit, like trains fucking drifting on multiple tracks kind of shit. Like, it's kind of become part of the overall umbrella of like, just like neo autism culture of loving trains and just like super spurgy music.
I wonder if there's what was the Kakistan song again? This Italian.
Oh, Chatelet.
Chatelet. I wonder if there's a version of Chatelet that's in Eurobeat.
You know what? I have never checked. Now I'm very curious. I gotta resolve this immediately. I feel like no, but
I just remember there were a hell of a lot of versions.
Well, here. Ooh, yeah, there is. There's the high energy version, which I'm sure is somewhere in the ballpark, but this one explicitly says Eurobeat. Yeah, they'll have these slow intros. I'm just gonna jump in the middle. Yeah, so this one, you can tell they made it by just kind of like speeding it up and adding a little beat to it, which I'll give them a like. But part of the issue, this one's a little faster. This one's almost like nightcore. Because like in nightcore, very often they'll raise the pitch also. I think part of that has to do with dodging copyright claims. I've seen so many.
I'm not sure if that works. Yeah. I mean, automated ones possibly, but ultimately, once it's found out, it doesn't matter if you change the pitch. It only matters how long the segment that you take is, at least in European copyright law.
Yeah, and people have tried all kinds of creative things to dodge copyright that end up, the standard gets higher and higher for what's considered fair use, which, my take on fair use is if you take an exact identical copy of something and you put it into a different time or space, that is fair use. That would be my ideal, legal standard for fair use, but...
Did you hear about the Star Trek thing? I mean, it's a bit of a stretch because it's a TV show, but there's an ongoing lawsuit against Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, because there's the people who made it's like a total fan-made series based on Star Trek lore, right?
It's the reverse. The current show uses very straight lifted concepts and characters from a very obscure click-based video game. Like a blue giant tardigrade that lets you travel to space and time, that has to be handled by a blonde gay dude who has a black gay friend, a boyfriend with a beard, and then there's like 5 characters who are basically, once you see it side by side, it's so obvious that they just stole those concepts very blatantly. Because the giant tardigrade actually just does the exact thing like in the game, like you can travel through space and time with it, and it has to be handled by this gay dude.
So you're saying the Star Trek people ripped off the obscure video game?
Yes.
Oh, because as you're describing it, it doesn't sound like why would you rip that off?
It's actually pretty lame, to be honest.
That's crazy because I thought I heard good things about Discovery. I thought the impression I got was people were like, it was almost like some fans made like a medieval. It was like either medieval or Dark Ages setting version of Predator. Did you know about that? There's a Predator movie that's totally fan made, set in like medieval times.
I have never heard of that, but it kind of sounds cool.
It's super good. It's very, very good. It's not super long either. I think it's like just over an hour. Yeah, that was very entertaining. I'm not really a Predator fan. I can't even recall. I've seen like maybe a chunk of the first movie, but I don't know. Like action movies bore me, which I think is for most people is kind of paradoxical. Like action is supposed to kind of hold your attention, but to me, I just want to know what the result is. So I just want to know like what the consequence is. I don't really care how we get there.
Yeah, but it's actually interesting when I've never thought about it that way because I saw a lot of the Predator movies. Like, there's just like I don't really know why I watched those. Like, I'm not a big fan, but it's like with the Alien movies. For some reason, I watched them, and the fact that it took a fan group to make a movie that's set in like the past is very strange to me because the whole concept is they keep coming back to Earth to harvest those warriors to battle against. So why haven't the Hollywood people done a medieval or Egyptian time or whatever version of it? That would have made perfect sense. Might have been a good idea to make some money. Like, are they so fucking stupid that they just want to make the same movie over and over again with changing next to nothing?
Yeah, and I always felt that the whole Alien versus Predator, that whole like franchise, it felt kind of gimmicky and like arbitrary because there didn't seem to be any essential link between the two. It just seemed kind of same thing with like Freddy versus Jason, like the whole I can't get over the cheese to be immersed or take it seriously.
Yeah, it's like if you want to merge universes, I can't remember when that ever really worked. Like the ones where crossovers really work is when they're already kind of set in the same universe with some. It doesn't have to be well planned out, but if there's some connection there already, you accept the crossover immediately. But if there's no prior connection that you can basically suspend your disbelief and so, oh yeah, that makes sense that this is in the same universe, and it often feels kind of off. Of Freddy vs. Jason was very odd.
Yeah,
very, very odd.
Because like for a horror movie to be good, right? Because horror movies, they basically fall into two archetypes. Either they're kind of like cheesy, funny, and very entertaining, or they're like actually seriously good and very entertaining. Which is why horror is like the best genre. You basically can't lose. But like for them to be taken seriously, it's like such a totally different animal than like these horror movies just kind of get. Then like probably 90% of horror movies fall into like the cheesy, shitty camp. I'd wager, and I think that's generous. I can't recall
also,
actually like the last time I saw a genuinely good at face value awesome horror movie. Except besides Terrifier, that might be like one of the last ones.
I kind of like Doctor Sleep. Not gonna lie, it's a bit weird.
Actually, I wonder if that's on Netflix.
But you have to like don't make the same mistake. I watched it once I found it, and then a day later I saw there's like a director's cut that's 30 minutes more content, which might make it a bit long and maybe not so a bit boring even at times. But I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of explanations for shit that were cut from the theatrical release that I would have cared about personally. Like, I want this movie to make sense more than I want it to be snappy.
Right. Yeah, no, I can see that. And like some horror movies do the whole slow burn thing really, really well. And it does kind of bother me that they have. It's almost like they have to, like give you a human sacrifice every like 10 to 30 minutes. Otherwise, people get bored, you know, because people are just like want the kind of the slasher gore kind of porn. Which I get it. Like if you're watching it, like it's kind of like a party kind of fun thing that you're not taking very seriously. Like you want to see all the kills and everything. But like a real horror experience, there is something to be said for like really being subtle and kind of slow and eking it out, you know. There was one movie I watched semi recently. What was it? It was like, it was like super weird something. Anyway, it was about some boys living in like some semi kind of rural area. I think it was in the UK actually, and they kind of have this like mundane existence or whatever, and like they're playing with a sword and they like accidentally kill someone, like accidentally kill like one of their friends or acquaintances or whatever, and then they like deal with it in the worst way, like trying to like hide the body, and then they have all the guilt over it and everything. And then there's a big plot twist involving the whole thing. But it was cool because the whole thing was just built around like one murder, right? And there was a lot of like horror and drama just kind of all packed into that. It was kind of like an extremely like a much darker and more kind of offish version of Stand By Me. I think Stand By Me was the one with the boys who they're trying to find the body by the railroad track, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a great movie, but yeah,
I should
that still
rewatch
gives me
that.
chills thinking about the when they actually find the body and they show it to you. That actually I found that quite disturbing. Which is funny because even though I was young at the time I saw it, like I had seen other horror movies. I had watched like Scream and Friday the 13th and all that stuff, but like the way it was depicted in Stand By Me, I think something about it was so much more effective.
Yeah, because of the build-up, because of the emotional. Like, it was a well-made movie, man. Like a lot of these horror flicks, it's basically they're good because they're bad, you know.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
And Stand By Me is good because it's actually a well-made movie. Like you don't get a lot of these movies anymore these days.
Now,
Because,
this was something I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but another topic I wanted to talk about. I don't know if you have seen any of Netflix's adaptation or Netflix's new series, the Castlevania remix or not remix, bleh, the whatever.
I wasn't even aware that
remake thing.
existed.
Okay, so actually, this was a couple of years back. Netflix did the first season, and then I think just last year they released the second season, and just recently the third season came out of Castlevania. You know Castlevania in general, right?
Whoa, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Less than I
Sorry, stupid
should. Like I
question.
only played the Nintendo 64 version, and I had to throw that into the corner because the camera kept fucking my movement, and I hate the game. But I feel that I should play the 2D versions, like the older games. They sound fun.
Oh yeah. Same way. I skipped all of the 3D ones. Even like I heard some good things about some of the later 3D titles, but I never fucked with that because to me it's the 2D one, and then the one of course everybody loves and has played is Symphony of the Night. That's like everyone's top favorite. A lot of the ones that were on like Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS, those were actually very fun too. I really liked like Portrait of Ruin and Order of Ecclesia, where you played as Charlotte, like the witch. That was a really fun one. But so this Netflix series it features Alucard, one of the Belmonts, not Richter. I think it's Trevor. I think Trevor Belmont and some chick who's like a your like caster mage type woman, right? And the first two seasons kind of stand alone fairly well. It was a really good, fun story. You know, they go fight and kill Dracula, all that stuff. And it was very well done. I think everybody liked it. I don't think anybody had like anything bad to say about it. And like the first season, so called, it was only like a 3-episode teaser. So we saw that, and they had built it up, and like by the end of that first arc, they hadn't even entered the castle yet. It was just all kind of a setup. And then that second season was so cool. It was like very, just it was one of the best anime things I'd ever seen. So then I see on Netflix, oh cool, they added the third season, and I hadn't gotten around to watching it just yet. and there's a specific spoiler all over the internet, which I am gonna spoil now. So I don't know, sorry people, but I just feel like there's no fucking way you heard it from me first. I guess you are, which is crazy. But so Netflix, do you want to guess what they fucking did? Like think of the most outrageous fucking transgressive, awful fucking thing you can imagine Netflix doing to piss people off.
Based on what?
Yeah, I mean, there's one level of it which is like tokenism, you know, adding like black lesbian characters and shit where it's like obviously shoehorned. But in the fourth episode, they have a scene where Alucard is seduced by these Japanese twins, a male and a female, and he's getting fucked in the ass by the dude.
Oh.
Paulo, they made someone gay, yeah, right? Yeah.
It's like what they did to Constantine in the new Hellblazer comics.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I kept seeing... Ew, I didn't know that they did that to Constantine. Man, like, it's a trend, of course. But, like, it's the... So I haven't watched it yet because, like, now I don't know if I want to. I kind of wanted to see it because occasionally I'll look into something like this and it won't be as outrageous as people are making it out to be. But from how I've seen this described, it really sounds like there's, like, no artistic or storytelling merit to this whatsoever, and that it really is just just a fuck you to anybody who likes that series. But
yeah, but that's actually what was the problem with when I did Constantine, because they said, oh no, actually in the 90s there was this one storyline where he was in a sadomasochistic gay relationship with a dude, but it was a scheme, like to get to him, to get what he wanted. So it was very clearly just showing this dude will do anything to get what he wants.
See, and that's a redemption.
He had a gay relationship once, so now he's bisexual, and most of his partners are gay. And that's not what this was about. It diminishes the meaning of the chapter that they reference by 1,000 times. They didn't get at all why that worked in the comic at all.
Oh my god! But see, what you're describing is like so much like more redeemable and defendable than what happened in Netflix. Also, we have Kevin in here.
True.
Nice to see you made it. We're talking about Netflix raped Alucard. Netflix raped Alucard. Did I mention this when I messaged you about the things we were talking about? This was the first thing I mentioned. Netflix raped Alucard. I just I can't process it yet because I haven't gotten around to watching it. But so here's the thing. Alucard, he's a vampire or a dunpeel, however you want to say it, right? A half human, half vampire. And vampires, you know, they have a reputation for being hedonistic, right? So virtually any vampire, you can sell them as bisexual, right? I don't think that's very far fetched. Like vampires and bisexuality.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair, right? But literally how they did this is it sounds like they introduced these two characters, and like, by the way, they're doing what you described Constantine as having done, right? They're only seducing Alucard because they're trying to kill him. So it's like a plot. And Alucard just goes along with it because he's so lonely, which is like, it's just not his personality at all. Like, so it'd be one thing if they had like introduced these characters earlier on, had some kind of a build up, had some kind of a, you know, of a way of this happening, but instead it's like it sounds very exploitative. They just decided, yep, we're gonna rape him, we're gonna have him get fucked, and like, and the other thing too is the way I see it is it's like it's the use of gay sex in the way that a rapist uses sex.
Hello?
Hey, Kevin, I can hear you now.
Hello? Shoot.
Can you not hear me?
1 second.
I can hear both of you.
Yeah, I can hear both of you too. So it might just be a setting in Hangouts. Maybe I'll just send him a Facebook message.
Yeah, it's just like a weird thing to do, and I don't feel like it adds anything positive, and that's why I really hate all of these changes that they make to characters. Because if the change is useful, if it gives you something as a viewer, I think everybody's fine with things being changed if it makes sense. But if it's just a change for the sake of a change, that's just irritating.
Well, and this is kind of the paradox. Like the way I'm looking at it is basically, gay rights advocates are all rapists, basically. And my defense of this statement is that by pushing this acceptance of homosexuality so stridently, what they're doing is they're forcing it into ways where it shouldn't be. They're putting it in this public spectacle, and it's not the way sex is supposed to be. It's supposed to be kind of a more intimate and private thing. It's very similar to the free the nipple type people, right? Like that's that should be kind of like, that's kind of like a special moment of like pair bonding and things. Like, why would you want to make a big massive political statement of it? That just, it cheapens it. So the way I feel is that the use of a gay sex scene in this way, it's cheapening gay sex. It's saying that the purpose of gay sex is to dominate, is to control, is to rape, and that's what they're doing. Is they're forcing this political statement onto a beloved character. And one thing, if you're someone who hasn't played Castlevania, who hasn't played these games, like that game came out like late 90s, right? So like, I remember I played that game. I was like maybe in middle school, and then I probably replayed it in high school. I replayed it in college. I replayed it after college. I played the game again and again and again because it's such a great game. And Alucard he's a quintessential cool character. And if you're a like adolescent male playing a video game, role playing as this cool character, you have an attachment. Like there was never any reason to think otherwise, And like to take that character and then to abuse the character in this way, this isn't just like a bunch of weebs and gamers like complaining about women and homosexuals in their media. This is like you took our character and you abused him, and like I feel like that's not to be taken lightly, and I find it further offensive because it's the cheapening of gay sex to use it as nothing but a tool of domination. So yeah, Netflix are a bunch of rapists, gay activists are a bunch of rapists, SJWs all rapists, every single one of them. They are the real rape culture.
Alright, so
Kevin, now you know what you're walking into. Got any hot takes? Have you heard of this story at all? Have you seen anything floating around about this?
Well, okay, so it's Castlevania, right? Well, my husband and I actually watched the series.
Did you watch the third season?
Yes, we actually binged watch the last season the other night. Because when it first came on, my husband had more of a reference for it than I did. I had never heard of it before. I'm not a big gamer, or so I didn't have a cultural reference for it before the Netflix series.
Oh, your husband has to twist your arm into playing Symphony of the Night if he cares about you.
I'll let him know that. But no, I've just watched the series from the perspective of someone who has no other reference for these characters, this world, and so the first two seasons definitely enjoyed. There's been a lot of components about the third season that I have enjoyed. Now, to me, it was interesting, the scene that you're talking about, because so you haven't watched this. Have you watched any of it yet yourself? Or are you just
none of
referring
the
to like report? Okay.
I read an article that describes with timestamps and details specifically the fourth episode. So I am going off of hearsay. Okay. So I wonder if my characterization's unfair.
Well, here's the thing. To me, so mind you, like I said, I have no reference for this character, for any of the characters outside of having watched the show. So, of course, that's going to make me perceive it differently than someone who has a relationship with the character prior. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind. Now, when I was watching it, to me, it played it. So this betrayal actually, to me, plays a little bit more into the path for the character, because this is a character, at least how it depicts the show, is a character who's desperately seeking companionship and to be loved, and who honestly either keeps getting abandoned or fucked over. So to me, this was yet just an extension of that storyline from what I was watching. So basically what it is, you know, Alucard, he takes into his father's castle, you know, into the castle, a set of twins who have escaped from a vampire queen in Japan. Well, they've come in search to be taught how to fight vampires. And they're kind of odd from the beginning. You get this feeling they're plotting something. And actually, so the sexual encounter with him is not rape in the sense. So when they start off being intimate, it's consensual. He actually welcomes them into his bed. You know, they do surprise him in the middle of the night, and he welcomes them both into his bed, and everything is consensual during that. Near the end, though, the twins have become paranoid that he's keeping secrets from them because he doesn't want them going to certain parts of the castle or this or that. He won't talk to them about the engine that makes the castle so it can teleport and all that stuff. So they are a very paranoid couple, these twins are. And so what happens is that they make a plan, and you know, they're being intimate with him, and it's completely consensual. And then it's after like the, you know, get their point that they put these bracelets on him that then suddenly the metal just goes all around him and starts encompassing him and tightening, you know, restraining him. Then they pull out their swords and their blades, and they're going to kill him. And he's telling them that he hasn't lied to them, all this stuff. And then finally, I don't know if you guys want any spoilers or anything, but regardless, to me, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. And
okay.
Before you continue to this, I will say yes. I think we're fine spoiling the whole episode because, you know, sorry everybody.
Okay.
That's what we're doing. But okay. I did want to know.
All right.
I'm glad that you did clarify that it was like the scene itself is consensual, and I didn't mean to
yes.
imply that it wasn't, because I understand that it's depicted that way. When I say it's a rape, what I mean is that it's like Netflix has control of this character Alucard, and his consent is essentially manufactured. So I just want to make sure that's clear so people aren't confused.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you.
Well, I mean, to be honest, don't get me wrong. I've actually used a reference like they've raped a character, as in they raped a character's, like, what the character was. So they, you know, gone against the character. So, I mean, I've used wording in that context before. But in regards to this, yes, the like I said, the act all the way up to the point where the twins attempt to kill him is completely consensual. And during that time, they're accusing him of lying, of keeping secrets from them. And then he warns them. He pretty much, you know, tries to convince them, but they both raise their blades. They're about to stab him. And suddenly you see a sword fly out of nowhere and slits both their throats. And then he ends up putting their bodies on pikes outside his castle to warn people from coming. But I mean, regardless, it's interesting because to me, like I said, this scene was honestly just an extension of a continuous pattern so far with the character. You know, he's been betrayed or left behind by people. You know, his father wants to destroy the entire human race. His mother is human. She was burned at the stake for witchcraft. And, you know, and then he had two good friends who went off on their own journey and left him alone in the castle. And he started going a little bit mad, talking to these dolls he had made. So when he's out in the woods, he runs into these twins who came seeking him out. And it just develops from there. You know, like I said, he starts teaching them. They become paranoid about him, that he's not giving them everything they want, and then they decide to follow through with that plan, which is to kill him for not being honest with them. So I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't have the reference for the character beyond the show. So even what I'm describing may not sit well with fans of the character from before. And I understand that. It's just, it wasn't an actual rape. They actually all, they all climax, all right, before they try to kill him. So the sex is pretty much over with before they try to kill him, because it's after that part they put the bands on and then that takes place. To me, honestly, it made me think of a movie I had watched once called The Dreamers. It takes place in France.
Oh, I love that movie.
A young student travels to France.
That's a great movie.
Yes. You remember how the twins were?
Yeah.
Remember the twins?
Yeah.
And that is kind of how these... Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, that is kind of how these twins are in personality.
See, there's a lot of interesting things, because like the Dreamers did a lot of interesting things with the plot with that, because you had like they kind of were jealous a little bit of each other, right? It like that kind of a thing. Whereas with this, it just sounds like since they have this ulterior motive, you don't have.
Yeah, I mean, well, they don't play into the twins are jealous of each other with this, but what they do play into is that the twins feel that they feel betrayed in their own way, because they don't feel that he's being honest with them, and they're very. You can tell something isn't right with these twins mentally earlier on in the episode. But it is. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I having seen it, to me it falls in with the storyline as how they've constructed it so far. They used it to take him to another level. He's actually taking steps to become like his father in many ways. Which he's up to this point, he's been more reflective of his mother's personality, which is nurturing, kind, wanting to see the best in people. That is really how they've developed his character so far. And then he got really close to these twins, and then they betray him, and now you get to see more of his father coming out, especially when, like I said, he puts their bodies on pikes outside of his castle doors as a warning to everyone. So I mean, that's really the most I can say about it. I feel like it fits into the storyline, but like I said, to reiterate, I'm also not someone who has a relationship with the character outside of the Netflix show.
All right, well, I guess I can say that at least makes me feel a little better of it, that we can kind of see a little bit of artistic merit, that there's some kind of a theme involved with it. And I find it hard to imagine that spoils the entire thing, because, like, damn, the first 2 seasons were so good that I find it hard to, I don't know.
No, there is so much storylines going on. There is so many storylines going on. Now, mind you, they do lay on things a little bit heavy, because you have this scene, right? This obvious bisexual scene, where they go on, okay, he's bisexual.
And it's interspersed with like a crazy action scene, right? I think that's what I heard.
Wait, what? You broke up a little bit.
It's interspersed with a crazy action scene, so it flips between big action and other action. During this scene, it's spliced between some fight scenes, and it's spliced with another sex scene between I always just call him a necromancer, but a forger. Wait, what do they call him? I'm trying to think. Is it forger or something? Well, they between that and a scene where a guy is having sex with a female vampire. So it's cutting between like 3-4 different scenes. So the 3-4 different things going on is what's happening. There's these battles happening, and there's these 2 sex scenes. So everything is building to a climax. Yeah, no pun intended. So it actually fits in to all these scenes coming together, all these events taking place. It really does fit in there. I will say that. Now, what does come on a little bit thick, so if it was just that in of itself, I think what comes on a little bit thick also with the what people might consider like, the agenda to it. And I don't know if this existed in the game, was it? Or I don't know if there's a comic series or whatever, but they introduce a lesbian vampire couple. So you do have that in the series now as well.
And so, I mean, and their relationship is interesting. It's a little bit stereotypical, to be honest. Yeah, the butch and the femme and all that. But I really haven't seen that like laid on so much heavy. They've kind of only slightly referenced it in scenes between them being slightly affectionate, not too crazy. However, I don't know if that fits anywheres into the world prior to Netflix taking this on.
Yeah, and honestly, there might be some kind of deep lore with Castlevania, but if you're going just strictly based off the games, they're a little bit thin when it comes to the storytelling, because generally, you go from room to room, you kill stuff, you occasionally run into another person in the castle, and you have a couple of lines of dialogue, But it had this. That's one thing I loved about Castlevania is that I love simple plots. I love simple, big, overarching plots. They have a clear objective. You have maybe one plot twist, but you don't have it get convoluted, because that's what the good archetypical stories are like, So,
well, this season, to be honest, they really don't focus on him a lot. I'm gonna be on. Actually, I think it's like 2 episodes before they really go back to what's going on with him. They jump around for a while with, and I'm horrible with names, but they jump around with the one woman and the guy traveling. So the man who's descendant of monster hunters, and she's not a priestess, but she has powers, and she's part of a sect that passes on knowledge stories.
Yeah, I forgot her name. I keep wanting to call her Maria, because that's the name of the chick in Symphony of the Night, who's kind of similar.
Yeah, they focus a lot on their story, which to me is even so much more twisted. Parts of that story get a lot more twisted, and then they focus on the forgers and stuff, those using alchemy, and I still call them the necromancers because they raise the dead, and they focus on one of those 2 characters a lot too. The one, he is building his own army. Now, what I am interested to see is actually the religious perspective, because, mind you, this may just be my perspective from this. So in this so far, what I've noticed, I am curious. To me, I was just like, but I'm just curious to see what the comments will be in regards to that. Because even the one character, she considers herself, Christian overall, but she says she favors Jesus, but not necessarily God. So that's an interesting storyline there. That's an interesting part of it. So I haven't read any comments in that regard, but that's kind of what you get this feeling a little bit of it, because there's a scene where when he brings, because what he's doing is he references Muhammad a lot, and he talks about how he's taking on the mission to empty hell, because in the end days hell will be emptied. That's part of the faith, at least how he describes his faith, and he says that's part of his job, what he's doing now. And one of the spirits he rips out of hell and puts into a dead body and then turns into the monster can actually still speak. And he talks to him. And this scene is annoying because when they're not focused on the character, you can't hear his voice. The storyline's cut out. But you get the idea. He was a philosopher in ancient Greece, something like that. Or was it Rome? Well, he was a philosopher sometime before the storyline, and he got persecuted by Christians for his philosophical views, and he betrayed a number of other people to save his own life, but they still put him to death anyways. So, and he has this interaction with this character who brought him out of hell, and the Muslim character who brings him out of hell. So, like I said, I'm interested to see how this goes with the next season. And I'm interested to see if there's any comments regarding that part of the storyline this season. Because I'm not particularly religious at all. But when I do watch things, I do now, my mindset very much thinks about how different groups could possibly respond to this. Just because I'm constantly analyzing stuff like that now. And I do wonder that with this.
All right. Well, and I'm getting feedback in the chat, too, that it seems to be a consensus that the other storylines do still have some merit, and that it is still definitely worth watching. So,
absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, I can honestly say that. They have a lot of different storylines going, and what happens with the twins and Alucard, honestly, it's not even the biggest. That storyline is not even the biggest storyline of this season.
All right. And
so
I think we'll not spoil them then. We'll. But you know what? It is kind of a shame then, because I guess this gay sex scandal has kind of overshadowed a lot of the other things in there. But I mean, they can't possibly have like not anticipated this happening, but
free publicity.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, all publicity is good publicity. But the next story I want to talk about had to do with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So there might not be a lot of meat on this one. I feel like it's kind of, the article kind of is the story, but any excuse to make fun of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Cory Booker, I feel is That's
Very
not
fair.
above my time.
But one question, Derek.
Yeah.
Is your internet so fucked right now that you can only stream at 240p because there's no way anybody can read stuff on the stream?
Oh, no, yeah, I could set it higher, but I'm not sure what else I can do to make sure it doesn't skip, and I feel like that's the lesser evil. But that's a good point.
As long as you just read it all, like if you read it, then it doesn't matter if we can read it ourselves, so that's fine.
Yeah,
it's just
well,
we're
I
wondering
usually read out
why you would do this. Like 240 is horrible.
Yeah,
it's horribly low.
But my connection is so much better when I use this setting, and I see. And the problem is, I'm somebody who only listens to things. I generally don't watch YouTube ever. I just use it as like a radio. I wish they would just do like a separate like YouTube podcast platform for people like me, and then like all of the racists can go over there, and YouTube will solve its stupid advertiser problem. I should just send an email to Susan and save the world. It seems obvious to me.
Go on then. I hope we can go back to a higher resolution in future streams, but if that's what's working out right now, I don't mind. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, well, and I think the worst stream I had was number 2, because I tried to use StreamYard, and I think StreamYard is just laggy as shit. I was watching Devin Tracy stream a bunch of trailers earlier, and like the video skipping was just horrendous. It was unwatchable. It felt really bad, because he's entertaining, and I like his take, especially on like pop culture and stuff. He's kind of like a mundane Matt done right in that way, But anyway, I couldn't watch it because I was like, "Why are you using StreamYard? We can't fucking see anything because this platform's unusable." But
yeah, that's true. I mean,
we'll see.
I do watch his content as well. He could tone it down on how often he mentions the size of his penis. I guess to some people that's a good thing, but it's just like I feel like I've spent an hour of my life listening to him talking about his dick. So.
Oh, I don't even notice that because talk of dicks, it's like water off a duck's back.
It does get to that point in life. Back to the Biden and Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
so,
I wanted to bring this up
me,
just because I know that Kevin, you like following the political drama.
Oh
and
yes,
everything,
I do love following politics. That was interesting to me. I was like, well, it's nice to know, she's like, oh, I forgive you now, even though I'm the one that insinuated that you were racist for not supporting a busing program that I myself wouldn't support today. So it's nice of her to forgive him for that. And
I just quick, I just want to read her exact words. Joe Biden has served our country with dignity, and we need him now more than ever. I will do everything in my power to help elect him the next president of the United States, Harris tweeted. So that is as strong of a wording as you could possibly
Yeah. And to be honest, I think that she is putting a bid in to try to get the VP slot. I don't really know how that would help Biden, though, to be honest, because Kamala Harris actually, Biden does better among black voters than Kamala Harris did. Biden does better among women voters than Kamala Harris did. So I'm really not sure what that would necessarily get him, because Kamala Harris comes with a lot of baggage that actually worked against her, especially with the black community when she was attorney general in California. So, and a lot of it just came off very fake. So I really don't think Biden, now mind you, he's slipping, of course, but mentally, definitely can see that. But if he is honestly able to think about that rationally, I don't think he will choose Kamala Harris for VP. To be honest, right now, if I were to say any of the candidates that have come out in support of him that are close to him right now that he will probably choose, I would say he might choose Amy Klobuchar, to be honest.
That would be hilarious.
Yeah, and the reason why, because she has a Midwest appeal. Elizabeth Warren isn't coming out in support of anyone, and I think that's because she's kind of trying to play a neutral thing so that whoever wins it, she can then insert herself and be like, yeah, I'm behind you, and hope for a VP slot as well. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people might think, oh, well, Biden might choose her as VP because she can appeal to the left that, he turns off. And I'm like, but the problem is Elizabeth Warren turned off a lot of Bernie supporters, especially by staying in through Super Tuesday. She didn't drop out until after Super Tuesday. And in some states, she took up like 10%, if not more, of the vote, So that theoretically she took from Bernie. However, you could argue that some of the people that are supporting Elizabeth Warren, that doesn't mean they'd go to Bernie per se. They might have just gone to Elizabeth Warren because she's not as, from their perspective, not as out there as Bernie. So they could end up just actually going back to Biden to an extent, or split the candidates. So, but I think that's why she's remaining silent. I think she just wants to be able to connect herself to whoever actually wins. I think the chance of a brokered convention is a lot less. But regardless, I think Bernie Sanders is going to stick in it until the end. I know he's putting right now all of his eggs in Michigan, in that basket, because he won Michigan when he went against Hillary. That was a shakeup. And so now if he doesn't win it this time, it's going to say something. However, Bernie Sanders won his home state of Vermont by fewer percentage points than he did against Hillary. So Biden and him were actually closer. Now, mind you, there weren't as many, because the problem is, yes, Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar had dropped out, but their names were still on the ballots for Super Tuesday. And some people had done early voting. But then you also had Elizabeth Warren there. So that is something that needs to be factored in. But here's the interesting thing. There are some states where if you take Biden and Sanders and put all their votes together, and in some other states, even Elizabeth Warren, if you put all their votes together, the number of turnout, so the turnout numbers they had, still don't equal the turnout for Trump, and he's not even running. He's pretty much unopposed. So that was an interesting. Those are some interesting numbers that I've been paying attention to. But yeah, as far as to get back to the original with Kamala Harris, I really think at most she's hoping for VP. At least she's hoping for a spot in the administration. Same thing with Pete Buttigieg, which Biden pretty much already said that he's going to give Pete Buttigieg a place in his administration. And then for some reason, he brought out Beto O'Rourke, which God only knows why. Yeah.
Well, I
well,
have
he did do the skateboard stunt.
Oh, what was that?
Well,
Sorry.
It's the skateboard stunt. Like, he's appealing to the youth.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, no, I know.
All Beto needed was a baseball cap on backwards.
A question I really would like to ask you, because you are much more savvy on this, like, which VP could be most attractive to the Bernie bros, because I know that Elizabeth Warren burned those bridges hard with the "Did you just call me a liar on national television?" No, you called me a liar.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, I think those bridges were pretty well burnt for Elizabeth Warren. A lot, now mind you, this is more anecdotal, but a lot of the Bernie supporters I know could not stand Elizabeth Warren, especially as time went on, and especially after that whole "did you just call me a liar" and the accusation of sexism and all that. But interestingly enough, who they did like, even though they're going with Bernie now, but who they actually liked, aside from that, was Andrew Yang. Right. A lot. Now, mind you, Andrew Yang actually got some Trump supporter interest too. So I actually think if Biden was smart, he might go for Andrew Yang for the VP slot. But I don't think he is. And yes, Andrew Yang had that UBI. I understand that was a very stupid idea, but I also understand why Andrew Yang went with the UBI is because Alaska, which is a red state, does have UBI, and it seems progressive enough. So I think what he was hoping to do was to do kind of, the Obama administration with Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, which was Republican in concept, or at least via Romney. So I think Andrew Yang did the UBI because he was hoping to get bipartisan support on that. It just fell flat. To me personally, Andrew Yang should have focused on what he's strongest at, which is focusing on our need to progress with technology to remain competitive in the world. So I really think he should have stayed focused on that, but he didn't. He didn't maintain momentum, and he backed out. But I really think that he would be the best choice for Biden to pick as VP. But that's just my personal opinion. Yeah,
I don't. I just want to note. So your perspective is assuming that Biden wants to be president and that his campaign is actually being done in good faith. And you might, I don't know if you're aware, but I'm of the opinion that it's all a farce. The entire thing's choreographed. I'm on team H.A. Goodman. I want to be the B version of H.A. Goodman. I'm one of his cheerleaders, saying over and over again, he is absolutely right. It's going to be Hillary Clinton. And I love spamming that around and getting laughed at because I feel like when I'm right, I get to do the "I told you so" dance like everywhere, and it's just going to be like surreal.
So you want to be? Right? What was the name of that blonde chick that was on with Bill Maher's show?
Oh, Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter.
Yeah, I want to be Ann Coulter when she was asked, "Who do you think is going to be the Republican candidate?" As of right now, Donald Trump, and everybody laughed so loud. You want to be Ann Coulter?
No, actually,
I want to share that moment with H.A. Goodman. Absolutely.
Actually, there could be some wisdom to him choosing Hillary Clinton. Now, granted, Hillary.
Wait! I have to stop you. We are not talking about Biden choosing Hillary Clinton as a VP. We are talking about Hillary Clinton enters the race at the last moment. Biden will drop out. Biden will endorse Hillary Clinton.
See, I don't. Now that happening. First of all, what I'm waiting to see for the direction of this race, honestly, for me, I'm not going to make any strong judgments or guesses until the first debate between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. And the reason why is because this will be the first time that Joe Biden can't fade into the background. He talks every now and then and he yells a little bit. He did that during the debate. And when he's asked, he's like, I'm going to keep talking. I have a right to talk pretty much. But he hasn't really been the focus in any of the debates so much, except for, when Kamala Harris went at him and, that one time. He's always kind of been in the background a little bit. So this would be the first time that all his gas, what they like to call them, will be right front and center. No one else to, draw the fire. It's just going to be him and Bernie. And the fact is, while I absolutely could never vote for Bernie, at least mentally, comes off as having a hell of a lot more together than Joe Biden. So I'm waiting until the debate on Sunday to really get an idea. It's Sunday, I think. I'm trying, but it's so I'm really waiting until that debate to kind of be like, okay, I think this might happen, or I think that might happen.
Actually, I have a dream version of that debate. Like, it's starting with Bernie saying, "Oh, hey, you're the establishment candidate. You cannot possibly just expect people to vote for you." And then Joe Biden just turns around, walks back to the wall, and starts talking to the wall.
Well, what's interesting, and Ben Shapiro mentions this a lot, is, and so some other commentators, and even Bernie supporters and Biden supporters, is a lot of them, especially Bernie supporters, they're like, why aren't these candidates going for the jugular? Because, mind you, Bernie has brought up the Social Security thing in regards to Biden. You know, Biden said yes, you know, he cut funding to Social Security and Medicare and all that stuff, you know, and Biden has touched on a little bit of the fact that, well, Bernie isn't even a registered Democrat, and a little bit on the socialist thing, but there's obviously so much they could use against each other. Bernie could bring up, if he wanted to, how inappropriate the Hunter Biden thing was. He could bring that up. There is so much more that he could bring up. And there's been new audio released of Biden in regards to racial issues, like referencing blacks, and then also women in the 70s, 80s, around that time.
Like, what the hell? I love Biden now.
So there's that content that Bernie could use. And then, of course, there's a lot of content from Bernie Sanders' past that even Hillary came out blazing on in her Hulu thing, which I have not watched, but I've seen clips from it, where she's like, this is a man who didn't even have an actual job until he was in his 40s. And that was when he won office for the first time. This is a man who got kicked out of a commune. Well, this has also been thing. This is a man who got kicked out of a commune because he just kept talking about socialism all day.
Everyone on Marxism
actually working. Yeah, which is the embodiment to me for me of him, of what he represents, is talking about his political views, but not actually working to contribute to the community, right? So that is interesting, because that's what got us. So, and he has a number of things where he quotes, for crying out loud. Bernie killed himself with Florida. He will have no chance of winning Florida against anyone because of his Castro comments. You know, Florida has a large elderly population as well, which has remembered that. And Bernie Sanders, at the end of the day, he's a communist. Let's just be honest. He may call it social, you know, democratic socialism, whatever it may be, but socialism in general is just baby communism, and it will grow up someday. And you know, so it is interesting. And Biden could take that tact if he could actually form a coherent sentence. He could come full out, because Bernie also, there's audio of him talking about how he favored food lines because that meant the government was feeding its people. So there is so much. What?
That's a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good thing.
What's so hysterically funny about that little quip is that there's an old joke, right, about the Russians standing in line for their bread, and then somebody complains about how long the line is, and someone else says, yeah, well, in America, they don't even have bread lines. And it's like, that's unironically like Bernie Sanders.
Yes, which is pretty much what he said. And so it's just, oh God. Either way, the Democrats, honestly, from my perspective, they're screwed. Even if Biden dropped out and Hillary came in, I just don't see, because even a lot of Hillary supporters that I knew in 2016, which I myself back then was a bit more, definitely a bit more left leaning, and I did vote for Hillary during that time. But there are a lot.
You voted for Hillary in 2016?
Did I not tell you that I was much more left-leaning once upon a time?
Well, I knew that, but in 2016 you voted for.
Well, okay. In my defense,
she's the devil? Don't you know she's the devil?
At the time, so let me explain. At the time, also, my thought is, at that time, my primary thing that I cared about at the time, and I was paying attention to, was the Supreme Court. And at the time, I wanted more liberal justices. So when I voted for Hillary, it was begrudgingly. I hated her. I could not stand her. She was just absolute fake to me. But I also, honestly, there was a lot of the Trump derangement, just like despising of Trump, that was in me as well. So I honestly voted in 2016 with what I at the time saw as a lesser of two evils. Obviously, that's not the case. And to be honest, if she were to get back in that, if she were to jump in that race, I sure as hell would not be voting for her this November. So, and even though I have some friends who didn't switch parties, which I actually officially switched parties, who haven't switched parties like myself, I know they would not support Hillary. They might even vote Trump, if not vote third party or not vote at all, because Hillary is just that unappealing to a lot of people, even people who supported her in 2016. So I don't see that happening. To be honest, Michelle Obama jumping in would have more of a freaking chance than Hillary doing that. Okay. So I don't know.
Michelle doesn't have the pull of DNC that Hillary does.
Right. Well,
I know.
I do also
Yes,
want to
yes.
mention, with Michelle Obama, I do have a theory that Michelle Obama will eventually run for president, but it's not going to be until enough years have passed that she's able to come out as trans. And it's going to be a whole thing. It's going to be a whole thing. They're going to come out as trans, and they're going to wait enough years that people kind of buy into a narrative like, oh, like, Barack Obama was actually gay, and they felt so oppressed that they had to hide it, and now they're so stunning and brave for coming out with it, right? Now swinging dick Michael Obama, you know.
Like,
oh goodness,
this lady, make me the first black trans president.
I'm not gonna lie. Of course, I see the memes and I see the jokes. I hear the jokes, but to me, I've just never, I've never really partaken in that part. It just seems like low hanging fruit.
It's that's meme,
exactly
though.
it. It is low-hanging fruit. It's literally low-hanging fruit. We can see her when she gyrates out. We see the fruit.
Oh, like, God. But no,
flaps that way. I'm sorry. I'm no vagina expert, but I know flaps don't flap that way.
Regardless, that I've just never really had fun with that, to be honest, or really invested in that part. But I mean, but to your point though, I do think that Michelle Obama will eventually run for office someday. I do think that will happen. I just don't see her jumping in. Some people think that she might this year. I don't think the convention's going to be brokered, at least at this point. But who knows? After this debate on Sunday, if Biden is in full glory himself with the gaffes and not remembering what state he's in, not remembering that he's running for president, not the Senate, or anything like that, then Bernie might get a bump. And we might at least end up with a brokered convention. But, I mean, I don't see Bernie just taking it away, no.
Because he's not going to temper
even
himself.
with that.
He's not going to make himself appealing to a more wide audience, I think, as part of his issue. Which is kind of funny. It's like he's going to lose to a senile old straw man. But I will say, if the most daring and like groundbreaking political prediction of this election is that Hillary Clinton will get the nomination, probably the safest assumption or the safest prediction you could have made is that Joe Biden will gaffe. And my God, I think in this last 2 weeks he's had like half a dozen. So I think you're hearing that like once the spotlight is off of all these other like fake candidates, like trying to like take heat off of him. Now that the spotlight's on Biden, at least 50%. We're just going to see more and more and more gaffes. So it's going to be a gold mine. Honestly, 2020, this actually might be one of my favorite election cycles. I think it's
it is. Yes, it is.
Funny.
Shit.
I love watching the Democratic debates. Other people, like, they hate it. They're just like, ugh, how could you want to watch it? And I'm like, it's so funny.
They are amazing. I even made this post, and I think you might have liked it. I don't know if you liked it, but a lot of people did. I was like, shit, I watch politics like a lot of my family watches football. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, shit, yeah. Because it was great. The last two Democratic debates were beautiful. I mean, they were full on beautiful. I could rewatch them because they were that glorious.
Oh yeah, the Klobuchar,
people
Klobuchar
raising their
Buttigieg.
hands, teacher, I've got the answer, teacher, and just a full on attacking each other. You could tell that Klobuchar and Buttigieg didn't like each other. Elizabeth Warren was trying to not go after Bernie because she realized that screwed the pooch last time she did that, but she loved going after Bloomberg. And then Biden was trying to remember how he got on stage, and it was just hilarious. I honestly highly recommend it, especially with your favorite alcoholic beverage. It's amazing. But
right now, it feels like if Trump or his team actually watched those debates, I can't see any candidate to win for the Democrats that wouldn't be completely torn apart by Trump. Not just in debates, just in a statement like, look at this guy, Joe Biden. He doesn't even know where he is. He talks about little children jumping on his lap and liking it. And Bernie, he's a literal communist.
Yeah,
Stay 3 feet away, okay? Yeah. I know you want to sniff
and
the
Trump even
hair,
said that,
but you can't.
Yeah, but that's the funny thing. Trump even said that.
Someone threw a baby to distract him.
Yeah, yeah. In Fox, so in a town hall, which I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched portions of it. In a town hall that Trump did on Fox News, which Bernie is doing as well, if he did not already do it. But anyway, so Trump actually made that. He was like, I was all prepared for Bernie, communism and all that. And he actually said communism. And then he goes, well, I mean, Joe Biden, and he thinks he's running for Senate. 150 million people have died from guns. And he's using all, so what the game is going to be. However, here's what I've always said, and I still believe this, is that, to me, the only candidate that the Democrats could offer, just personality-wise, this isn't even going on policy, I'm just going to go on personality. So to me, the candidate that would be the strongest against Trump would be a candidate who cannot be trolled, who just lets things like water off a duck's back. Because here's why. And you want to know who I think would actually do amazingly well in a debate with Trump? And there are actually 3 candidates that I think would do well in a debate with Trump, but they had pretty much very little support in general when they were running. And so the first person I think that would do best is, well, actually, there's kind of 4. I think the one might. So the first one I think would do best is actually Andrew Yang. His temperament, he never gets flustered. I have never seen him in an interview, in a debate, even though they tried to not give him any time in the debates, but I have never seen him get flustered. He has talked with Trump supporters. He has talked with Bernie supporters. He has been challenged. I've never once seen him get frazzled at all. If anything, he makes light of everything. So right off the bat, Andrew Yang, I think he would destroy Trump in a debate. However, would he necessarily win the country? Not after that UBI thing, even if he had won the nomination. However, I don't know. I think he'd destroy Trump in a debate. So there's Andrew Yang. Another person who he did show his cracks, and especially in him and Klobuchar, they showed they could get under each other's skin. However, his past responses to Trump have been pretty much something Trump couldn't touch, and that was Pete Buttigieg. So Trump compared him to that Mad TV character or whatever, that redheaded guy. And Buttigieg was like, when he was asked about it, was like, oh, maybe it's an age thing, the reference. That's all Buttigieg said. Buttigieg actually has never fed into any of the insults, or perceived insults or attacks, or as much. The only time he played the gay card was when Amy Klobuchar came at him, and I was like, come on, man, she's a Democrat, and you're going to play the gay card here. But whatever. Now, Amy Klobuchar, I think she would do pretty well in a debate with Trump, just because at the end of the day, she actually...
That's an interesting take.
What?
That's an interesting take.
Well, no. I think she.
At the
end of the day, the only person I've been able to really see get under Klobuchar's skin is Pete Buttigieg. So yes, it is possible Trump could get under her skin, but he would have to take a very different tactic than giving her a nickname. He would have to do something very different than give her a nickname and go at that over and over again, because that's not something she would respond to. Now, the fourth person I just want to see in a debate with Trump, because actually, just because I think she would just chew Trump up and spit him out and leave him there.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard. She would destroy Trump. I'm sorry. She absolutely would. Yes, there's a lot that can be used against her. I know that. But as far as the message, as far as being well-spoken, as far as, very much coming off as, please, you think that touches me? Tulsi Gabbard would destroy Trump. So the top two actually for me would be Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang. I think would absolutely annihilate Trump in a debate. As far as coming off as collected, keeping their cool, and coming out of it without being ruffled. I think those two would do the best. Now, just for the fun of it, just for the hell of it, I still want to see, Marianne Williamson? I would love to see her debate Trump, just because I want to see her bring out the crystals and fight Trump with love. Because you know who I'm talking about, right? Yes. Okay. Just because I want to see her take out a crystal on stage and fight Trump with love energy. I just want to see that happen.
She gives him like a gift box of essential oils. She sages the debate stage.
Yes. That's just for my heart. I want to see that. That's just for my own love. I just really would love to see that. I also wouldn't mind seeing Trump just for the hell of it. Even though it has nothing to do with the politics whatsoever, I still want to bring back old Rosie O'Donnell. I would just love to see that take place. I don't know why. My heart aches for a lot of things right now. But interesting enough, when Biden and Trump go at each other, if things do continue on the path they are, and Biden does get the nomination, I still demand that one of the debates be out behind the bleachers, out behind the schoolhouse, because Biden made it very clear that back in his day, how you dealt with people like Trump, guys like Trump, is you took them out behind the school, behind the bleachers.
You know what's so interesting about that? Is, I don't know if you're aware of this. This was, I think, about a year ago. Paul Elam made a phenomenal video about Joe Biden and his history in regards to gender-based issues. And one thing that not a lot of people know about Biden... So before Biden was running as a presidential nominee, one of the things that kept popping up that was like his most relevant, his biggest relevancy in like the cultural landscape was showing up on colleges to promote these like stupid fucking Title IX rules about colleges basically witch hunting men who are accused of sexual assault. And he's like a champion of it. And he is just an absolute spineless fucking gynocentric cuck. And to me, it makes him like the absolute worst person ever. And it turns out the reason he is this way, he grew up in a household with sisters who would beat the shit out of him. Like he is a victim of female perpetrated, like domestic, like sibling violence. And
oh God, now I feel bad for him.
Yeah, and that's the thing, though, is that the way he's internalized it isn't the least healthy way ever. He sees violence as a solution to things, yet he doesn't he sees it as a gendered thing that men perpetrate against women. And it seems that he has like absolutely no. Oh my God, I just have to. Sorry, there's two things in the chat I want to read just before I forget. First of all, this is backing up a little bit, so just bear with me. I just want to outline very quickly the Clinton theory. There's three general approaches. She can either enter in like April or May and still get enough delegates to win at Super Tuesday without a brokered convention. That's one theory. Bear in mind that the delegates aren't bound necessarily. They can still vote for whoever the hell they want when doors open.
That's true.
Next thing,
true.
brokered convention. Brokered convention chaos, right? You have all of the Democrats are all spent, all beaten up, right? And then Hillary Clinton comes in fresh, and she's just reinvented her image. Why do you think the Hulu documentary came out this year, right? Why do you think she's doing all these interviews? It all hangs together very well. But this third theory is one that was mentioned in the chat that I had not thought of. That's very, very interesting. That Clinton is chosen as the vice president for Biden because they think that's more palatable than running Hillary Clinton straight up. And then they just have Biden removed from office due to his mental instability, right? Because who would doubt that,
Yeah.
right? Easiest conspiracy ever.
No.
Wait,
I'll be right
way
back
easier
to
than murdering
make
Seth
something.
Rich, right?
Yeah, no.
So I just wanted to get that out there. But then the next thing is,
Can I
if
build
were
on that
Trump,
real
I would
quick?
give Marianne office of the Magister of Crystals and Good Vibes. That's funny. That would be amazing.
Oh God, I just want Trump to give her an office as well, just because I just want her out there. I don't know why. I want her in the world just because she amuses me so much. So I just think Trump could use her too somewheres. But to go back to the Hillary VP thing, here is actually one of the things that I've heard discussed that I think actually is a valid point. So yes, if Biden really does obviously incompetent, she would step in and there she goes. She got the presidency. Now, but also Trump and Hillary have a history, a long history, a much more heated history than Biden and Trump do. So Trump is a dog with a bone and easily distracted by what aggravates him. So if Hillary as VP spends all her time pissing off Trump, his aggression is going to go towards her, his tweets, all that stuff, and Biden may not end up being the focus. So to an extent, Hillary being used as a VP could be used as like a shield where Trump is concerned, or at least a diversion. Like, hey, pay attention over here. Here's Hillary. You know you want to go at her. There you go. I mean, mind you, Trump has been known he can go after more people than once, but he tends to focus on a specific target for a period of time. And it's usually the ones that come after him the fastest, the hardest. So I don't know. I personally think that is a possible tactic. I don't necessarily think it's going to happen, but I do think it would be an interesting thing to see unfold.
It's just that the Democrats are in such a bad position right now that when we try to think of creative ways that they could try to take on Trump, like, we really are scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I know.
Yeah, it'll be like a bullfighting thing, right? Where Trump's the bull and Biden's the bullfighter and Hillary Clinton's like the red cloth. That could be kind of an approach. And like, I would not be surprised if they unironically, considered all these things.
Oh yeah, and I mean that's the thing is I talk to Democrats, I talk to people who are more left leaning, and outside of those posting on social media very angrily and then trolling and all that stuff, a lot of them are not very confident in this election. They're not. And I had a strong, Democrat friend message me recently about, how heck with what the Democrats are offering, I could see myself voting for Trump. And this is someone who has very much posted their despising of Trump. And here's the thing that I will even say, because people are like, oh, you love Trump and all this stuff now. I'm like, I still think that Trump is a condescending, egotistical asshole with the maturity of a toddler. Very much so. However, I will still vote for him over a freaking communist or someone who's very senile and cannot remember what state they're in or what office they're running for. Absolutely. And plus, Biden keeps digging himself deeper in regards to moving left. That's the thing. Biden, I don't think people realize, they keep referring to Biden as the moderate. Biden has moved far left on so many things that I actually don't consider him a moderate anymore. So, like, the Hyde Amendment. He says he wants to overturn that, which, are you familiar with the Hyde Amendment?
No, I've heard of it.
I am not.
Okay. Exactly. So this has to do with abortion. After Roe versus Wade, there were a lot of moderate Democrats, especially, who were still uncomfortable with abortion. So what got passed was the Hyde Amendment, which made it so that taxpayer dollars could not go to fund abortions, except for in cases of incest, rape, or the mother's life was at risk. So those were the only three, and they had to be proved. That is what the Hyde Amendment did. It did some other things regarding financing, but that was the main thing. So Biden supported this.
Isn't Planned Parenthood government funded?
Okay, so Planned Parenthood does receive government funding, But they cannot, under that law, use it towards abortion unless they can prove that rape, incest, the mother's life is at risk. So, actually, outside of those 3 incidences, it is against the law for tax dollars to go. Now, they can use that tax dollars to help people get, condoms, birth control, exams, because Planned Parenthood does do a lot of other stuff. It does mammogram. It offers PrEP. It does, Planned Parenthood does a variety of things outside of abortion. Now, it makes a lot of money off from abortion, but it actually does do other things. And that's what it really tries to rest on. And that's what the defenders of Planned Parenthood rest on is, well, Planned Parenthood does so much more, which it does outside of abortion. Now, it can use the federal funding it gets towards those other things. So, I mean, mind you, then you do have the thought process of, well, who's to say they're not skimming a little bit of it and going towards those abortions, But the law is very specific, and Biden was a supporter of that for the longest period of time, and it wasn't until just last year when a lot of Democrats, especially women, started speaking out against it. It came up on the debate stage, and Biden agreed that the Hyde Amendment had to go. So he went that far. Biden on guns, first of all, he's been very left for a while on guns, but he then put Beto O'Rourke. I mean, come on. That pretty much tells you where he is with guns right now. Biden's had a lot of things to where he may have been considered more moderate once, but he's not as much anymore. Even when it comes to the issue of immigration, he no longer, he has expressed in regards to illegal immigrants that, them being on, it was on healthcare, I think. He's still not open borders. Oh, no, it was it being a crime. And being sent back, people being sent back, that it would be a crime to illegally cross the border. He's focusing on what would get you deported is if you committed a crime and were an illegal immigrant. So he's trying to split that baby. But he has moved to the left on a lot of issues, but everyone still keeps calling him a moderate. And to be honest, the most moderate person on that stage at the end of the day, if you really follow a lot of policies, was at the time, the last debate was Amy Klobuchar. She really was the most moderate out of the crowd there.
Going forward, who's the most moderate? Because Trump's a business Democrat, and this is a reoccurring problem with Republicans. Is they're the exact same shit as Democrats, except minus 5 years or whatever. It's just it's stupid and boring.
But this could also be a reason why that Biden could still be considered a moderate, because the left, as far as some studies that I've seen, has moved very far to the left. Mm-hmm. So moderate could be redefined as much more left to the middle ground there these days, just because the average has moved so much to the left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, pretty much to Bernie supporters and to AOC supporters, anyone even slightly to the right of AOC or Bernie is alt-right. So, that definitely has changed. So I guess if you're looking at it from that perspective, then you could still consider Biden a moderate. But I'm thinking more in a traditional sense of a moderate, at least as regards its I'm thinking blue dog Democrat.
Sense where it makes sense, basically. Yeah, pretty much. I'm thinking blue dog Democrat, so that's where I am. If you're familiar with a blue dog Democrat, so to me, that's where I go as far as moderate. But I think the main question of if the Democrats can win is, can they get their voter base to vote for whoever, Biden or Bernie, after they butchered each other in the Democratic debate so much. They're fractioning. They really have to bet on people hating Trump so much, and there being more people that hate Trump than there are people who think about the candidate they're voting for rationally. Because right now, I feel like that's a big problem.
Well, that's why that's why you see the media and Democrats politicizing the coronavirus and the oil race that we have going on right now with Russia and
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Thank you. So they're in this, the stock market, it fell the most it's ever in the history of the stock market. It was like over 2,000. They actually had to shut down the stock market for 15 minutes just to hope people would gain some common sense when it fell. And, the thing is, though, is that they're trying to spin that but Trump has no connection to obviously what's going on between Saudi Arabia and Russia. Obviously, no connection there. And obviously, the coronavirus isn't his fault. Now, the administration did have a few hiccups in response to the coronavirus. They had testing kits that, there were some hiccups, malfunctions there. But at the end of the day, what's hurting Trump with the coronavirus is the fact he keeps going after the media every time they go after him. And that's not what America needs right now. What America needs is him when it comes to the coronavirus. He can go after the media on other things. Absolutely. But what America needs right now, a scared public needs in regards to the coronavirus, is to Trump just to lead and not make it into a battle with Dems or the media. So that's really what America needs right now, and Trump is hurting himself there. If he does that, if he stops making the coronavirus about a battle with the Dems and a battle with the media, he can come out as a leader, and people will see and obviously be like, yeah, of course, he can't help that the coronavirus hit and that the world economy freaked out because of it. Or he obviously didn't create this race, this oil issue between Saudi Arabia and Russia. Like, people will see this, but Trump needs to lay off that issue. He can tweet about other shit. There's a lot out there for him to tweet about. So,
yeah, no, I saw his recent tweet, and it's very silly to take like any sort of like strong take on it, because very often the correct answer is I don't know. The correct answer is we have to wait and see. That's what happens when you're doing unprecedented things. So. Yeah, he doesn't really have much to gain. I don't understand. I didn't get that recent tweet either. Although it was a little bit.
He has a lot of time to course correct on that. Like
he does. No, and that's the thing. He does have a lot of time.
Look at all the people who, like Bill Maher, like he's not in politics. I know he speaks to a lot of Democratic voters. Mm-hmm. And there was this instance, I think it was 2 years ago, where he basically said, "I hope there's going to be a recession, so Trump won't be reelected." And that doesn't sit well with people, because a recession means that people are going to have to suffer massively. And if there's going to be a recession because of the coronavirus, and the Democrats make the mistake of showing glee in hoping that this will help them, this will be used against them very efficiently.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But my concern is that will Trump use it against them efficiently like he should, or will he just make it into a battle back and forth of insults? Because like I said, a lot of the stuff that he goes after them on with tweets is amusing. Don't get me wrong, like when they say certain things or do certain things. But when it comes to the coronavirus, when it comes to that stuff, he needs to shut up for the most part. What he needs to say is, we are taking this seriously. We have our people working on it. We have the best people working on it. For crying out loud, the one woman he took on there, and I'm horrible with names, but she's the lead for AIDS research and all that stuff. So she's liked by both parties. So he has the right people in place, and he needs to let them speak, not himself. So what he needs to do is make a statement and then say, I defer to so-and-so. That's what he needs to do where the coronavirus is concerned, because this is one issue that he cannot troll on without coming off looking very unfavorably, even among his own supporters. Because this
might be the one thing he maybe is incapable of doing, is taking the high road on this one.
Yeah, and that will hurt him if he doesn't learn to do something, like even deflect, focus on the other things. Like I said, focus on the other things that are pissing you off about the media, about the Democrats. Okay, focus on those things. Just shut up about the coronavirus for the most part. I really
Honestly,
think he could.
just to clarify one moment, I don't want him to get reelected. I just don't want the people the Democrats are putting up to be elected either.
Yeah.
I want
Well, I mean-
Trump to get reelected just because I don't want Diamond and Silk to be sad. That's my number one. I'll feel sad for them. Those bitches are ride or die. They deserve to have whatever president they want. But I just wanted to say, okay, so I'm glad you mentioned coronavirus. I'm not, but since it came up, so Kevin, do you know why these streams are called the QuarantStreams?
No, I was.
So my situation, right? I've been living in Hong Kong for the last year and a half. Guess what? We're right next door to ground zero of the coronavirus, and it completely fucked up my work. So we got all this time off, and I decided to fuck off to America for a couple of weeks, and then headed back. And then my work told me, oh, since you left the country, maybe you got contaminated in America with coronavirus, therefore you have to self-quarantine for 2 weeks. And I'm like, fuck you, fucking
Funny.
assholes.
Like, I know this for several days, but it's still funny.
Yeah, I got magic surprise quarantines in case some of the fucking America, some of the Amerimut cucks fucking got me sick. But no. So if there's any more cases in Minnesota of coronavirus, it's probably my fault. So I got my fingers crossed. I'm keeping tabs on all the people I've
the
visited.
gays for spreading the virus again.
Yeah, I know, right? How typical, how stereotypical and tiresome for the gays to spread diseases everywhere. But anyway, so since I'm just sitting here, not spending any money and just retro gaming, I decided let's have QuarantStreams. So that's the loose theme of these streams, but I don't actually talk about coronavirus that much because I just want to forget it. But I also
we can assume that you're naked right now, right?
Yeah, I'm in just underwear. Usually I'm naked all day because then I don't have to turn on the AC and I need to cut down my electric bill. This is another funny thing, just in case people are interested in like my mundane lifestyle things. Like when I signed my lease, I've never had a place to do this where like there's a little meter outside of my apartment, and there's one for electric and one for water. And what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to like take the reading of it and subtract it from where it started when I first move in, and then calculate how much I owe, right? And I was like, that's way too much fucking work. Also, like, the landlord, like, she's getting the fucking bill, so she knows how much it is. So, like, why am I calculating it so that she can, like, she knows the number, right? So I figured I'm just going to pay her, like, an arbitrary amount of money each month. And then, like, if I underpay, she'll let me know. So I just paid an amount that I'm confident is at least the amount, and she's never complained. So my thinking is, I must have a surplus. I've probably given her, like, way more money for electric and water. And now that I'm poor, I'm going to actually do the math and, like, message her and be like, hey, so since November of 2018, I've been giving you $200 a month, which that's 200 Hong Kong dollars. So I pay, like, that's like $30 a month for my water and electric, which is, like, nothing. So anyway, like, I'm gonna do that calculation today. I'll do that. I've been like dreading this like basic math problem. I just can't be fucked to do it. So anyway, I'll be like, hey, it turns out I have a credit on this, so I'm just gonna not pay you electric and water anymore. Like, go fuck yourself. But obviously with a little bit more diplomacy. But anyway. So,
oh god, that's funny.
So now I'm segueing into like, what is this channel? Quick Sticks Productions is giving me shit in the chat, saying that my stream is not as interesting as the description of my channel. The fucking description of my channel is thoughts from an anti-feminist ANCAP atheist. Like, it's the driest fucking description ever. Fuck you. Like, how is no, this is not boring. Objectively.
It's also like, you're not promising anything, man. Like, it's...
Yeah,
I'm just telling you who I am.
Recipes or something, you know?
And I've been shitposting on my main since I was like 13 years old. So, very, very sloppy with the identity. If I'm people have accused me actually. I used to be in contact with a lot of people who were like pre-law because I was a mock trial kid, and I just did it for fun. They told me it was similar to speech and debate because they were fucking lying to me to trick me into doing mock trial. But I'm glad they did because it was lots of fun. But man, these fucking These law kids, they drive me insane. I was bitching about them on the last stream, so I won't elaborate too much. But one of them, he accused me of faking all of my positions, and I'm like, listen, bitch, you think that I'm acting and faking being an anti-feminist for like 5 fucking years straight on my main? Like, and of course, like, him as a lawyer, a professional sophist, cuck, fucking liar, piece of shit, you know, of course to him that's like nothing, right? Yeah, you're obviously just lying for 5 years. Why is that so hard? It's like, no, bitch. Like, and like, he can't argue with me. Like, if I can fucking prove anything. Anyway, this whole thing about anarcho-capitalism. The first thing, sorry, I'm going to ramble just a little bit just to unpack this. I'll try to go as quickly as possible. But the first fallacy is people view anarcho-capitalism as another form of government. And that's a categorical error. Anarcho-capitalism is something you have to a degree. You have it to the degree that humans are free. That freedom is expressed in something even as simple as choosing to do anything. That's the most basic quantum element of anarcho-capitalism. And unless you have absolute 100% complete control of every single aspect of a person's will, you always have some tiny amount of that freedom. And essentially that's what it is, right? So basically, you can measure different forms of government by the degree to which it allows this freedom to exist. And traditionally, the arguments against anarcho-capitalism are that if you don't have some form of government, and when we say government, that is that which is called government, which is a euphemism for a terrorist monopoly on arbitration, right? So the argument for statism is a faith-based claim. It is that we must have a terrorist monopoly on arbitration and dispute resolution services in order to have freedom. And it's a very, very stupid and arbitrary claim. It's a religion. It's the one true religion. That which is called religion is cosmetic religion because people don't actually believe it. I made a video called Reverse Pascal's Wager where I prove this, that's like my favorite video. People don't like it. People hate it. They think it's me. I get it. But, yeah, and I get it. People, they assume it's doomed or whatever. But here's the thing. If you were looking at airplanes, you would say this idea is retarded. You can't have, like, a big heavy metal thing that flies that goes against everything we know, all historical precedent, right? And you'd be totally right. Except, oh, here we go. It happens to work now, right? And it's a similar thing with anarcho-capitalism. Every single example of privatization, every single example of the free market solving problems is preferable to government. There's literally no exceptions to this rule, unless you're talking about, protecting pedophiles and being corrupt and forming gulags, right? And starting wars in places where you have no fucking business. Like, basically anything evil, you know, if that's what you're interested in, sure, you know, traditional government is great. But there's all kinds of different forms of government that you can have that are consistent with the non-aggression principle and that provide real government. Traditional government is anti-government in the sense that government could be said, you know, to govern, to control, to regulate society. We can have private dispute resolution organizations, arbitration, reputation, things like, obviously private property means you're allowed to self-segregate, to refuse service, to disassociate, and to ostracize, right? And these are all things that are much cheaper and much more efficient, and it's much easier to maintain order in that way. Government never pays for itself. It's never worth it unless you're basically a sociopath who's on top of it. And that's why the elites have tricked you into thinking government is necessary. So that's just my gish galloping quick little thing to it. The Quick Sticks Productions also mentioned something about, humans, they're inherently greedy and hierarchical. Hierarchy is not a bad thing. Okay, hierarchy is just distinction. All authority is based on hierarchy, and not all authority is quote-unquote authoritarian, right? You have people who are experienced, you have like a master and apprentice relationship, that's a hierarchy, right? Hierarchies form naturally, they are not inherently coercive, that is Marxist propaganda.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also human nature. I mean, this is a discussion about human nature in general that I get that even goes to a lot of the issues. Because I was in a debate with a leftist recently regarding, someone more left-leaning, regarding a specific issue. And I felt like the issue was obviously, so what the issue was, it was dealing with in California, because there was this case, I forget the specific guy, he had 2 black men die of overdoses in his home. and it wasn't, and he was using, it was seen as he's using his money, his power, and his influence, even among Democrats, to escape justice or escape the focus. Now, an article got published in regards to this that focused on rich white men taking advantage of poor black men. In regards to sex and drugs and all that stuff.
I talked about that. Yeah, I talked about it a couple days ago on QuarantStream 3 about the meth thing. I learned what a booty bump was. You know what a booty bump is? A booty bump?
I know what a booty bump is. Yes.
Oh, you knew before. You knew before. You're one of them. You're one of the white gays exploiting the black men. Wait a minute. Is your husband black?
No, my husband's.
No, sorry.
But did you learn from the article? Did you learn from the article, or did you know what a booty? I can't even say it with a straight face. Did you know before?
Okay. So I knew what that was from from shows that I've seen before, because I actually watched some like HBO shows when they came out later, and they do reference booty bumps in that. Like Queer as Folk was a show that was on long ago, obviously, and they actually reference that in an episode. I forget which episode, but I know it is referenced. So I've heard that term before. But in regards to this situation, I was thinking, because there is a history of wealthier gay men obviously using money and influence to get poorer gay men, especially the homeless young gay men, and bring them to their homes, take advantage of them through drugs and stuff like that. This does happen in the community. I've seen it happen and stuff. So I was like, if you want to address this as an issue, you can address it on a broader issue in general. I was like, if you really wanted to be smart and approach this issue, you would approach it from an issue of class, not a race, not from a perspective on race. If you wanted to,
that was actually my 2 cents on that. Like, how do we know, because they were so biased in this article? Yeah. How do we know this only happens to black
and it doesn't? But
gays.
That's the thing. It doesn't. And I mean, it's anecdotal, but I have a number of friends who very much on the scene, especially when they were new to the gay scene, to the bars, experienced that. Older men offering them drugs and money and drinks and all that stuff, taking them back to their home, to their houses, or trying to get them back to their house. Hell, I even experienced it myself when I was first out on, when I was younger and first came out and did go to the gay bars. So this is something that happens pretty much and often to a younger gay guy who is seen as attractive, especially a poorer one, when an older gay man knows that he's wealthy, knows that he definitely has more money. This is it's the sugar daddy, except the sugar is cocaine.
But honestly, just think about this whole Bill Cosby situation. Like, it's not even gays, rich gays that do this. Like, it's like when Bill Cosby is doing to this women, like, zippity zappity.
Exactly. Exactly. So my issue, like, first of all, I was like, okay, so let's keep this in the context of the gay community, because that's where he was very focused. I'm like, okay, so even if we keep it in the context of the gay community, it would make sense for you to come at the argument from an argument of class, not the racial argument, because, and his argument was, well, statistically, there's more homeless, people of color on the streets of LA than there are white, which there actually are. There's about 10 to 15% more homeless black men, young men out on the streets of LA than there are white. This is actually a statistical fact.
Is that per capita, or is that in raw numbers?
That is per capita in regards to LA, and then also what was the other reference? They did do a statewide too. But regardless, the numbers were a little bit more obviously in cities. So they did cities. So yeah, they did capita, and so there was a higher percentage. However, I was like, that's not the point. So yes, statistically speaking, a wealthy man looking to take advantage of someone who's poorer, a man who's poor, would probably have a statistical likelihood of more likely coming across a black man to take advantage of than a white man or any other demographic. So I'll give you that. But this article makes it sound like these white men have race in mind and are specifically going after men of color, not because they're statistically more likely to interact with them, but that they're specifically targeting them. Rich gay men in general are doing this. Yes, that one wealthy gay man, he does have a history of specifically being with black men. Yes, okay. But they then generalize that with all rich, wealthy, white gay men. All wealthy gay men. And I was like, but the problem is they don't have data where that's concerned to back it up. Yes, you have the data showing that there are more black homeless men out there, statistically speaking, but you do not have the data that wealthy white gay men who partake in taking advantage of these poor men are specifically, on average, more likely targeting men of color on purpose. You have no data backing that up. So this was the argument that I got into.
Class is much more logical. If you're poor,
is so much more
you are
logical.
more likely to be victimized by those people. And in certain parts of America, I don't know if it's all states, but black people are more likely to be part of that demographic. So if a wealthy gay man wants to victimize gay people from a lower class, he's more likely to find victims who are of a darker
and that was the thing, is that
assume that's racism there.
And that was the thing I couldn't get across to him.
Yeah, it's good to control for those other factors, because that is relevant. See, we didn't even get to that, right? Because we were kind of skimming through the article just looking for like data, because so much of it was just, here's a gay black hooker. Here's another gay black hooker who's addicted to meth. Here's another one. And I'm like, okay, you just found 4 gay black meth-addled hookers. And I'm like, this isn't data. This is 4 anecdotes. They have an incentive to lie. Why am I going to trust a fucking crackhead to tell me about the overall culture of a thing? It's like, these are people who, go cruising for drugs and sex, and it turns out meth is a bad thing. It turns out meth turns people into fucking zombies. I don't know if anybody, I don't know if this is news to anyone. Apparently there's news to these dudes. It was just
good news if it was like 1985 or something. Like this has been going on for a while.
Good year. That's the year I was born, 1985. Good year. No. I mean, exactly. That was the whole point. There was just the data. Now, mind you, this data that the guy argued with, the statistics regarding racial demographics with being homeless in LA and in California. What?
They were orphan stats. They didn't give us any comparison.
Well, no. That's the thing, is even the data that this guy who was arguing with me gave, he did not give me data from the article. He looked up data separately. So he didn't even use anything connected to the article. He looked up his own. And I was like, see, that's the thing, is even if this article referenced nothing that was relevant really to what they were trying to say. They didn't. It was majority anecdotal, as you said yourself. This was all about narrowing it as much as possible to get the most woke points, and honestly doing more harm to the issue than moving in any positive direction. And my argument with this is that the reason why you want to cast a broad net with something like that is because people in general are selfish and care about what touches them. Okay, that's just how people are. They care about themselves, they care about family, they care about friends. Like it just kind of goes out like the rings on a tree, ripples. And so what you need to do when you're trying to connect with people to discuss an issue, you obviously need to get it as close to home as possible. So if you make an issue just about one thing, so example, they made it about race. You're not going to connect as much as if you talk about the broader issue and talk about class. This was the argument I was making. And I was like, this is actually why at the end of the day, even though I will admit, having been an activist in the past, when we first started talking about intersectionality with dealing with issues, intersectionality in in premise is actually you see it as a positive. Well, you're trying to reach as many people as possible by casting a broad net. But the problem is when you use that and then you start focusing on those specifics of the intersectionality, you eventually end up with the oppression Olympics. And then you have a large disconnect from people who can't connect to the issue the more you narrow it. And that was the argument I was having with this person. So it was actually very interesting, and it was all connected to that article.
It just actually gave me a realization about some YouTubers I follow, where they take these articles with this orphan stats, they collect the numbers from the articles, and they do the research. It must take a sizable amount of time to find the actual statistics that have the same numbers, so that I will assume they were using this statistic. And I respect that very much. Like, these people deserve to get some donations. But, it's when you don't have the time or energy to do that, you should always revert back to what can be asserted without evidence should be dismissed without evidence, because they refuse to give you this link to the statistic or the study that they're referring to. Because that's just such a dishonest way to make a point, but just saying 35% of this or whatever. Like, that's just so lazy. That's just so cheap.
So I'm slightly lazy myself, I'm not going to lie. So what I do is I look up people who have looked up these stats, and then I watch their videos, and then I look at their information, and I look for the links to the stats, and then I follow that just to confirm that they represented the stats correctly. So I kind of, I will admit, I'm lazy to where I let other people do that work, then I double check their work using the links they provide. If they don't provide links, then I don't care about the numbers they give. But if they use a link to back up their stats, then I do that. And then what I would do, what I've done in the past when I did create my own content, is I would link their videos and reference them and say, well, they have the stats there as well. So I did do research. I just followed the research that others did and confirmed that they did the research, and that was my research.
I think that's perfectly fair. I think that's completely fair. Like, you did due diligence. You just looked if somebody else had already done the research. So that's very fair to me.
Yeah, so that's how I did my video, which I have to get. I haven't done a video in so long. I definitely do. I'm trying to my job has just been crazy. I've been switching up a lot of stuff. I know it's late to the game, but I want to do my own walk away video, because for me, walking away really was a long process in regards to the left, in regards to being a Democrat. It was not an easy thing for me, because, I was an activist for the majority of my adult life. I was there when phrasing started changing in the community, when the Q got added on a little bit more. I noticed the change from when it went to referring to trans individuals who are trans as referring it to as you don't identify as the gender. Well, first of all, it used to be you don't identify as the sex you were born. That was actually the wording back when I was first an activist in the community. Then now it's you don't identify with the gender assigned at birth. That is what the wording is now. So even for me, the evolution of the wording in regards to the community is quite fascinating. And having been an activist, I got to see that evolution. And a lot of the evolution is what has pushed me away at the end of the day. So even referencing like statistics, right? So studies about depression and suicide rates among gays. So you used to be able to find more studies that focused on individual segments of the community. So you could find studies that would focus on specifically gay men, gays, or it would combine lesbians and gays, homosexuals. And then you would find stats on trans. Okay, so the thing is, as acceptance in the culture for homosexuality became more widespread, the depression and suicidal rates among homosexuals started going down. However, even with acceptance growing for self-identified trans people, the suicide and depression rates had not declined. So what they started doing was they started combining the two together in studies. So I was finding less and less studies that would just focus on the individual segments of the community, and it tended to focus more on the community as a whole, especially when it was trying to instill the victim mindset and say, here, look at this. Because I was like, if you separate these stats, as they did in the past, it's an issue more connected to one part of the LGBT community than it is to the other. But that doesn't sell anymore, and they're trying to keep the community together. So the studies now focus on the community altogether, and therefore so do the arguments. So that's been an interesting change that I've seen as well in regards to the community and advocacy within the community.
But before I forget it, I just want to say something. I've thought this a lot of times, but I always forget to mention it on streams. I don't like the walk away term, because it's not you that are walking away from this group of supposedly similar minded people. It's them walking away from you. So you're in the same place that you were in the past, but they decided that the group should move to this other place, and you said, well, I kind of like where I'm at right now. So it's like more they abandoned me instead of walking away.
Yeah, for me, my journey is a little bit in the middle on that. If I am honest, I did start taking a turn more towards the leftist mindset. Then I got shocked out of it. And I think that was always going to happen. I realized that one of my hardcore personality traits that made it so I would never be a full-on leftist is the fact that I'm very stubborn in a way, and I'm also I can be very anti-authority. So when someone tries to assert their dominance over me, I don't respond well to that. And it doesn't matter if it's coming from the left or from the right. I'm like, no. And I will say one of the fastest ways, so a lot of people are like, well, conservative talking points corrupted you. No. Most of the left-leaning people I met, even people who still identify as moderately left-leaning or Democrats that don't like the leftists and the whole leftism and the whole woke and the whole SJW thing, what turned them against it wasn't conservatives corrupting them. It was being made targets of that left. That is what turned them. And that is also my experience as well. And for me, I always reference my personal, the first thing that started making me wake up and look at the left and what it was becoming was when I was targeted as well for making a post similar to posts I had made in the past. And for me, I had made a lot of posts over the years regarding Christianity and its relationship with homosexuality, going back a long ways in the church. I had made posts regularly and these criticizing it. And I had gotten likes and I had gotten shares and all that stuff from my friends and my more left-leaning friends. They loved it. The first time I started making posts, the same exact kind of posts, but instead referencing Islam, I, right off the bat, got told I shouldn't do that. I got told that it was racist, even though obviously Islam is not a race. I mean, the first Muslims I ever met myself were actually white, but hey. And it was, so this is what was interesting to me, is that was one of the first times that I had to step back and I'm like, wait, this is no different. I am making a post criticizing an organized religion and its relationship to homosexuality. The only difference here is that instead of Christianity, in this case, I am posting about Islam. And I got called all kinds of names right off the bat, even from people who had liked and shared my post prior. And that was one of my first moments where I was like, shit, something is crazy here. Something has just gone off the rails. So yeah, the left is full on responsible for all the people, for the majority of the people I feel who have woken up and walked away. I know you don't like it, but the walk away movement.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you
it's
saw
just
my
if you
video,
use it.
right? Did you see my walk away video?
I don't think I seen yours actually. No. When did you do?
I did a walk away video about maybe half a year ago, and I think it's very funny. It's sarcastic. I kind of am mocking the whole thing. I tweeted it at Brandon Straka. He doesn't like me, or he just ignored it probably.
Yeah, no, I guess yeah, no, walkaway videos, I know they've been done to death, but I just kind of want to put it out there. But for me, my YouTube channel was never about, and this isn't an insult to anyone who may know of my channel who's watching right now. My YouTube channel for me never was about me necessarily trying to get a lot of subs. I just wanted a place to vent. And I really started it as I started questioning the left. So for me, for me, my channel was okay. And none of my friends knew about my channel at first. It was just where I went on and I talked about what was frustrating me. And so if someone were to actually invest, now mind you, I don't expect them to, but if someone actually were to watch my channel from the beginning to the end of it, they would see a progression as I move further and further away from the left. And so to me, it was kind of just a place to vent. And I've been making less and less content the more and more I've become secure in having walked away from the left and at least called out the left for having gone nuts. So the more confidence I've gained, I've actually made less content. And now I'm actually involved more so in local politics, or trying to get more involved. And I even have a group that I started on social media for conservative leaning, everyone's invited, but I wanted a place, because a lot of the conservative gays, lesbians I've met recently, even some trans people in my area, they're still very timid. And we will be out having a gathering and talk, and I will express a viewpoint very confidently, and they'll look around like, oh my God, who heard this? And I realized that one of the benefits I have from having been more left-leaning was that I very much I didn't give a F who was around me. I didn't care who was hearing me express my opinion. That is something that I gained when I was more left-leaning, and it's kind of transitioned a little bit over as I embrace more of my conservative leanings. Is I will be out having a discussion and not really care. To that impact, I actually went out to a local cafe with a friend a while back who's a Republican. And mind you, there was a show in town. We have a big theater where I live, and most of the local cafes were crowded. So I took him to this other cafe, and it completely had slipped my mind that this cafe is run by a guy who is a full-on Bernie supporter. And he actually has like meetings on how they can get Bernie to win at this cafe. He does all that stuff, events there. But we went there, and I was discussing it with him, and he started looking around and getting so nervous. And then the cafe, the owner came over with a Bernie flyer and handed them to us. And I was like, oh no, thank you, I don't support Bernie. And he was just quiet. And it was it was just very interesting for me that at least, and I know this is anecdotal, I know there's many on social media, but the gay conservatives or even libertarians that I've met personally, I honestly want to say grow a pair, because they really seem terrified to show any confidence in the views they have. So
yes, it was very disturbing to me when we had a vote for anti-discrimination law in Switzerland a few weeks back. Most people who spoke out against adding gays to the law, which was originally established to protect Jews from anti-Semitism. The only people who really spoke out against it was conservative gay people, and they faced such hateful attacks that it was kind of ironic, because it was supposed to be like it's gonna be used to make hate speech against gay people illegal. And the people who were in favor of the law use a lot of hate speech against the conservative gay people. So, yeah, there's a sad irony there. But it's,
yeah. But
yeah.
Sorry, go on. No,
It's
go
just
on. I know I'm very
whole
verbose.
idea of like I said, maybe I didn't make it feels like the walking away is like if you're on the left, you're on a wagon going west in the wild west, and you're walking away from that wagon because I actually kind of like it here. This is where I wanted to be. You guys want to go over there? That's fine. I just don't want to be part of that. I'm just going to settle here where I feel comfortable.
I'm like, yeah, I want to settle here before this becomes the Donner Party, and we all, which it's becoming. You're all eating each other. So,
well, hey, we got one Donner Party advocate in the chat here. Anyway, so did you want to?
I'm not watching the
talk
chat,
about this?
so.
We have this funny article about pro-choice people firebombing themselves.
Yeah, I only read part of that because my phone died. But yeah, no.
There's a video here. We might boomer this up, but wait a minute. What is this? This doesn't look like. This looks wholesome. Is this even? This is old people trying food. Why is this here? Why is this here?
Delete this.
What is this Spanish? Visitar Tabasco y no comer. So let's see. I visited Tabasco and not eat totoposte. It's a sacrilege. Oh, to visit here and not eat the totoposte is a sacrilege. Why is? Okay, I guess this is actually related. What's totoposte? I know I have at least one person in the chat who knows Spanish because we ridiculed.
Can you write it somewhere?
Democrats before, huh?
Can you write it somewhere?
Oh yeah, I'll copy it. Oh, that's right, because I'm on potato.
I'm not accusing you of butchering the spelling, but I know some Spanish.
Shit, on a scale of 10 to a Democratic candidate running, I think I got at least a 3 or a 4. Could have done a lot worse.
I love how they always have to go Spanish, like at least the ones who have no chance. Like,
well, it works so well for Beto, right?
Spanish, that's so funny. Like, oh no, he started talking Spanish. I know some Spanish. I have to address the Spanish voters.
Okay, so this is actually very short.
Naturalized citizens or born citizens who have the right to vote. But
I'm gonna run through this real quick
like a fucking minority here.
All right, so it's a demonstration turned violent protest in Mexico City yesterday saw parts of the city flipped upside down by International Women's Day protesters. Protesters ransacked typically calm city spaces near the Metropolitan Cathedral as well as the National Palace, which is where Mexico's president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, commonly referred to as AMLO, resides. That's kind of cool. When you get a 4-part name, you get referred to as an acronym.
There you go.
So the video is of the president trying a dish in a place called Tabasco. Is that where Tabasco sauce comes from? Is it from Mexico? I never thought of that.
I hope so.
Yeah, they
probably
should get
credit, probably. Right? If it's not from if it's not from there, it's a reference.
they just love the sauce.
Yeah. Well, no, if it's not from there, it's probably named because of there. So, but whatever.
All right. Ooh, that dry cough makes me nervous. Ooh. The march was organized by feminist groups and, according to the government of Mexico City, brought out over 80,000 women. Many public landmarks were vandalized, including bus stations, monuments, and private property. The Hermosillo Cathedral was also destroyed, as violent protesters were seen smashing glass as churchgoers indoors used pews to blockade the doors. A viral video shows a protester tossing a Molotov cocktail at the president's residency, an attempt which swiftly backfired. The firebomb ended up hitting a feminist group. At one point in the video, a feminist protester can be seen with her pants on fire before quickly being doused with a fire extinguisher. Tensions in Mexico remain high as the country continues to go through social and economic woes. Gender-based violence is a particularly striking issue in Mexico. Press F or D or whatever.
Well, honestly, if their pants were on fire, I'm gonna assume they were lies.
Okay, so it estimated 10 women are killed in the country each day. We're gonna revisit that orphan stat. You always see the fucking orphan stat. So we'll revisit that. Yeah, you guys want to bet where this is gonna go? How many men in Mexico are killed relative to women? How much do you bet it's a number greater than 10? Like way greater than 10.
It should be like 95 to 99% men and the rest women.
Oh yeah, I'd be shocked. If it's anything lower than 90 to 10 ratio.
I mean, I see a lot of, when I do read an article in regards to another country, or whether it be in regards to feminism or whatever it may be, I do always try to keep in mind that it's a different context in that country, because there are some countries where like the old school feminism, or it's at least like, you understand why women are fighting something. But like, so it's interesting because if I read an article about feminist protests in America, I'm gonna read an article about a feminist protest in like Afghanistan very differently than I am one from, in regards to America. So I try to keep context in mind. I'm not as familiar with statistics out of Mexico regarding, the issues that women face or what's going on there. So
it's very popular in German-speaking media right now, the Mexican femicide or the Brazilian femicide. But they always compare the amount of women, like percentage of women, not compared to men being killed towards other countries. And I'm like, Brazil is the number one country of killing people in total numbers, like in absolute numbers. So I really want to know, are there more women being killed compared to men, compared to countries that are not as crazy? And it might be more women, but then again, I always have to circle back to, have you ever met a Mexican woman or a Brazilian woman? They have a fucking love for machismo. Like,
all right, guys,
you are not considered a true man if you are not somewhat, at least semi-violent to women. Like, if you're just a nice man, you probably don't get laid in those countries. So maybe there's a cultural component to that. I'm an asshole for saying that, but it kind of always feels like that to me.
Well, you're right. I mean, because here's the thing, is that the irony with a lot of feminists, even if you put it in the context of America, is that a lot of feminists, and I this is anecdotal, but even from the feminists that I know in my personal life, they talk about, toxic masculinity and men being this and men being that. But what's interesting is the men they end up with the most, or at least have sex with the most, happen to be the types of men that they bitch about. So that's the interesting thing with a lot of feminists that I've met, is they preach about against these certain types of men, but then those are the type of men that they most often end up with, at least sexually, if not dating. So and the men they end up dating kind of feel like they're just like a purse. They're just wearing it as they're wearing this man as a fashion accessory to back up their political views and their social views, what they say, even though on the side, many of them, I know this from, like I said, anecdotal from the feminists I know, have cheated on those men with the very men they say they disdain. So
yeah, this is also totally true for my experience in German-speaking countries. So it seems to be a trend.
So I found this off of Wikipedia. Their murder stats. 2019, they were on track to reach 35,000, which I don't know if all those numbers are in, right? But let's take that number. 35,000 divided by the number of days in a year. That's something like, oh my god, Actually, we might have been like on the money. I'm just gonna get my calculator so I don't embarrass myself. Let's see, 35.
100 by day. Like,
And we're gonna divide that by 360. Wait, 5 or 4? 364.
Well, 365 is the standard number, but...
Oh, it's only a leap year. Okay, you know what fucks me?
you can't go lower because there's a leap years. So,
yeah.
365.
Oh, it is 365 because they're saying, we only have 365 days until next Halloween. And then they correct them, 364. But no, guess what that comes out to? It comes out to 96, right? So 96, gonna subtract our 10 women per day, leaves it with 86 men. So shit, when we said 90, we were fucking close. So this is practically like if my math is correct, this is for every one woman, we're looking at nearly 9 men being murdered.
So, okay, I'm going to play a little bit of a devil's advocate there with this, okay? So,
homicides can be accidental, that's part of it.
Yeah, so that's actually what I was going to say, is the logical feminist, here's what they would say then. Those women, now, if you take it, those men, were they killed because they're men? These women were probably targets because they're women.
Right, of course.
So
because
I'm just going to take it to the next argument level. That's the next level of this argument. Just saying.
Well, and then the other argument, of course, is who's perpetrating it? It's the men, right? And you know, they're all about
so who's
things
killing
like,
who's killing these men? It would be who's killing these men.
Right. The same fuckers who are all about structural violence and institutions of systemized systems of oppression, right? Or all about this like bullshit, like convoluted stuff. You know, you talk about female proxy violence, and then they look at you like, oh my god, how dare you? Like, what a ridiculous concept, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
just think about this case in Brazil. Like, it was 2 years ago. There was a feminist politician who was knocked and killed on the street, and they framed it as a femicide, as a misogynistic, anti-feminist murder. But when the trial actually happened half a year later, it turned out the dude was just robbing and killing someone and didn't care who she was. They didn't even know who she was. So it wasn't an anti-feminist act of violence. It was just Brazil is a terrible country.
And that's the problem, is that the left has gotten to this point where every act of violence, whether it be, just an attack or it be a murder, if it happens to be one of their victim demographics, they jump to that before getting any of the details. And how many times have you had it where there was a violent attack on someone who was gay or someone who was black, and you do find out that actually didn't play a role in it. The problem is because they jump on it so much, and I used to jump on it a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, but then I wound up with egg on my face and I stopped doing that, and I got hate for doing that. My friends would post this homophobic attack, there's been this homophobic attack, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait for more details. How can you do that? There's been this racist attack. Okay, I'm going to wait for more details to prove that this race was actually the motive here. How can you do that? You must believe the victim and all. And I was like, oh my God. So that was one of the things that pushed me away too. I wound up with egg on my face. So I learned from that. My friends, they decide to just, mind you, once this case is proven wrong, they completely neglect it and pretend it never happened. If the truth comes out that it wasn't an act of hate, those articles disappear, and then if you bring it up, they get, and then you get blocked and called all kinds of names and traitor and all that stuff. But it's absolutely fascinating to me. But yeah,
it's a reoccurring theme in feminist and SJW style logic that their theories are unfalsifiable, that they're looking for their conclusion and then kind of going backwards, and reality's always wrong to them. I'm going to read the last 3 sentences of this article just for completeness sake, which was city officials did say that the majority of the protesters marched peacefully, and it was the masked petrol bomb-throwing radicals, officials say, that turned the situation violent. 7 people were arrested, and 13 were taken to hospital, reports EFE news agency. So there we go. That's, I mean, I don't want to cheapen it too much. I get, firebombs are like this is an issue. This reminds me of the Hong Kong protesters, right? Where everybody's like solidarity with them, and I'm like, dude, they turned a university into a no-go zone, and they were training people to throw firebombs. Like, that's like, and they're not even anarchists. They're advocates for democracy, and it's like, and then they're like, oh my god, I can't believe the cops brutally, savagely deported us to China. And it's like, the fuck do you think government is? Are you retarded? And the answer is, I mean, they're advocates for democracy. So yes, I thought Asians were supposed to be smarter than this, but whatever. My channel, I'm sorry, my channel's, we're a pro-China space in here. I'm sorry, China number one.
It's like this fucking story that they keep bringing up in German media right now, that where the Greek border guards shot some refugees, or actually migrants to be fair, who tried to attack them, and they say, oh, this is unacceptable. And I was like, from what I can gather, what the migrants did was a very dangerous physical attack. So they fired some warning shots, and then they shot a guy in the shoulder. Like, what did they expect they would do? If you use enough violence, they will just refuse to do their job and protect the border. Like, I'm not a fan of what they're doing right there, but that's not really an argument to say, oh, these tyrants. Like, they had a job, and they were
just let Darwinism handle it all.
Yes, welcome to Toto. Toto is our resident sissy boy trap.
I love how you introduced me that way, not like anything else.
That's a good title, right? I think that's a good title.
Okay.
Kevin's our resident dirty communist. Did you know, you probably weren't listening earlier, Kevin admitted to something scandalous. Kevin, tell him what you did.
Hillary voting.
Tell him what you did in 2016.
Excuse me?
In 2016, I voted for Hillary.
Satan in 2016, and not even in an ironic black pill accelerationist way, which I would actually accept at that point. I'm gray pill.
I need to bring this up with the council.
Not the race mixing kind.
It just proves that you are a very tolerant man.
Well, and I think that's why people are confused. I think a lot of people in libertarian circles, they're like, wow, you kind of seem to fraternize with a lot of like communists and Nazis and insane people and shit, and even religious people. Like we had good old Thomas Zog on, who is a Mormon. I love the Mormons. I'm an atheist, and I'm one of the dick atheists who's super mean to Christians. Kevin's a Christian. I'm surprised that you tolerate me, because I'm very rude. You know that's on my
Wait, when did I say I was a Christian? I said I was raised, my mother was raised Baptist, so I was sent to church, but I'm not Christian myself per se.
You said you were not religious earlier on the stream, and I brain fart. I don't know why, in my head you seem Christian. maybe just kind of nice. Well, you're kind of wholesome. I think that's it.
Yeah, no, well, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, yeah, I'm just not a fan of organized religion. It falls in line with me growing more and more critical of government. So because I very much come to view organized religion as a government anyways. So wow. That tends to be that those are going hand in hand as I become more and more seeing wisdom in smaller government. It falls under religion as well, to be honest. So yeah.
But yeah, we all know, like you talk about how you make a post critical of Islam and it makes you double think. I'm just fucking every day. I'm just bashing on the Christians, bashing on the Muslims, bashing on the Jews. I just make sure I do it equally so no one can accuse me of anything.
No.
That's very confusing to me. Like, how did
I'm pretty sure people accuse you regardless, Spacepan.
Yeah, it's amazing anyone tolerates me.
Kevin, is your name Kevin? I'm very bad with
Well,
names.
I mean, on
the
YouTube,
liberal hammer.
The liberal hammer. So most people just call me Hammer.
Why the fuck could they justify refusing you to be part of their group when you started criticizing religion that is much, much further behind on any kind of gay acceptance. Like they actually throw gay people off of the
surgery
Yeah, in Saudi Arabia.
taking place because Saudi Arabia. And mind you, you have idiots like that Riley Dennis who promoted it.
Riley
as being
Dennis.
progressive with trans. I know.
Oh my god, I remember that.
I haven't watched Riley Dennis in forever, but Riley Dennis, I don't even know if Riley Dennis has a channel anymore. I don't know.
They got bullied off YouTube, yeah.
I made a response video to Riley Dennis about a year and a half ago, and I haven't looked at the channel since. Maybe it was
But
maybe they
really
saw
need
my
to bring
video,
up-
and they're like, "This is the last straw." Like, this is one too many.
I'm gonna
shitty
drop
response
a
videos.
orphan statistic on you guys because I can't remember where I saw it. In England and like in the UK, they interviewed
13%?
Muslims, and they said 95% of Muslims think that being gay should be punished by prison or death. Like,
I know.
yeah.
Well, yeah, when you bring in a
I know
shithole
the
culture.
statistic. I'm not invested enough to look it up right now, but I know the statistic you're talking about. I remember reading probably 3 or 4 articles on that. I don't remember the exact source for that. And like I said, I'm not invested enough at the moment to Google it. But yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I think it was. They did I know it was at least a public survey where they asked a number of Muslims in the UK their views on homosexuals. And yeah, the majority, by and large, I don't recall if it was 90%, but by and large, the majority of Muslims did favor either imprisonment or death for homosexuality. That is accurate. I like I said, I don't know if it was 90%, but it was the majority.
Only for the males, because the lesbians are hot.
No, actually, surprisingly, they're pretty basic across the board with that. Believe it or not, that's one area where
Are they actually consistent?
They are pretty consistent.
Yes, because they do the transitional surgeries. They do the transitional surgeries for lesbians too. So
wait, God, how the fuck would they do that? Fuck.
Maybe
Yeah,
them it's
we all
like,
know how the sausage is made.
you know, become human, maybe transitioning to male.
Burger patty meat or something.
I just want to throw this out there, though. The argument I make, it's a very unpopular argument, but I make a guilt by association argument. Because with religion, you know, it's a voluntary choice. You're choosing to associate with a religion, and, you know, people will say, oh, well, that's not my version of the religion. And I'm like, okay.
Muslim man.
So, Spaceman, I got a more difficult question for you because I'm just curious because you use this wording a lot. I'm gonna say, have you ever made a popular argument out of curiosity?
Wow, I'm feeling attacked right
No,
now.
I'm just curious. Has there ever been an argument where you fought on the popular side?
Yeah, it's a good point. I'm kind of like on accident. I always seem to have the least popular view. I mean, I guess anti-feminism became hot shit. You know, but like it's like this basic bitch anti-feminism where everyone's like an egalitarian and like feminism was fine, and then it went off the rails with the third wave. And I'm sitting here like, no, it is now, always has been cancer. Feminist, like feminazi is a euphemism for feminist. Yeah, the level of dehumanization and evil perpetrated by patriarchy theory would make Nazis blush. I legitimately believe that. By dehumanizing half of all human beings throughout all of human history, they've demonized like more human beings than any other ideology. It is the worst, most vile, most hateful, most destructive ideology. Really, it's based on gynocentrism. That's the real enemy. And then, of course, I have the unpopular, semi-white-pilled task of believing that humans can transcend gynocentrism, mostly through transhumanism. Which that's a point where many people would disagree with me and instead would go kind of the more traditional route, which is, you know, restore the patriarchy, keep your pan strong. And I endorsed that rhetoric just to kind of make the terms clear that if we're not able to solve these problems, that is the only alternative we're looking at. Obviously, as a gay person,
but you would be like me, like you refuse the label of contrarian. Like, you're not just against these things because it's popular.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if all your views suddenly became the popular views, would you argue against them?
Oh, that'd be funny. Well, I'd probably find some other stupid nitpicky thing, right? It'd be like the color of the fucking flag. right? I'd be like, it needs to be yellow, and they're like, that's it. Like, fuck you. Yellow can't be your favorite color. That's the least popular color.
It makes me think of that episode of Family Guy where Brian becomes a conservative.
Yeah,
and it's because everything liberal is popular now. So
what's the dude who
Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh was he's featured in that. Yes, and
true conservative. You're just doing this because it's against the current flow of things.
Well, and that's why people don't know if I'm for
Rush
real.
Limbaugh was the hero of that episode. It was so weird. They wouldn't do that these days. It was so fucking weird.
Oh god, I know. That was so interesting.
Yeah, like, I don't blame people who show up and then they're like, oh, this person must be playing a character or is a joke or whatever. But then, like, if you look at my channel, look at any of my social media, it's just, like, a clearly documented, very consistent trail of me saying all these things. So, like, if I was playing a character, I'd probably have to make it a little bit funnier or something, right?
So they're not just accusing you of being a fake, but they're accusing you of being an unfunny fake.
Yeah, right. Like I made it just unfunny enough to.
That's
that
just
like,
very insulting, if you ask me.
Whatever.
So I mean, it is interesting though, because I mean there are a lot of discussions. Like obviously, you know, I was actually for a while I was on a radio show called Mago One Radio.
Yeah, you Valen, and Melissa.
No, Valen wasn't on that with me. Valen dropped off from that.
Okay.
Valen's a whole different situation. He blocked me on all social media.
Yeah, he blocked me too. I don't even know what I did. I know that Prince got in an argument
probably
with him.
It's probably guilty by association.
That's probably it.
Valen got mad at me for not defending his honor in a post and then just blocked me. And I even sent him a message because I knew he was once, you know, he and Prince once. So when Prince passed away, I actually sent him a text. Never heard anything back from that. Valen just completely ghosted because I didn't defend his honor in a post. I expected him to be able to handle his own shit. And instead of, you know, disciplining the person that was coming at him, mind you, he was going after that person. I wasn't disciplining them either. I wasn't disciplining him either. He got mad at me and blocked me, so I was like, okay, whatever.
Well, he's a skinny blonde twink, right? So he's the gay equivalent of the fair maiden. So he should expect
skinny blonde twinks.
Well, that blonde isn't natural, trust me. But regardless, it was amusing. So yeah, he blocked me. But no, it was actually Melissa Carley. I did a show called Straight Ish Talk, and we actually then did an episode where we were with Ranting Monkey, and that was interesting because I mean I'm critical of feminism. It's kind of like what you were talking about, C-SPAN, is that I'm critical of feminism more in a modern context. I do see where people are arguing the point that feminism was always going to lead here. Pretty much, I understand what that argument is. However, when I know this is anecdotal, but when I think about there's discussions about the 19th Amendment, women should just never, some people saying that women should never have been given the right to vote, that was a horrible decision. I mean, I know a number of women who are very smart when it comes to politics and who are very counter to the feminists this day and age. But I understand. I just want to note,
though, all of those women, if they're smart, they can do a cost-benefit analysis in their head and realize that repealing the 19th will result in their will having more influence, right? Because they're severely outnumbered by the retarded women.
Well, yeah, that's an interesting. Well, no, one of the interesting arguments I had heard is that, especially during that time, a lot of men were influenced by the women in their lives in regards to policy. But it's still, because it's the idea of you had to go home and, the men had to go home and deal with the women that they could piss off, in the political arena. But I still, at the end of the day, there's a lot of things where it does, and I have challenged it a little bit. Well, I've challenged it a lot. I with a few other YouTubers were asking, okay, well, do you believe this for your daughter? What do you have for your daughter? Like, just asking genuine questions in regards to the women in their life, because it's easier to make that statement. But I do ask them, as far as the women in their lives, whether it be wives, mothers, daughters, do they think that those women shouldn't vote or shouldn't have that as well? Just because I'm curious if they have those views when it's brought personal, because it's easier to have an abstract view. It absolutely is easier to have that abstract view and to just put it out there. But when it's made personal, that is kind of that test. That is the purity test of your view on something, is how you express that view when it's made personal, as opposed to when it's an abstract view. So yeah, no, that was an interesting interaction on that stream, because I definitely met.
It's a good test. It is a good test. I'll say though, the argument isn't so much that like women are inherently dumb or inherently immoral or inherently inferior, because most people who are making the repeal the 19th argument, the appeal is that, the basis for having suffrage in America, at least, it was no taxation without representation, right? They're saying, if you're going to tax us and force us to pay for this garbage, we have to have it like some kind of way to influence the government, right? So you have the male standard, no taxation without representation, and then the female standard was just, how come no representation, right? And it's like, bitch, you're not paying taxes. Like, and that's still the case predominantly. So most people, what we're arguing for is that if we're going to have suffrage, which, to be clear, my standard is suffrage is evil, democracy is just a gang rape, nobody should vote, voting is evil. But if we're going to have voting, at the very least, it should be limited to net taxpayers. And that's just common fucking sense. Like, if you advocate otherwise, you could never do this in any other context, because there's like a clear conflict of interest. And it's crazy because that's considered such a radical standpoint, but it's common sense in every single other circumstance, and this is always the case with government.
But actually, I was thinking about this today because for some reason, like, yesterday was World Women's Day, and it felt like yesterday because Swiss television has made it a major topic of every news presentation for the last 365 days.
I did not know until I saw a post today, and I was like, "Oh shit, what?"
It's again like it feels like yesterday, and then today, because they're run by feminists, so that's why I felt like yesterday was a topic every day. Today they were doing this thing like, oh, most people who take time off their job to take care of children after they have children are women, as if there's no biological aspect to that. They are still women. And they're like, yeah, I've never seen a man breastfeed. I mean, maybe that's physically possible. But
actually, that's a whole different discussion for a different day. But go on.
But it was just like, so we're like, they interviewed one woman who apparently her job necessitates her working 100%. So that's why she had to be a stay-at-home mom for at least half a year. And she was complaining about it. And after I saw that, I was like, why don't they ever ask the women who take time off their job to take care of their children for at least 6 months if they did that out of their own volition? Because they might have chosen that for whatever reason. They always interviewed a woman who says, oh, I really hate this. I wish I could get back to my job, but it's just not possible because of this situation. Like, my man makes more money, so this way we can afford this. Like, why don't they ever ask the women who actually want to take? Like, they must still exist, right? With all the feminist propaganda, they must still exist.
No. The women you're describing are those women. They're just lying. They're just like making up an excuse. Like, oh, it'd be really great if blah blah blah. Because the grass is always greener. It's always a monkey branch. It's always hypergamy. It's always Griffith's law. And like these things have to be stated clearly if we're gonna fix them.
So, Space Fan, I actually have an interesting, because I don't think I ever got your opinion on this or have seen your argument with this. So, it was one of my first times where I butted heads with a feminist. And mind you, that's another thing. Once upon a time in my life, I actually identified as a feminist. So now I butt heads with them on pretty much a daily basis. So one of the first, because I will split hairs, and I will absolutely, because I'm big about context and being honest, was the discussion of the pink tax. So I remember, are you familiar with the pink tax?
Yeah,
Sadly
it's
so.
a terrible
The
Yeah, women
pink
wanting
tax.
more fucking.
Well,
Women wanting.
no.
Go ahead.
It's basically like, for example, one of the big focuses on the pink tax. One of the biggest issues is taxes, tampons being taxed, right? Because they're necessity, for women. The idea of like pads and all that stuff being taxed. So I got into, now this is where I'm nitpicky as fuck, and I can be, I'm not gonna lie, I got into a debate with a feminist, and she was referring to it as a tax on women. And I was like, no, it's a tax on feminine products. And she goes, no, it's a tax on women specifically. And I'm like, okay, so my question is then, if a woman goes into a store, grabs this box of tampons, goes up and purchases it, she gets taxed. Okay, now the only way this could be a tax on women specifically would be if a guy went in for his girlfriend or whatever, maybe for himself for some reason, I don't know. If went in and grabbed that same box of tampons and then went up and didn't get taxed when he purchased it, that would be a tax on women. So it became this huge thing where I remember it was one of my first times really triggering a feminist, and it was beautiful. And it was also when I realized how much fun that could be, because I would not give in with the context, because she kept using that wording, a tax on women. And I was like, I will give you a tax on feminine products, but that's then saying, well, there's products that are for men primarily too, but they're still taxed. So this became a huge thing, because I would not give her that wording, and she wanted it. She wanted to be able to say, and she wanted me to accept it, that it was a tax on women. And I was like, no, it's not.
It sounds like she's just complaining that women have fucking periods, honestly.
It's a stupid argument
That's actually
on so
what
many
it
levels.
fucking comes down to.
So I guess we'll
Yeah.
quickly break it
She
down.
is
It's an interesting
sexist.
approach. I will argue
She's
though.
fucking sexist.
Yeah, I just want to say though, like this argument that if the man buys the tampons for his girlfriend, he's going to pay the tax, right? It's a little bit similar though to that Futurama episode where they have in their contract like something that says all female employees must like wear this or whatever.
Yeah, I remember that episode.
And then they're like, wait a minute, what's in the men's contract? Like, well, it says all female employees must do this, right? So they're arguing, it's the same, right? So it's a little bit similar to that, but honestly,
not exactly, because the tax. The text doesn't specifically mention sex, but yeah, no, I get it. It is amusing, right. And I think that was kind of the point of that episode a little bit, was to play off the idea of that.
So the thing is that if it's going to be this cost benefit analysis thing, like you'd have to put it into context, and if you really do that T chart, women don't want to see that T chart of men paying for women shit versus women paying for men shit, right? Like the amount that men spend on women relative to what women are forced to spend on themselves due to like a gendered thing. Even if you try to factor in all this bullshit, like well, beauty standards are a social contract, and I'm forced to wear makeup, right? Like even if you grant all of that, like just the amount of money that's ganked from men via taxation to pay for women's bullshit is way, way, way outweighing that to like an insane degree. So hey, I'd be all for it. Like let's do free subsidized tampons, and then we're gonna get rid of all the other fucking programs that are pro women, like WIC and shit.
Yeah, but also the men would save a lot of money, because they always do this like jump of logic, because most money is being earned by men. The net taxpayer is male, but most spending decisions are made by women. So if they make so little money, how can they make most of the spending decisions?
Yeah,
Well,
that's a smoking gun argument. But the other thing too is they'll argue that what was it? Oh, yeah, they'll argue that there's unpaid labor, right? That's the famous like second wave argument. Is that it's like, well, I wiped my baby's ass and did the dishes, and I don't see a red cent of that capitalist coin because of that. It's this Marxist entitlement that like if you have a childlike brain, it's like logical to you. But once you're in triple-digit IQs, it's like obvious that that's like you're choosing to do that because your family sees the immediate benefit, and you get to live rent-free and have someone buy all your shit for you.
Well, I'm not going to lie. That was actually one of the arguments that Andrew Yang had in regards to the UBI when referencing his wife and their two sons, which one of them he has autism. So that actually I have definitely seen that argument made. But what's interesting statistically speaking, though, because you mentioned about men still being the net earners and the primary income earners. I'm curious to see over the next couple of years, though, in regards to that statistic, because especially in metropolitan areas, women are actually making more than their male counterparts, and women are also at a higher rate of achieving college education. So I am curious to see the full impact of that and how the feminist approach will adjust with that. Once that statistic has a couple years to set in a couple more years, because it's
once enough old people die in the right now, I think like 20 to 30-year-old women out earn their male peers, and it's like depending on the country, it's about 2/3 female college graduates. This will have an impact in the future, indeed.
Well, it's already having an impact in regards to, this is one of the, I must be in the middle of a lot of fights on Facebook. I got notified that I have 41 notifications. I'm always starting some shit out there. But what's interesting is that, for me with that is it's already showing a little bit in regards to relationships, but structural relationships, but you won't find a feminist who will really be honest about that. Here's what became my biggest issue with feminism at the end of the day, was that so for example, I used to watch a lot of shows that would have like female warriors when I was younger, right? Even Xena, Warrior Princess and stuff.
Even that cheesy show, yeah.
But
I did too, though.
Yeah, but yeah, it's cheesy. Like looking at I'm glad they didn't get the revamp going, because that would have been just awful. But one of the things though for me, because then I watched like Supergirl. I actually tried to watch a couple episodes. Someone recommended it, and I was like, this is just complete freaking trash. Especially when she beat Superman, and they said it was legit, and I was like, I'm a. So I think about this because I'm like, wait, Kryptonians, the longer they're on Earth and exposed to the sun, the stronger they are. So even if you took into account, like biologically, say female Kryptonians had a physical advantage to male Kryptonians, the fact is Superman was on Earth so much longer. So I went into this whole analysis and I just, went in circles in my own head. But regardless, I was like, here's the issue that I have is, for me, what I realized was, because I was like, I'm bitching about this, but I liked earlier shows. And here's what I realized. The strengths of women in the past and a lot of the shows that I liked didn't come at the expense of the men. The men were still strong. And that's what I realized I don't like about a lot of shows now. It's not that they have strong women. It's just they make the men weak and pathetic in comparison. Yes. And so I realized that's what I don't like.
Which is with the Xena example. There were many crossover episodes with Hercules.
Yeah, and he wasn't.
They always avoided making a direct comparison between her strength and his, because that would have diminished one or the other. And now they always make the men weak in the empowering shows.
Yeah, you never in those things. Hercules was never made a sniveling guy hiding behind. He wasn't like he didn't suddenly become Joxer, right? When they did a crossover, Hercules was still Hercules. They didn't have to take away from Hercules to boost Xena up. Xena stood on her own. And that's my problem with the female superheroes and all that stuff that they have today, is that these females are strong at the expense of men, not standing beside men. And that's why I find it to be just something I really can't, palate anymore.
Why don't we get like female like characters that use their intelligence instead of like, super strength?
Yeah, we
would
do
actually
some
be
of that.
very
Right?
cool.
Women are. We see people don't
It'd
like
be
that. They don't like the
super cool.
conniving woman, the conniving, scheming woman who poisons people, even though that's, that's historical.
Yeah,
It
I remember.
came back in after Batman comics switched from Tom King to I don't know the guy, the Fourth. Like this dude is actually called the Fourth in his family title. I don't know what kind of fuckery is about that, but Batman was shit for 4 years. I still kept reading it because I really like Batman, and now it's good again. And now women are using wits to be effective. They're not just superior, and the men are not sniveling idiots, and everybody loves that shit because now it makes sense again.
Well, the other thing too, though, is like they don't just. It's not that they make the women barely stronger, right? It's that they come in and they're Mary Sue's, right? It'd actually be kind of neat to see like a strong female character, right? But like the entire time she's like a fucking loser, and she's always stressed out. She's always just barely losing, barely scraping by, always struggling. She's sitting here like, why can't I focus as much? Why am I so weak? Why am I doing? And then like she just perseveres again and again, and eventually she just barely by the skin of her teeth just triumphs at the very end after like an entire long saga of being like second place and being a loser, right? Then eventually she beats that trans woman athlete at the very end because she rose above it. Like, that'd be cool. And that would be female. That would
You
be
kind of
empowering
want to
to
root
women.
for a person that is struggling.
Yeah, and it'd be realistic. It'd be realistic too.
Yeah,
in a way,
it's the
right?
underdog. The underdog.
But that actually reminds me of something I wanted to say earlier.
Yeah.
Because I actually it was not my plan. I got a Jewish lesbian woman to leave Discord because we were arguing about Batwoman before the show even came out. And she said it's very
Specifically
bad.
Jewish lesbian?
Yeah. She was very upset that the woman who is playing Batwoman is only lesbian and not Jewish as well.
Oh,
Like that was a huge
That's
problem.
just creepy.
And it was like I was just saying, she's an actress. She could even be straight. If she fits the role, she could play a lesbian Jewish woman. And she got really angry about that. And then she just rage quit because I had arguments about actresses and actors being able to play people that they are not in real life. Because this is an outrageous concept, right?
It's called acting.
That's acting. Yeah. And it was so fucking weird because she got so angry at me. It was just like, does it even matter? And then she said, "Oh, but also Batman is Jewish." And then I actually got into the comics because they rebooted Batwoman in 2008 or 9 to be a Jewish lesbian woman, which she was not until this point. And she now is also the cousin of Bruce Wayne on her mother's side. And it's Martha Wayne is now a Jewish woman, so Batman is a Jew.
Was she born from like the corpse of her like mother who's got holocausted or something?
Well,
she like
okay,
that?
so no. Okay, so what's interesting?
I crawled out of the ashen womb.
So
There was
Batwoman. Okay,
retcon. You can't just turn Batman Jewish because you want a Jewish lesbian Batwoman that is also more closely related to Batman. Like that doesn't make any sense.
I think
Also,
that
should Batwoman be Chinese?
Yeah, it also doesn't make sense because if you remember, Batwoman was introduced as a love interest initially because of the public viewing that Batman, the character, was gay. So Batwoman, ironically enough, was introduced as a love interest, and then now they made her the lesbian. So there's an irony to that she was introduced to deter people from thinking that Batman might be gay, and they made her the lesbian. So that is actually an irony in and of itself. So the fact that she is now, so the fact that now it's not only is she a lesbian, but she is his cousin. That's a whole nother, like, wow, from her initial purpose as a character. But yeah, no, I do find that amusing. Which there was a Batwoman movie made decades ago. It's in another language. I saw like a scene from it. It was like made during like the 70s or some shit. It was amusing. But yeah, no, I think it's in like Spanish, or I forget what language it's in, but I saw like a clip from it. It was interesting. But yeah, no, furthermore with the characters, with Batman and all, with Batwoman. So you want to know an interesting twist that I bring that up when they say that, when they get pissed about, like, for example, a straight actor playing a gay role, especially when it comes to gay men. I'm like, okay, so if we're going to follow this, then does that mean that gay actors should only be able to play gay roles? Because if you want to talk about people playing to their identities, and that's all these actors can do now, which they're no longer really acting to some extent, then gay characters should only be able to play gay characters. Gay actors should only be able to play gay. Trans actors should only be able to play trans. And so these are the only roles that then again, wealthy, poorer actors should be the only allowed to play like poorer characters in movies. Like, I mean, how far are we going to take this? And when you bring that argument up, oh my God, do they flip their shit. It's great.
Yeah, it's never applied consistently. But that's part of the whole standpoint theory and oppression Olympics and everything, is that the oppressed don't play by the same rules. I was going to try to transition to this article because it's all the rage these days. And I thought, ooh, if she's a Jewish lesbian, that'll be the perfect segue. So I checked her Wikipedia just now, and she's not a lesbian, and I don't know if she's a Jew by birth, but she did marry a Jew. She married Mark Silverstein, so I was kind of close. But Busy Phillips, first of all, who's named Busy?
Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, go on, but Jesus fucking Christ, no.
Oh, God, Busy Phillips. Oh, my God.
So she was in Freaks and Geeks, which is amazing. Dawson's Creek, which I haven't watched, which looks like garbage. ER, which I haven't watched because it looks boring. Cougar Town, which sounds like garbage. The Smokers, haven't heard of. Homeroom, haven't heard of. Maid of Honor, heard of. Looks like shit. He's Just Not That Into You. The Gift, I Feel Pretty. Looks like all garbage except for White Chicks, which is a masterpiece. I'm assuming she played one of the black dudes. Was she one of the? She looks like him, right? She looks like one of the black dudes. Maybe.
I don't even know if you're joking because I only saw that movie one time.
Yeah, I know, right?
She played one of the idiot friends. Like she was. Sorry, my cat keeps chewing on my wires. Apollo, no.
She is such a character, though. So she wrote a memoir about how she was raped at age 14 by her then boyfriend, whom she refers to as Trey. So I'm guessing he's black. You wouldn't refer to him anonymously as Trey if he wasn't black. Sorry if that's a hot take. And then she decided it was rape decades later. So this is the very typical feminist. And guess what? She owes everything to abortion. She has a beautiful life because of abortion.
Yes. Okay. So this actually, sorry, I actually recently made a social media post about this because I have always actually taken a very middle of the aisle. Personally, I do not believe in abortion. However, I've always been very critical of the government getting involved with what, adults can do with their own bodies. And I know, to me, I've honestly always saw the better way to address abortion is through, because I'm sorry, abstinence only morons think that is like a legitimate way to approach sex when it comes to youth. That's just my personal view, because even back then with culture norms, teenagers were still screwing on the side. The difference is if they got pregnant, they felt pressure to marry. So there were a lot of weddings that conveniently took place, and a baby was born less than 9 months after that wedding. I honestly think sex education, because statistically speaking, STDs, teen pregnancies are higher in areas where sex education isn't as prevalent. Now, mind you, I think it should still be voluntary. The parents should sign off on it. I also think another way to approach abortion is more about spreading materials on adoption options and all this stuff. So that's generally how my view is. However, so for me, because I know women who have had abortions, I'm sure most people probably do at least know one person, but I actually know a conservative-leaning woman in my own family, and even though I disagree with her decision, I wouldn't kick her out of my life or view her as this monster per se. And a lot of the women who I do know who have gotten abortions, they saw it as more difficult. They still struggle with that decision to this day. So it's reflective of where the Democrats once were on the issue of abortion. Now, I know we talked about the Hyde Amendment earlier, but even on that, there was a time when abortions were described as something that should be safe, legal, and rare.
Yeah.
This is what the Democrats used to preach. Now, and then women who got abortions would talk about how it was a struggle for them, how they did it because of this reason, because of a deformity, because of rape, because of this, even though those are usually the minority of reasons statistically speaking. But regardless, these would be the women, the abortion, the pro-life, the pro-choice side would put these women up. Now you have women shouting "Yay for abortion!" You scream "Yay!" if you're a woman who had an abortion. Scream "Yay" to trans abortions. This is what happened during that speech where Chuck Schumer got in trouble for the whole threatening of the Supreme Court, the justices. But regardless, it was at that same event, and that's where Busy spoke as well. And I was like, the faces they're putting up now, that is absolute fucking evil in my mind. That is just abortion gave me my car, it gave me my house, it gave me my job. Really? Those are the arguments you're putting up now, when your arguments used to be, it was a struggle for me to make this decision, but I made it because of so and so. Now you're doing it for material gain. That's your argument you're starting to put up. That is evil as fuck, and you're going to have a lot of moderates start to flip on you if this is what the pro-choice side is doing.
Yeah, it's optically retarded. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing too. Is Matt Christensen and Blonde on their show, Beauty and the Beta, which do you watch that one, Hammer?
Beauty and the Beta? What?
Yeah, oh my god, I'll link it to you. It's an excellent podcast. I think you'll like it a lot. They're one of my favorites. Every week they have a proper show. They do they do call-in shows too, and those are fine. But they're I think their show, it's I'd put it in the gold standard of streaming. I wish that my streams were as put together and good as theirs, but. They're a little bit more. They're more professional. They get money and stuff for it. But anyway, they were talking about this article, and that was one of the arguments they made. Is okay, let's say you insert anything. You say if I because of this murder, I have this, I have this, I have that. Because it's irrelevant to the morality of the argument, and this is a reoccurring theme.
But I have to ask you guys, since you're American, I cannot know this myself. Isn't it completely legal to give up your baby after birth for adoption with no legal repercussions?
I think for women.
Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's baby Moses laws. There's adoption. There's all kinds of other options that they can do.
There's actually, it's completely legal if you don't want if a woman doesn't want her child, and and she has the child, she can actually won't even face abandonment charges if she leaves the baby at a hospital or a fire station or a police station. And they find out who the mother is. As long as she leaves it. What?
I said Topcat. Sorry. It's so funny because women think that they're entitled to a man's money when they have all these fucking options. It's so ridiculous.
But that's what I'm saying. In America, it is actually, at least I know definitely in New York State, I think this is nationally, a woman will not be prosecuted as long as she leaves it in a secure place of authority, such as, I said, a hospital where the baby can be tended to if it has any needs, or police or fire station. She will not face ramifications after that if she does those places. So
the only downside is they have to go through the pregnancy.
Right.
That's it. Yeah.
So
Like,
they don't
as
have
if
to
their
kill
bodies
the baby.
aren't evolved and designed to be pregnant and poop out babies. Like, as if that's not
Poop out baby.
literally what their bodies are designed to do. They act like it's a goddamn like creature feature horror film. One of my favorite
Also,
Karen
like,
Strawn quotes is she says,
don't you have the day after pill like around here? That's
Yeah,
a thing.
there
we
is
do
that.
have the morning
That-
after
I
pill.
mean, those things really fuck you up, though. They're quite nuclear. But
Oh,
again,
they do fuck a woman up.
Well, the funny part though is I think at one point, I don't know if it was Busy or if it was I think it was Rashida Tlaib, who was like saying, "Don't agree to fuck me if you're not going to agree that I should be able to have an abortion." And we're just sitting here like, okay,
God.
we agree not to fuck you. Like, that was easy.
Yeah,
right?
I know.
So we're agreed,
I know.
right?
And it's- yep.
No, it's just I'm
Every
just so
person I've seen
flabbergasted
reference
by
that.
this shit. Like, if you
Yeah.
had unprotected sex, you can take the morning after pill, and
Yeah.
if you
Yep.
for some reason are too stupid to do that, you can just go through with the whole pregnancy and put it up for adoption at those places. So
Yeah.
why exactly is abortion so essential to women's rights?
Well, it's
I will
because
say
women
this,
don't
so-
have any real issues, so like they have to
Yeah.
find whatever they possibly can. If this was a serious
So-
issue, then women would just avoid unwanted pregnancy better.
Yeah.
Because if it was a
Well,
serious problem, they would just
don't
get a
have
solution.
unprotected sex. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, isn't that rocket science? There's condoms, there's the pill. Jesus fucking Christ. Why
fight-
why did they even, like, this chick, I saw the video, she shouts, "I could not have had my career.
Yeah, no, yeah,
and
that's
have
busy,
the
yeah.
right to have my
Yeah.
abortion."
So a
Jesus
little bit of
fucking Christ.
context, though. So a little bit of context about the history of abortion in America. So a little bit about that. So what a lot of people don't realize is, for example, Reagan, who's like a deity of the Republican Party, he actually once opposed laws banning abortion. He did this in interviews. So did the Bushes. And actually, even in New York State, when a law looking to restrict abortion, to ban abortion in the state, was sent to the governor, I'm forgetting the governor at the time, he was a Republican, and he rejected it. Because actually, at one time, the Republican Party was primarily focused on government shouldn't be big. And this was seen as government. So what the argument was by Republicans during that time was, okay, I may not personally agree with abortion, but it's not government's job to impose its will on a person's life, individual life. So that actually was a Republican stance once. Now, mind you, it's during Reagan's run for the office that you have the influx of the evangelical vote, and that's when abortion became an issue that the Republican Party embraced at its base, and that became one of its staples. So it's the history of abortion. So, and mind you, you had conservative courts actually upholding a woman's right to have an abortion at one point in time, and then of course then you get the insertion of religion involved in it, and that changed the discussion pretty much like within less than a decade. So that's part of the interesting. Now, the issue of abortion, what a lot of people don't know is the Roe versus Wade, which is the main case that that's what legalized abortion nationwide in America. What a lot of people don't know is the woman, I forget her name, who was Roe. She was the one, Roe.
Yeah,
She
she's now a
admitted
pro-life
that she was lying,
Yes.
wasn't she?
Well, she actually came out later against abortion. She became extremely pro-life. So that's an interesting part of that history there as well. So the problem is both sides have stupid arguments that they make, statistically speaking. And I'm like, at the end of the day, where you need to argue this out is as where should government be in regards to this? That is the only argument that makes sense for either side to make, is an argument of government, and obviously whether or not considering the child, if you're on the pro-choice, you're saying fetus. If you're on pro-life, you're saying child. I say child. Whether or not you're including that as a person in the same legality as outside of the womb in regards to life. So that is the argument that needs to be made. Both sides sides make really stupid arguments, and statistically they don't make sense. So when on the pro-choice side, you have them arguing about instances of rape and incest and danger to the life of the mother and all that stuff. That is a
pro-choice
stupid. The pro-choice side, they're making that argument. So you got pro-choice side making that argument. Now, that makes up for 1%, if not less, than all abortion cases. So that argument on the side of the pro-choice, the rape, incest, all that shit, that life of the mother, that is not the primary argument they should be focusing on. Valid or not, the argument they should be making is government overreach into the life of the individual. That is the only argument they should focus on. Same thing when it comes to the right, the pro-life side, because they keep focusing on late-term abortions, and late-term abortions make up about the same number of abortions, and that is around the 1%, if not less, of abortions are late-term abortions. So statistically speaking, they both make stupid arguments, and when either one of them on either side make the argument with me, I pretty much tell them to shut the fuck up, because it's not even relevant, the point they're arguing. What this comes down to is, should the government have that reach into a woman's body in regard, because even, yes, the baby is a separate life. I agree with that, but it's still inside the woman's body. So it's about autonomy, and that is where the debate needs to be argued. That is where it will be settled. These outside arguments are stupid and do nothing but distract from the main point here.
Well, and
so
you know what
that's my personal take.
Yeah, do you know what the common denominator of those arguments are? Is that they're generally irrelevant, but they're highly emotionally appealing. Right?
Yes,
because on one side you're imagining rape and incest and deformities and crazy stuff. On the other hand, you're imagining, just practical, viable babies being cut up limb by limb and then ripped out of a woman, right? So it makes sense, like, why they're making the argument. But I think they should know, you're correct, that it's a stupid argument. One thing I will say, I had a few things, so forgive me if I filibuster a little bit. I want to say, you had mentioned earlier the point about personalizing it, and I think that actually comes into play really well here, because if you imagine, like, any woman in your life, who's like dealing with an issue related to this, you wouldn't just straight up tell her like what to do. You tell her you tell her you might have like either way you might have regrets about what the decision is, and it's a serious thing, and you'd want to empower them to make the choice that's going to be the most comfortable in their life, like if you care about them and their emotional state, right?
Yeah.
And you could honestly tell them,
like, listen, these are your options, none of them are ideal.
Yeah, exactly. And so for example, if you have like a pro-life person who says like Ro, who says like, I had abortions, I regret it, it's a horrible mistake, all kinds of pro-choice people would say, oh, well, you're just projecting what you feel onto other people, and you're just saying that because you regret it, other people are, and you're guilty, and you're trying to do this just for your own thing, right? And like they never think to apply that to someone like Busy Phillips here, right? Who's like, you're all in. You murdered a baby, and now you have to justify it. That argument cuts both ways. It's non-unique. The next thing I want to say is I'm technically pro-abortion, but I'm against killing fetuses. So I'm against abortion in the status quo because it requires you to kill the fetus. And the fetus doesn't consent to existence. So I have there's an argument to parental obligation in that you're creating this life, and that you're therefore you're duty bound. You voluntarily created this life, therefore you have an obligation. If we can remove the fetus and put it into an artificial womb without hurting it, then that's fine. And I think that we should be looking at developing artificial wombs and non-lethal methods of abortion.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Because to abort, by the definition, really, abort is to, expel, is to, so it isn't interesting, because if you really want to get into like terminology, but to that effect, though, another argument about this in regards to where the right falls on this, and this was actually in reference to the Alabama law, which I'm not sure how familiar you are, but that was actually the first heartbeat law, one of the heartbeat laws and all that stuff. So this law actually, what it focused on was, fetuses being viable and protecting fertilized, embryos and all that stuff. What's interesting though is that what made this law actually hurt the argument for the pro-life side was that, what it didn't cover? What it didn't protect the sanctity of the life. It did not protect fertilized embryos that were oh god, I know I'm not using the right term, but frozen. Because those are just as viable as a embryo inside a woman. The frozen ones are. So it was interesting because a lot of the laws that have been getting passed, they do not reference, they completely over that. So if this really is about life, if this really is about the moment life begins, which is at fertilization for a lot of the pro-life side, then you should also be passing legislation that says you can't just dispose of, a fertilized, a fertilized egg, an embryo. That's another argument there as well.
I just want to mention that is actually part of a famous.
To back this up.
I just want to mention this.
I would assume.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, but I have no information to back this up. But the disposal of these fertilized embryos, like the actual embryos that are frozen, might not just be a disposal, because I've learned a lot since I've become an activist about what to do to foreskins cut off from little babies. They are used in studies. They're used for skin treatments for what's that fucking bitch's face?
Sandra Bullock.
Oprah.
And Oprah.
Oprah, among others.
Throw a dart.
So
find a bitch.
I wouldn't assume that those fertilized eggs are disposed in the sense of they're put into the trash. They're probably used in some medical way to do horrible shit. But that's just me being a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I don't think it's conspiracy theory. It's just
I just want to throw this out there. The discussion of the embryos is part of a famous abortion thought experiment that has to do with you're in a burning building and you have a choice. You can only save either this viable screaming baby, right, or you can save like a whole cart full of frozen embryos. Which do you do? What do you do, pro-life tard? You're gonna leave the baby there to save all the embryos because those are viable, right? So and it's a fair enough point,
I do have to get going, but I did want to bring up, because I have to get to bed and I work in the morning, but I did want to bring up one other just argument that's now used by the pro-choice side that is really easy to tear apart if you think about it, and that's the violinist narrative. Do you know that one? The violinist narrative? So, all right, so the theory goes is that the argument they make, because they try to compare abortion to this, is that say you were to wake up connected to a very well-known violinist, right? And you were you being connected to them would sustain their life. And the government is forcing you to stay connected to them to sustain their life, no matter what it does to you. So I know I'm kind of paraphrasing it, but that's pretty much the argument that is used by the pro-choice side in a way to paint, the pro-life side that is a negative, that basically you're forcing women. And the problem is that that is not a valid equivalency to it.
It only applies to rape. It only applies to this example was actually included. There's a book called.
And basically, after 9 months, that child connected to you by a machine would be fine and would be able to live. So that's the thing. So if you change those details to actually make it an accurate comparison to any extent, it changes the narrative altogether. So when I get that violinist argument, I'm like, yeah, you're just blowing smoke up someone's ass with that one. I'm sorry.
Honestly, I would be a complete dick and say, why is the violinist even worthy of living?
What if it's Hitler? I mean, we would say it's a famous painter. We could say it's a famous painter. And magic surprise.
No, he was about to be a painter. So
you see, now we have to save it.
I think his opinions look okay. You know, I'm not gonna judge better than I do. Shit.
Listen here, Bernie Sanders. Listen here, Bernie Sanders.
Yeah,
Anyways,
right.
so no, I'm just gonna I'll just call you Sanders with that. No, but
because I really not want to know if Hitler would have been a viable option because he was also an artist, you know.
Oh god, I do have to get going. Unfortunately, this has actually been a lot of fun. So
Hey, let's please do this again, man.
Yeah,
it was very fun.
Fun to have you.
And what viewers we do have, if you want to check out my stuff, I don't have any current content, but I'm trying to give myself a kick in the ass to make a video soon. If you don't mind me plugging my own in, it's the Liberal Hammer.
Anybody who hops on is welcome to plug whatever they want. I mean, we got 3 viewers right now, but you know, hey, if you're one,
it really sounded like you could do a very good video about the election, man. You seem to be very savvy.
That's the thing is I have actually like a folder filled with topics. I am not exaggerating. I have it somewhere on my one shelf. I even have like sheets of paper here. Like these sheets of paper right here are all ideas for videos that I have not done. So eventually I gotta get myself.
If you need a really shitty Bernie Sanders impersonator, just ring me up, man.
Well, on the same vein, I was gonna say if you want to collaborate, we could do a proper collaboration, like a proper edited video collaboration. If any of those topics you think would be relevant to my scope.
Yeah, and well, that's one of the things I was considering is because I'm a shit editor. Honestly, how I make my videos, I put my phone on this little stand that I have. I record it. If I fuck up, I erase the whole thing and then make the video again and I upload it to YouTube. That is my process. There is no editing. And I think part of the reasons I stopped making videos is because this is what I love. I love interacting. And so whenever anyone's like, hey, let's do a stream, I'm like, fuck yeah. But videos, I'm just talking to the camera and that's kind of become boring for me, but I'm going to try to get myself to do that. But yeah, doing a collab, I would love to do a collab with, with you guys at one point. That'd be great. But I really do have to go. Once again, it's been great. I'll talk to y'all later. All right.
Keep it easy. Have a nice day.
Be well, dude.
Ta-ta.
Bye.
Let's see. Oh, there was one other thing just before I forget I wanted to mention. Because it's an interesting parallel about all these arguments not making any sense with abortion, or that they're irrelevant. And one thing I like to always point out is that the entire body of pro-choice arguments are irrelevant. The entire relevancy of this debate is on the pro-life side. If the pro-lifers are incorrect, the pro-choicers don't need to make an argument. They win by default. If the pro-lifer can't prove, to a reasonable standard that these fetuses are human life worthy of human care and concern, well, then the pro-choicer wins by default, and they don't need to make any of these arguments about bodily autonomy or any bullshit like that. If the pro-lifer is correct, then all of the arguments are also irrelevant. So that's one thing that bothers me about the pro-choice side. The only real way to defend it is from an agnostic standpoint, or from a standpoint where you're making a hard denial, of a fetus, or a fetus's right to be, cared for. Does that make sense?
It kind of rigged the system against anyone who doesn't share their opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also just like, if you want to solve the problem, it's a little bit ridiculous to go for solutions that require all of society to be on board with you when there are so many tools as an individual you have to immediately empower yourself to avoid this. And if you care about someone, you'd want to promote those things, It's
really the thing that really makes me angry is condoms are actually pretty efficient at preventing pregnancy.
Yeah, accidental
Some
pregnancy.
people say it's only 95%, but I've also heard 99%.
Yeah, it's very hard to make a condom actually fucking fail.
Well, you guys know how Busy Phillips got pregnant, right? She had Trey. Trey stayed the night. He was sleeping in the bed, and she went to go take a shower. and the floor was slippery, and she opens the door, and he was outside the door because he needed to go to the bathroom, and he was waiting for her, and she was shocked, and she slipped and fell, and he had morning wood, and she just happened to just fall on his dick, and the floor was slippery. She tried to get up, and she just fell up and down his dick over and over
you're
again.
Making this shit up.
It was just so slippery. She just kept falling, and then he would tug one way, she would pull the other. They just couldn't get coordinated. They just could not get that BBC out of her, and it was just up and down over and over again. She was like, "Oh no, whoops, we're accidentally getting pregnant. Oh, don't accidentally come. Oh no." And then she just accidentally wasn't on birth control, and she just accidentally.
Tell me that's the official story.
Right?
You're making this shit up, right?
Well, of course I am, yeah. She slipped on a fucking banana peel, and whoops, I slipped and fell on a dick. It's like a car accident. It's an accidental pregnancy. It's just like it's a fucking joke.
She had unprotected sex while she was 14, and somehow, even back then, the culture was telling her, "Oh, you're fine. There's not going to be any consequences to this very irresponsible decision." And then she was available, the option of abortion was available to her as an underage woman in America. And everything was fine from her perspective. But now she has to say, abortion. But she's on some drugs, actually. I've actually watched that video. And I don't expect you Americans, or where you live, Toto. I mean,
I live in New York.
It's from America.
Just look at how open her mouth is. Like,
you know about a dude called Klaus Kinski?
She should be sticking it somewhere else. I mean, geez, look at this. This is like.
I don't know what you just said. Fleeking first, you guys are talking at the same time.
I'm sorry. I just have to comment on her fucking face. Just look at it. Look how big her mouth is.
But I have actually seen what she did with her lips.
A talking stick. Yeah. For like a fucking elementary school. Yeah. Wait your turn, Derek. No, I'm kidding. I don't
be moderated, but yeah. Toto, please.
Yeah. Anyway, what were you saying?
But I was saying that I've seen this weird mouth movement where she's rubbing her tongue at the outside of her lips, like the inside of her lips, but outside of her teeth. I've seen this before. That's what the German actor did when he did a lot of drugs. So I don't know which drug does it, but this chick, this Phillips chick, is she really called Busy? Because that's not a name. That's a state of being. But she, between her sentences, when she was proclaiming that I have had my beautiful life because I had an abortion, she was rubbing her lip against the inside of her lips multiple times. And I've seen this in a German actor called Klaus Kinski, which is actually a pretty cool actor, but he has had multiple mental problems and died of 60. The 66th heart attack killed him. Like, this dude had a very sturdy heart. But in the late stage of his career, he always did the same thing, where he was like just running his tongue through his in the space between his teeth and his lips. This woman is clearly on whatever. Like, I don't know which drugs these celebrities are on. I didn't know back then. I don't know right now. But she has the same behavioral patterns of this German actor. She is on certain drugs. Strong drugs.
Most of them are on.
With that specifically, it might be that she's using there's like this there's different like drugs. I mean, like cocaine is one of them. You can do a gummy, right, where you take some of the powder and you rub it on your gums, right? And then but there's also like really funny like numbing gels you can buy at just like any pharmacy, and if you're just like in college and fucking around, it's kind of fun to just like put the numbing shit in your mouth for fun for no reason. I don't know. We were really retarded. I was a philosophy major and a music major. My 2 majors were drugs and drugs. But anyway, I don't. Who knows? I mean, all I'm saying though is like, her jaw is unhinged. Her jaw is unhinged. Like, she knows how to have sex without getting pregnant when your mouth opens that wide. Just saying.
I'm a master at doing that.
Just saying. we're at optimum
They
class.
only dropped for that though.
Optimum class.
What's up?
Here.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I just remembered I never got to one of the articles I thought I was going to talk about, which was it's 2 years old. It's from Elle, and it's called I cheated on my boyfriend with my rapist.
Oh, okay.
And that's gonna be this today's segment in female emotional intelligence, because that's a white whale that not enough people are going after. Let me just think. What am I looking for? What was it? Oh yeah. Is it this one? Oh, that's Drudge Report. I need I cheated on my boyfriend with my rapist. I'm pissed that DuckDuckGo didn't know exactly what I was gonna search for.
Well, did she actually get raped, or is this like the bad sex sort of rape?
By seducing my assaulter, I was reclaiming the control I'd lost over my body and identity.
Oh my god.
Also, I love this sort of like this style of photo. If you search for like photos of like sad women, it's always like pictures of like women kind of looking forlorn, but they're always like in sexual poses, like with their legs exposed and stuff like that. Here's another funny ass one I found. It cracked me up. It's my sense of humor. But like this here, this black-eyed woman
is so far behind.
You guys gotta look at.
Steven is still on the stream. Maybe if I refresh.
Yeah, but so now I have this on the screen. This domestic violence like model shot where she has like a fake black eye, but they use like purple glitter and stuff. And it's just like the epitome of this style of photo where it's just like, oh, look at me, I'm a victim, and then, like they always make themselves look so pretty, and it's just like it's so fucking insulting to just the concept of like being a battered woman or being I shouldn't use
the actual victims.
Abused.
I'm not assuming that she's not a victim, but this is diminishing the status of the actual victims.
Yeah, it's glorifying it. It's celebrating it. And how often do we see complaints about how toxic masculinity is glorifying violence? The fuck is this? The fuck do you call this? And of course she's not looking directly at the camera. It's just like she's looking up, like she's so helpless. Oh my god. Why did my boyfriend pin me down and put this purple makeup on my eye? Like, it's just like
I know you're just being.
I can't even.
Does this make me a unique individual now? I'm not a boring bitch now. I'm a victim.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, my victimhood makes me so interesting and profound.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's this photo reminds me of that. How long is this bullshit? Oh my god, this is so long. This is like a goddamn Ayn Rand novel. Except instead of it being about a woman like, pimp slapping people and kicking ass, it's about a woman like just being a dumb thought. Let's see what happens. Everything was black until it wasn't. Coming to felt like swimming up from the depths of a murky pond.
No.
Ooh, this is good.
No,
this
is
good.
a horrible thought.
This is gonna be a great note to end on. I'm okay going over 4 hours because it's number 4 because that feels right. When I reached the surface,
it's just everything was black until it was like you can read so much into that. The way you said it.
Oh, yeah, I guess the way you said it, yeah.
Well,
or maybe
we'll
it's more so the way it was worded.
Well, hey, if she anonymously names her rapist Trey or Javon or something, I'm just gonna, he wasn't white, and why would you name him that? Anyway, I was on my stomach and an air mattress on a dorm room floor. A man crushed me from above, thrusting into me roughly from behind. With a blurry glimpse over my shoulder, I registered the face of a close friend's brother. My leaden brain, slowly grinding back to full consciousness, struggled to push away unwanted questions. How did I get here? Did I say yes to this? I did my best to piece the fractured night together like shards of glass. The last thing I remembered was arriving at a beach-themed frat party with my roommate, who had primed me with several shots during our pregame and convinced me to forego a shirt for a bikini top. Evidently, other friends noticed that I was dangerously drunk, and one deposited me in the common room of her dorm suite to sleep it off along with her brother, who was visiting that weekend. I'll never forget my roommate's blasé response when I told her that I'd come to during intercourse with a relative stranger. So, you had your first one-night stand. Don't you feel cooler? I felt numb, but I seized her words like a life raft that would float me to a less intolerable outcome. In an attempt to shake off the surreal, creeping dread, I told myself things like, those shots were a bad idea, but I needed to blow off steam. And I've only slept with 2 boyfriends before. Maybe I really was due for a one-night stand. And, besides, what 21-year-old college girl hasn't had a night like this? But I didn't say any of that to my friends, family, or therapist, for fear someone would question my interpretation of what happened. I told close girlfriends the bare minimum, letting them assume the encounter was consensual. I retained so few memories that it was surprisingly easy to let the whole incident recede from my mind. I started dating someone new. I graduated. I got a job. When my college friends planned to reunite and go dancing a few months after, oh my god, when are we going to get to the fucking point? We moved off campus. I was excited. I didn't think twice about my invitation to join one friend's family for dinner beforehand, even though it meant seeing her brother, the one with whom I shared a disturbing history. So again, it was the brother's friend, right? But just the brother's close enough, I guess. My denial was so strong, so effective, that I could sit a few feet away from him like it was no big deal, laughing, chatting, eating lasagna. Oh, maybe it was the brother, so her friend was the girl, and then the brother was there, I guess? Whatever. After dinner...
I think so, but it doesn't matter.
It became clear that the brother would be joining us at the bar, and, strangely, I started to escalate my small talk to flirtation. It was like shifting into an autopilot mode I didn't know existed. Without a clear thought or strategy, I drank enough to soften my focus and banish my inhibitions, but not so much that I lost control. I knew where I was and how to get to safety. I could pinpoint my friends on the dance floor, the better to dodge them as I moved closer and closer to my assailant. Eventually, I suggested we go back to his apartment. Oddly, being back in bed with him didn't scare me. Yeah, it's almost like you weren't raped. Huh, imagine that.
Jeez. You got drunk and had sex randomly. Wait, how can that not be rape? Oh, so complicated.
We rolled around and made out in the bottom half of a bunk bed. It was all very PG-13, the way I might have behaved with a high school crush. He didn't push for more and I didn't offer. I woke to find 3 friends rousing on his grungy couch and shooting me confused looks. They were friendly with my pretty serious boyfriend. I knew I should be ashamed and, frankly, worried that my boyfriend, who I'd been with for a year and would go on to date for another 3, would find out. Oh, she's worried he's gonna find out. Like, you're dating him for a year and you're not gonna tell him. That's a bad sign. But I was neither. Instead, I felt like I'd scratched a hard-to-reach itch. Cheating wasn't something I took lightly, but whatever deep-seated need I'd satisfied that night was more important than fidelity. Oh my god, seriously. An obscure yet palpable sense of relief drove away any hint of guilt before it could take hold. Counterintuitive as it may seem, my impulse to initiate a second encounter with my attacker more than a year after the original incident makes sense to experts on sexual assault. Attempting to master a situation in which you previously did not have control is one way a lot of assault victims respond, says Jim Hopper, PhD, in fucking simps and cuckoldry. Teaching associate in psychology at Harvard.
Can we please...
yeah, I'm not even wrong.
Can we please still strip those people of their academic titles?
Or at least
because those people are fucking assholes.
Properly label it. My god. I don't know how much farther we need to go into this. Like, Looking back, I see the logic. Why wouldn't I want to reclaim the narrative by rewriting my story with a different ending? One in which I reverse the dynamic with someone who'd previously robbed me of all power. The motivation is usually trying to gain some sense of authority, either over a sex scenario or even how the perpetrator sees you, i.e. not as someone they can do whatever they want to, explains Hopper. It can also be a way to manage your perception of yourself by painting a different picture of what happened. But who wants to think of themselves as a rape victim? Oh, sorry, because who wants to think of themselves as a rape victim? It took me until age 29, 8 years after the assault, to even consider that the term rape victim might apply to me. When I told my fiance and therapist the story about a year ago, they were both quick to call it rape. This is so fucking typical, right? Of like other girls need to convince them that it's rape, and then they decide it's regret rape. You know, and then like...
You're just talking to an echo chamber as well because of all the fucking simps around, basically. They're just reinforcing what she already thinks.
Yeah, well...
And it's actually much older than this shit. Like, my aunt somehow found a psychiatrist that told her my grandfather raped her. And I'm not saying that he did not. But I'm also saying that he did not, because there's no plausible situation where he would have done that. It's just a psychiatrist who really, really wanted to explain all her mental issues that she has since she was a child by trauma from rape. Like, that's much more likely than the scenario that my grandfather decided to rape one of his 4 children. But that's how it works. They make their money off of it. Just tell them they were raped.
Well, you know, because having a father is as dangerous as being a woman in college, because up to 25% of women will experience rape during college. This is published in 2018, and they're still repeating this fucking long debunked rape myth. They use up to, though, right? So technically it could be a fraction of a percentage, and it's still technically correct.
Yeah, that's true. But I doubt that's what they mean, you know? I doubt they'd use that.
Yeah, this is just awful. This is like this is the kind of shit. This needs to be ridiculed. I'm sorry. This is not acceptable behavior. I'm just gonna read the final paragraph of it because the rest of it's just identity, blah blah blah. I don't want to be a rape victim. 10 years after my rape, I can finally call it by its name. I'm grateful to people like Hopper who are dedicated to helping people understand that recovering from sexual assault is a long, thorny process that conveniently gives me an excuse to cheat on my boyfriend. Rarely does the narrative unfold... Sorry, I'm doing rarely does the narrative unfold linearly, with police reports, justice, and a clear path to healing. Yeah, because fucking people like you... Let's say it was actually a legitimate rape. I know that's like a hot-button phrase, but I'm serious. That's a reasonable term. We actually need the term legitimate rape. We need the term rape to mean like actual rape, not feminist rape. So if, in terms of rape, if this was one of those... Like, what she's doing is just going to victimize more people, because from his perspective, he's going to think, oh, like, I guess, you know, she's obviously into me. She's obviously okay with this because she fucked me again later. Like, why would you fuck your rapist?
I will do this again because she was completely fine with it.
Yeah, and we have no information because she can't fucking witness anything. She can't tell us what she remembers or doesn't remember. She can't even testify whether or not her behavior, you know, would have been... like seemingly lucid. Like, some people, when they're in a blackout drunk, they can still act like pretty lucid. They might seem like a little drunk, but they don't seem like they're totally out of it, even though they won't remember it, you know?
That's why a psychologist in Switzerland was completely shamed after analyzing multiple supposed cases where the woman accused the man of using, like, what's the word of the date rape drug? GHB, which cannot be shown in a blood test the next day. And he, after having like 300 cases like that, was saying, I think most of those women just couldn't handle alcohol and were acting on their instincts after they were too drunk. And there's no plausible evidence that those men drugged them, so he was shamed. I think he was probably right, because if there's, don't tell the public that there's a drug that you cannot prove in the blood the next day. It was just, honestly, it just feels like if you get blackout drunk and you do some stupid shit while you're blackout drunk, that's kind of your responsibility, you know. It's
I love this.
Really...
Oh, sorry.
I was finished there. Like,
no, but you're right. Like if we're gonna talk about date rape drugs, alcohol is number one, like by far, by a wide margin. Like because let's say you're like a notorious rapist and you want to get someone unconscious and drag them into an alley and rape them. Like, why would you give them like a super shady drug that like if they come to and then go get tested, they can use that as evidence against you? You would just get them drunk. Like, that's just logical. Why can't people just think like a rapist? Just put yourself in a rapist's shoes. Come on, like, let's be logical here. No, but anyway, I'm joking. Hashtag disavow. That's a joke. It's a joke. I'm actually anti-rape. Just to make that clear.
Yeah, we all are.
For anyone who's confused. But no, Paulo said she probably didn't think it was rape until she told that story to her friends. Then the friends convinced her it was. I hope that you posted that before we got to that section. If so, you're 2-0 for predictions. You predicted that that Netflix would rape Alucard, and but anyway, I want to read the last sentence of this because it's fucking precious, and there's a lot to unpack here. It's very funny. It's time we stopped being surprised that the primitive, unnatural act of rape can trigger equally primitive, unnatural responses in its victims. So,
okay,
let's look at this primitive, unnatural. Does that make sense to you guys? Is primitive unnatural? Isn't primitive like the quintessential standard for that which we call natural? Like, isn't that?
If you apply logic, yes.
Yeah, and isn't the feminist theory of like toxic masculinity and of rape culture, isn't it that rape is like a naturally occurring thing? Or from the lesbian separatist perspective, right? That male sexuality is based in rape, and that male epistemology, aka science and the scientific method, is based on rape. Thus, it is a natural phenomenon, right? Because natural doesn't mean good.
Yes
Nobody
and no,
says
because
that, right?
if you ask if this is their assumption, they feel like all men are rapists. And the only way to prevent it is to educate small children, which I feel is preposterous.
Yeah, but that would be based on the perspective that rape is natural, right? Because that would be the natural default state. Because if it's all men who are like rapey, well, I guess it's in their nature. It's intrinsic, right? I guess some of them will argue it's like a social cultural thing, in which case it's not primitive. She's just like using the term to mean like savage, right? But then she characterizes the response that she's justifying here as primitive and unnatural. No, I'd say that arguably, just as rape could be said to be natural, perhaps this response of making up shallow justifications for your behavior and engaging in female hypoagency, perhaps that's a little bit more natural than she's willing to admit. So this bitch has learned nothing. She's gonna make the same mistake again and write another article just like it, and then she's gonna be a dead egger, and that's that. And it's all so tiresome.
Speaking of tiresome, I am tired.
Yeah, I forget, it's late where you guys are. I started a little later than usual, which I think was why Ashley couldn't hop on.
Yeah, it's not even that late for me. It's just that I'm fucking tired because of all the stress I've been going through. So.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah, like anything.
Yeah, super sad. F.
Can't press F because I don't know if there's.
I can press F. You want me to press F? I'm gonna press F.
Press F for yourself.
F. Yeah.
Be a well man.
You gotta respect yourself.
Yeah.
Unless you don't want me to call you man, I can call you dweeb.
That works, I guess. You can call me whatever.
Lady.
All right. Yeah, lady. Woo. Alright, later.
Keep it easy. I'm just gonna
Be well, man. Or
put
dweeb.
all these little stickers. Oh, I should have put this one on. I didn't put this sticker on of the Pepe in the suit. That's for
It would take like a few minutes for me to see it. Somehow your actual stream is far behind.
Probably because of the buffering, I think. I think that might have been something to do with it. But I found these little Pepe GIFs, and they make me very happy.
I always liked Pepe. And I was told not to use them by many people because these are alt-right memes. Like, how?
It's cringe, bro.
Like, Jesus fucking Christ! Like, if the Pepe looks fun, I think it's fun, and I want to use it. Like, well, only alt-right people would use that. Like, why? How do they get ownership of the Pepe? When? How?
They want it fair and square. This screen looks perfect now. This is art. Church of Entropy described my channel as artistic. I think she meant autistic. This is the level of artistic expression that I'm capable of. I'm proud of this. I don't need validation from anyone but me.
I can only see like clapping Pepe, slow clapping Pepe, and
the hazmat
really
one.
fast.
And now there's a dancer.
Really fast Pepe.
I have the dancer.
And quarantine Pepe.
There's one more. Just give it a minute.
It will take some time. I refreshed this actual stream.
I think I can actually like add these as stickers to the Discord if I stop being a boomer and just Google it. I should make that my project for today. Besides figuring out how
You
much
are
I
young
overpaid in
enough to
electric.
know how to do this.
I need to learn how much I overpaid in electric and water and see if that adds up to a pizza.
I just hope you don't starve during the quarantine.
I mean, here the secret is I can actually just buy things with my American credit card, and I have a good amount of credit because I paid the whole goddamn thing off just like a month ago. But like because of that, it feels bad to have to use it again. It's like a sick joke, you know.
You don't want to go into the negative again because at the end of the month, I don't even know how much you owe them for overpaying.
Yeah, well, and the issue too is I have enough cash in my American bank account that I can always make payments on my credit card, and I can do that. I can make the minimum payment on my credit card for like a solid year, you know. But I just don't want to have to as much as possible. But eventually, like I can only use the cash I have here to pay for my rent. So I have to not use the cash on food, which is why I'm like eating all of my tsunami food. If we get a tsunami, I'm totally fucked. I'm putting all my eggs in the basket of there not being a tsunami. But it seems like we just haven't. Tsunamis haven't really been a thing lately. It's kind of disappointing. Those are like our snow days. Wish I could have another tsunami day.
A very relevant question would be, I can see 4 Pepes. Is this all the Pepes, or is this just a really long delay?
Those are all of them, yeah. I have a few more, but these are the only ones I need right now. I had a Jammin' Pepe at the very beginning because I learned how to start the streams with Eurobeat music. And by the way, if you like that music, I guess Paulo, you're my true mega fan, hanging out for 4 hours. And I extend this invitation quite liberally to anybody who, you know, is interested in these topics and has a hot take and is interested in hopping on and talking a little bit. You know, I am an anarchist, which means that, you know, I'm okay with shaking up the hierarchy a little bit. You know, I think that approach, I've found a lot of people who are interesting reoccurring guests, so I think it's a good approach. Just don't play a fucking Christchurch video on my Hangout stream.
Yep. We will have to nuke the whole stream if you do that.
No, I just had to clip
Maybe
the
I shouldn't
last
have
10
told them
minutes.
that.
Yeah, I only had to clip the last 10 minutes, so it didn't even matter. We can watch it after the stream's not live. I don't give a fuck, but I just don't want. It's kind of a waste of a channel.
It's just like a weird. I was on a podcast yesterday on a Discord server that I wasn't aware of. They just, I was just invited there because talking about circumcision and shit. It was a good podcast, but there were like a few people on there insisting to say the N-word over and over again in like 30 seconds before they could get banned. And I was very confused by that. Like, why would you make this your hobby? Honestly.
Man, the N-word as a cultural phenomenon is quite fascinating, but yeah, it is annoying because the ultimate result is just like, oh, now we can't have nice things, we can't keep our live chat open because people just say the N-word, and it's not even that we care about the N-word, it's that fucking Susan's gonna come in there and scold us. Even though I can't say it enough
Susan
times.
is a fucking bitch, sorry.
Yeah, she's a fucking bitch. That's a fair point. Well, maybe you know what that might be. That I guess that was targeted harassment. Oh no. But no, I mean
we didn't specify which Susan we meant. It was just clear from the context.
Well, I mean, clearly not the Susan who has anything to do with YouTube. If there's one clear thing that we can, that we can take.
Yeah, it was my neighbor Susan.
Not like, Susan WikiWiki.
We both agree it's my neighbor Susan. It's not the YouTube person Susan.
Susan WikiWiki is so pretty, and I want to be her friend. And did you know she likes cat videos, and that's super cool. So Susan
God,
WikiWiki,
now I want to kill her.
Yeah, we can talk.
I love my cat, but if anyone says I love cat videos, I have not suicidal, but genocidal tendencies towards people who feel like that's a point that they have to bring up. Because if you like your cats, just like your cats. There's no need to tell anyone about that. If you, like myself, say, I have to feed my cat, that's okay. But if you are fucking saying, my cat's the best, that's a big red flag. That's a warning sign that this person is unhinged and they should be removed from the internet.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's also kind of a lowest common denominator thing, you know? Like, we all know cats took over the internet. Of course, everyone likes cats videos because they're cute.
That's how cats are.
Yeah, just to mix things up, though, for my next stream, I think I am going to, for at least one segment, just go through the Twitter feed of God's Tiny Animals. It's one of my favorite Twitters. I like to just look at baby animals sometimes.
Oh, definitely. That's some cute shit. That's some cute shit.
I like it when you see like baby animals of animals that you would never think of too, like the non-obvious ones. Because you see a cute baby puppy, cute baby kitten, cute baby rabbit. That's whatever. But then like cute baby skunk, cute baby ostrich, cute baby like animals you didn't even know existed. I saw an armadillo lizard that looks like a dragon, and it was a baby, and that was pretty darn cute.
Yes, like. That's at least controversial thing you can do. It's just baby animals of species that people are not aware that are cute as babies.
There'd be a kind of a neat irony in like that being the last video before the channel finally gets discovered, and then I get kicked off. Just like
you will. You this will happen to you.
Well, I mean, for any video, it's going to be for sacred gang rape. That's probably my single most offensive video. Oh, or the one
I'm not sure if I've even seen that.
Labor. The one, Lemonade's Last Stand. That's another one that could potentially be.
I tried to watch as many of your older videos as I could, but
there's a lot of them, and sometimes
you're
I'll like
busy.
remember. Yeah, I almost have more videos than subscribers. Just that's I guess a
busy
great merit badge.
threat to society now that you're infected with coronavirus because you went to America.
Yeah, right. It'd be kind of cool if QuarantStream number 5 I could celebrate 500 subscribers. I'm pretty close, but it's been slow and steady progress, and that's fine.
I would just, if I were you, I would start coughing on the next stream.
Yeah, right. Well, I did cough a little bit this time. It was a very dry cough, and I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad sign. I know dry coughs suck just because they're not satisfying at all, But I feel like if it was a pneumonia kind of a thing, it wouldn't be a dry cough. It would be like a phlegmy, like liquidy kind of a cough, I think that this is
actually,
like my throat's dry just because, when I was in America, I smoked a lot of cigarettes and stuff because my friends had them, and in America it doesn't count, I decided.
I actually don't know what the coronavirus cough sounds like.
I don't think anyone does. I think it's everything. It's just like total variable chaos. So
honestly, I still believe in half a year, maybe longer, maybe in 1 year, we'll get the statistics and the death toll will be just the influenza virus death toll.
That's what I'm leaning towards. It's looking like it's not going to be particularly deadly, but the fact that it's so ridiculously contagious and that in order to stop it has required such insane numbers that were unprecedented and that it's fucked up the economy so much, like that's going to be the lasting impact, I think. But of course, if you have someone close to you that dies, I guess that's going to matter. Barring the dead people.
Yeah, that's... I don't want to make light of the deaf people, but what I heard today about the development in the economics and how the states are preparing to alleviate the damage using taxpayer money, and how the actual cure that's being developed, like not just a vaccine, but actually an injection that can prevent you from dying, is being developed.
Peter Boykin mentioned that, but he's the only one I've seen mention it. I've only seen Peter Boykin mention it. He was in my live chat a couple days ago, and he mentioned it, but I didn't see anyone else, so I don't know how much weight there is to that. Yeah, Italy's fucked. Also, you know what else is fucked? Eurovision 2020 is going to be the worst and best year. If you love Eurovision, it's the worst year. To the entire rest of the world, to the rest of the 90% of the world who fucking hates Eurovision, you can thank coronavirus for basically totally nerfing it. It looks like I'm kind of betting on it's just going to get straight up canceled, or they're going to try to do some bullshit like they're going to have all of the people like perform live streamed right from separate locations or something. They're gonna like not have an audience. It's gonna be something like really lame like that.
Who won the last one? Like which is this gonna be in Italy?
Netherlands.
I have no idea.
Netherlands.
Netherlands. Because a weird thing to me was there's like this Swiss spokesperson for the National Health Organization. And he was asked on a public forum to say, how did the virus get to northern Italy? And I know how it got there because they have like multiple thousands of Chinese workers that work. Actually, it's organized by the triads, but people neglect to accept that fact. And most people who have died in northern Italy are Chinese, who just happen to work there. But they neglect to share the information So when he was asked, how did the virus get to Northern Italy, he just said, oh, we know how it got to Switzerland. It got to Switzerland through Northern Italy. Like, are you aware that people have brains? He asked you how it got to Northern Italy, and you responded to a question that he didn't ask. And anybody who knows how to use the internet knows that there's about 100,000 Chinese people working in northern Italy. So, isn't it obvious?
Yeah,
Chinese
right?
New
Careful.
Year.
Dangerous questions here. When I saw a picture of that article, though, it was a bunch of Chinese people in Italy, and I'm like, oh, are these Italians? Like,
It's just fucking silly at this point. It's just like, I know the virus is gonna keep spreading, but yeah, like I said earlier, I'm waiting for the statistics in a year or half a year, ideally. And I expect the death toll to be no higher than the common influenza virus. I might be wrong, but some people, a group of people, seems to be using this virus to make bank because governments are preparing to give payouts from taxpayer money to companies that are and banks that are supposedly going to be suffering from this. But this time, everybody's gonna turn a blind eye. And this is how we're gonna roll from now on.
yeah, well, hopefully the moment I get a little bit of financial stability, I am going to look at investing in some stocks, because now seems like the time. Now, or maybe a month or so from now, seems like a good time.
Just look at the petrodollar. Like oil prices have been dropped individually of the coronavirus, and actually there's a possibility of the oil price staying that low, because it being that high never made any sense. But gold is rising at incredible rates.
You know, and I do have some gold still. That was a smart investment on my part. I do have just a little bit. So there's that. I got a little bit of gold, a little bit of Bitcoin. So I don't have nothing.
But be prepared to sell the gold on the day it starts dropping in price, because right now, in any crisis, people go for gold.
My intention is to keep both until I'm an old man. It's a retirement plan. It's part of a retirement hedge. So I'm just gonna keep it in the long run.
It's never going to go south with gold.
Exactly. It's a very safe long-term investment. So I need things that are a little bit more liquid, I guess. But I don't know. It's fuck ever.
I don't even know how to turn gold into Bitcoin.
Well, you'd have to use probably currency. There's probably ways to trade it directly. I don't know. There's some agorist fuckers are probably real crafty with that. Still kind of banking on the future. I did have one last thought I wanted to share that occurred to me the other day, which is I think that the West might have a lot to worry about, particularly America. Because the other day I was walking to go to my work, because that's where I had my suitcase delivered, because they like lost it somehow, so they had to deliver it to my work. And then they tried to deliver it and no one was there because it wasn't open that day, even though it should have been open, but I had no idea. Right. So anyway, I told my work, I'm like, hey, I know I'm supposed to be quarantined, but I'm just going to hop in there, grab my suitcase and fuck off. And they said, yeah, that's fine. Just, you're not allowed to like teach or like interact with like people. So I came there, no one's there. So it's like not a thing. So anyway, I went there, grabbed my suitcase, but like just walking while wearing a face mask. And I'm like, I'm not ripped, but I'm considered thin by American standards. but a little bit chubby by Asian standards. Just because these fuckers are like rail thin. But anyway, I'm walking in like I can barely breathe because of this fucking mask. And like it's March here, so we're out of the winter, right? It's no longer slightly chilly. It's not exactly sweater weather. It's more like t-shirt weather, but it's not like hot. It's not like miserable hot the way it gets in like a month or two here into the summer. But just at these situations, this very nice temperate day, I'm a thin, able-bodied person. I walk a little bit briskly with the mask on, and like I could feel it inhibiting my breathing and my heart rate going up and up, and it was like crazy. I almost had to like stop and rest to let myself catch up and breathe for a couple of minutes, but I just kept moving anyway. But and this is maybe like a mile long walk or so, not too, so this light exercise, light walking transportation each way. And I realized, holy shit, once we start having morbidly obese Westerners who have this virus, especially if they're asymptomatic, they're not going to wear a mask. They will not be able to, and they will express this. They will say, I can't wear a mask because I can't breathe. If I sit up and I wear a mask, I cannot breathe and I will die. And those fuckers are going to spread it. And the West
so
is not
true,
used
but
to
it's
it.
so terrible.
Yeah, that's my theory is, everybody's worried about Chinese people. No, man, you got to worry about the fat people. Sorry, fat people, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but I'm just, just letting you know, like, it's, if you need to walk anywhere and you're going to be wearing a mask, give yourself extra time so that you can go at a slower pace because it is hard to breathe in the masks.
If you have a decent mask, because the ones that are just covering your face will not slow you down.
Yeah, well, I have one that's actually designed like more for pollution. It's actually non-ideal, but it has a little filter I can slip in and out of it, and I think it's technically of the grade that blocks it.
M3 or what's the company's name? Like something
3M.
M something.
3M.
3M.
Yeah,
those actually work, but I don't know if they're based in Switzerland, but they're making a lot of money out of this scare. And yeah, they are effective, but yeah, maybe we're all being a bit too scared about the shit. But I would suggest you use that mask.
Well, honestly, because the misconception is, and I fell for this too, is it doesn't really keep you safe. It just keeps you from spreading it if you do have it. And since you could be asymptomatic, you never know.
Hey,
yeah, mostly I
keeping
just wear it
keeping you from getting it
pariah.
is just keeping basic hygiene, like wash your hands, don't touch your face, and if you're unlucky and somebody sneezes onto your face, you're fucked.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yep.
the mask, wearing the mask is just so people don't spread it. It's not to protect you, it's to protect people from getting it.
Right.
That is how it works. It's always been that way, but if they told you that face value, they would sell much less of those masks, so that's why they don't include it in the advertising.
Well, now you're getting a conspiratorial. Now you're going from the flu mask to the tinfoil hat.
Actually, that's just general capitalism. If you have a product that protects you from spreading something, and people think that it protects you from getting something, it would be stupid to advertise that it doesn't protect you. They have to do nothing. They have nothing that just keep it at what people believe. Don't spread too much truth, and they make more money. Like, that's not a conspiracy. That's just smart marketing.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. If that's the conception, why correct them if it's working to your advantage? It's not like they misled anyone, right? I get so many advertisements on my freaking Facebook about like trendy new. It used to be like trendy riot gear, trendy protest shit. Like, hey man, check out this backpack that can hold your umbrella and your fire bombs and everything. It's got a secret compartment for blah blah blah. And it's like, oh my fucking god! Like they're like making being a protester like all trendy, right? With all these like products, it's just like
Wait,
so
they actually
blatant.
did that? What the fuck?
It's very funny, and now it's totally changed to like, oh, here's your antivirus gear. Check this out, blah blah blah. And it's just like it's very funny and blatant. I should try to collect them. Actually, if I see them, it'd be.
They just capitalize on the common topic, I guess.
And honestly, I don't mind that. Like people are complaining about price gouging on hand sanitizer, right? And it's like, no, that's a demand. Like the reason you increase the price is because that's literally the demand. That's what people are willing to pay for it. If you're not allowed to price gouge, then you're just gonna have a shortage. That's just common fucking sense. People are so goddamn stupid and I hate it.
Well, yeah.
Price gouging is a good thing.
I never opposed that idea. The only practice I would support is like a limit.
Yeah,
Like,
right. Just to stop you.
Like,
Well, someone posted just today. They were like, you realize that like if you stock up on all these things, like in order for your plan to work, you need other people to be able to wash their hands and wipe their ass too, right? Like if you're the only one who can wipe your ass and clean your hands, everybody else is just going to spread it anyway. Like, so it is quite funny.
it's actually exactly my point. Like, there's got to be a healthy limit in between being sold out, and yeah.
Your IQ is 150 minus the number of toilet paper rolls in your home. All right.
I'm so glad I found you, man. Like, you make me laugh so much.
I appreciate it. And yeah, it's fun to have you on too. And I like that it seems like we have a lot of common interest to talk about too. We should still have the Final Fantasy talking about stream or just video games in general. RPG stream or something.
I would not argue that we should always talk about Final Fantasy, but as a presidential candidate, I would very much appreciate that.
Yeah, right. Oh,
I'm sorry, I still need to work on my Bernie Sanders impersonation. Like, I kind of wanted to be president so I can have like 4 years to make it perfect.
Yeah, that's a good point. Or like how they had the Jordan Peterson soundboard where you could type anything and have Jordan Peterson say it. Like I want the Bernie Sanders one too. Someone made a Sargon one too, which is very funny.
Oh, someone did. If you can link that to me, that would be beautiful.
I should find them all. Really, I want an Ann Coulter one. I want a lot of them. I want all kinds of them. I want a Tree of Life
I found the source, like the actual GitHub page, how you do that, but the effort is very high. Like you have to gather actual clips of those people only speaking without any background noise or sources. So I'm too lazy to do that.
I think that there's ways to cheese it with Audacity using a compression, which is shit that I actually should know. I probably should have invested in like learning that earlier on, especially with the kind of video I make where, you know, like the most important thing is what I'm saying. Like the visual element is just kind of there because it's a video platform, right? Like I want to meet the person who's like, I just like the colors you choose, and I like that you put these retarded Pepes clapping like idiots on there. Like I just like to stare at that. I watch your videos on mute, actually.
You probably have enough hours clocked on streams like that are online that someone could do this for your voice. But I looked at it and I have to isolate clips where it's only you talking and ideally have correct subtitles going with your voice to apply this Jordan Peterson voice spot technology to you. And I'm just too fucking lazy to do that, man.
Yeah, I'd be honored if anybody took the effort to go through. That was one thing I realized is a lot of people, they don't want to go on the internet and say what they think because they're afraid that they're going to get like mobbed with trolls and stuff. And it's like you're assuming anybody's going to care that much. Like you look at like Kiwi Farms threads and shit, and the amount of like effort people go in to like follow all these people. It's like you have to be like very very particularly weird and interesting, and like have a level of engagement with haters that is like not not normal, right? In order to get that, and it takes a concerted effort of many people to unearth this information. The idea that just any fucking rando people are going to go through that is
But yeah, I've seen with Sagan of a Card going to this format where he's basically sitting in the same position, talking to his microphone in the same position. You could create a fake account of that if you were willing to spend like several weeks of skimming through his contents. You could create a fake Sargon of a Card
for Sargon. It'd be worth it. That would actually be quite hysterically funny.
And if I ever go that route, I would probably use him to like I would call it the real Sargon of a Card or something.
Yeah, right. The other one's the fake.
Honestly, I'm just too fucking lazy. Like, and I have to know how. I know how to do this. If somebody came to me with a concept of doing this that made sense to me, that was at least funny enough to put in all of that effort, I probably would do it. But I have not the level of the self-motivation to become a fake Sargon of a Card, honestly.
Well, and it's got to compare favorably to just like that amount of time like playing a video game. And there's a lot of video games out there, more that are worth playing than you could ever finish in your lifetime. So
exactly.
Might as well just be a piece of shit and just play the fucking video games. That's my justification.
Actually, if somebody else had already done it and made it publicly available, I would be inclined to pretend to be someone streaming video games on Twitch. Just for the fun of it. Like, pretending to be Sargon of a Card playing video games on Twitch. That would be funny to me.
I'd create like an e-thought, right? Like just like that virtual e-thought totally outcompeted all of the 3D horrors, and all the 3D horrors are angry. Yeah, that was the Chatterbait thing.
And I totally didn't know Chatterbait was a thing. Honest to God, no, I totally did.
Because I want to make the first one that's like an anime trap with like a big dick. Like, I want to make that one.
Like, you get people to donate $500 to you, and then you show them your throbbing anime dick.
Or the other thing that upsets me. Okay, so Final Fantasy X-2, I just replayed, right? The game where literally 90% of the gameplay is, Yuna shaking her ass in your face, right? It's back-and-ass style 3D RPG, and she's got her little booty shorts with half her ass hanging out, right? Literally, it's slutty outfits, the game. This fucking game is just nothing but these 3 whores running around playing dress up, and all of their outfits are slutty. Like, virtually every single one of them are just hooker outfits, which is fine. So then I'm playing Final Fantasy 15, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this is a fun game or whatever. I'm like, oh, they have like different outfits. You can change their outfits. I'm looking through all the outfits, and I'm like, I'm seeing a lot of like long pants, a lot of t-shirts, a lot of different jackets or whatever. Oh, this one he has a silly hat on. This one has a different silly hat. This one's like some armor. And I'm like, wait a minute.
And you found the hot pants.
Yeah, I'm sitting here. I'm like, where's the slutty outfit? And like, how come none of these are slutty? And not only are they not like 0%. They might as well put these men in burqas. And I'm like, well, that's some bullshit. Like, I play the girl. Yeah, like sitting here, like I play the girl power Final Fantasy with the chicks in it, and I you can show me Yuna's ass. I know it. I can pick out Yuna's ass in a lineup. Like because like I have experience. I've seen her ass so well, and I'm like, well, why can't I see the man's ass? Like, why can't they give us like just one outfit, right? Where they're
That's
dressed a little
very
slutty.
fucking sexist, man.
Yeah, like yeah. It's like, why can't
Like,
I?
why is the female empowerment one the one with the hot pants and the basically naked ass? And they just went for, you can only choose between those non-revealing. Like, what the fuck, man,
Well, and
dude?
they even have a thing. They have a thing called Avatara, where you can connect to the internet and you can change your character into any avatar you want, and you can make your dude into a woman, but he still has the man's voice, which is very funny. So he's just like a trap, and like everyone just acts like it's normal. It's like, oh, there's the prince. He just dresses up like a girl, and I'm like, haha. Right? It's very funny.
It's like, oh, hello there, pretty lady. What do you want?
You know, and then they show like a cutscene of like your father dies, and it's very dramatic, and like it's just this big thing. But he's like a trap. He's like a purple-haired fucking anime trap, and it's like. So I was like, maybe I should have him in his normal avatar if I want to like play this game in any way that's like if I want to like experience the story somewhat.
If you wanted to make any sense, I guess.
Well, and here's the thing: I'm not like a big sex drive major Coomer kind of person, but like the very first thing they do in Final Fantasy 15, right, is you know they have these dudes in their like it's either like pleather or latex tight black pants. And they're bending over, pushing the car forward, and they literally put one of their asses right in your face, right? And then it puts it in your head. It's like, oh, like that's right. Like these are all men. I'm gonna be staring at their asses the whole time because it's a back and ass style game, and there's no women,
What
right?
the fuck?
So they put the idea in your head. Then I look at the outfits, and I'm like, not even one of them can wear some booty shorts. So that's, I don't know. Like, I feel like
It's a
maybe
huge
for gay
step
pride, we
back
can trick
from
Square Enix
Clouds
into doing
dressing
it.
up as a chick, man. That's
Yeah.
a huge step back.
Yeah, it's just whatever. It's whatever. Maybe
But
someone
they
will mod it.
also, I have not seen any proof, but I was told for the Final Fantasy VII reboot or remake, they made Tifa's boobs smaller by a large amount.
That was a big controversy. From what I can tell, though, it looks like the boobs are pretty reasonable. You know, I mean, they're not small. They didn't put her on the itty bitty titty squad, right? Like, but yeah, I mean, she did used to have massive like tits
Why?
the size of her
Like,
head.
she had huge knockers in the original.
What
Not
I'm
just
wondering,
in the small polygon animation, like, in the actual cutscenes, like those were Virgin.
well, I think the photo though that everybody is really going off of reference would be like her official like character art photo, you know, like the one that's like hand drawn, right?
Yeah, might just be still really huge, but a little more realistic or reasonable.
No. I
That's
think they're
fine.
huger. I think they're bigger in like the anime style drawing. That's like the official, like the Tetsuya Nomura like drawn one. I don't, or maybe did Amano draw
He
those? I don't think Amano
liked to
drew
draw
those.
chicks with huge boobs or no boobs at all. Like he was very flimsy, depending on the game he was drawing. Like, just look at the drawings. I think he was the one who did them for Final Fantasy 9 as well, right?
No, 9 was Amano, which is why 9 has the best character designs. Amano is just objectively better than Nomura.
Oh, so
Yeah.
yeah, I might have been wrongfully accusing him for changing his ways, because in 9 there's hardly any boobs at all.
Yeah,
Like-
no, Dagger's got small titties. Well, they're kind of reasonable. It's just her head is so big because it's the style. But also
Yes, yes.
she's younger too. You know, she's like a 16-year-old and stuff. I think it's
Yeah, you don't want people salivating over the 16-year-old boobs. Depending on the country, I guess. But yeah, I'm down with that. That I actually thought it was also Satsuka, but if it was not, then the change in style makes complete sense.
yeah. I still need to finish 9 actually. I started replaying it and right up to the very end of it. And like, there's this thing where once you beat it, like there's other endgame stuff, but I don't often feel motivated to do it. Like with Final Fantasy VII, I haven't beaten all the weapons yet because I beat the game and that was good enough. But I'll probably finish 15 and then maybe loop back to finish those other ones. But 15 definitely takes a lot more concentration because of all the actiony elements and all the extra buttons and shit, which is like it feels very different from a Final Fantasy game. You almost like
I've heard good things. But I watched my friend from the Netherlands play it on Twitch, and I couldn't necessarily pinpoint how it was a Final Fantasy game outside of the enemies looking like Final Fantasy enemies. So
no, exactly. It's the reason it's a Final Fantasy, right? Is because the item names are potion, elixir, things like that. But even that they change by adding like high elixirs and like they throw out mega phoenixes and mega elixirs like fucking candy, and names of the spells, names of the enemies, like they have those kinds of things of the series. But besides that, it's very very much like a Kingdom Hearts kind of game. It's like an open world. Kingdom Hearts,
Kingdom Hearts kind of killed the franchise in my book. Like 10 to Kingdom Hearts when that shit came out. Apart from it actually asking me for a lot of money for 10-2 on PlayStation 2 and expecting me to buy a new console for Kingdom Hearts. That was the last time I bought a console. Like it just felt like I missed so much on all the consoles I either only had a few games on or didn't own that came before the PlayStation 2.
Yeah, my last console was PS2.
We are PS2 last console brothers then.
Yeah, because like once by the time things got later, like you could emulate everything and you could get PC versions of everything, and if you're willing to wait a couple of years, usually you're fine. So I don't know why people keep buying consoles. They need to just fucking stop.
Dude, I wasn't aware you also stopped the PlayStation 2. I really want to meet you sometime in real life and give you a hug, man. Like, I've never met a person online who also stopped buying consoles at PlayStation 2.
Really? I feel like there's more of us out there, but I'd be all for people coming to visit me here, but obviously it's not an attractive place to visit these days, but
yeah, 2 weeks of self-quarantine is only good for streaming.
I still pitch it to people, and I'm like, like, tickets are cheap right now, I'm like, oh, come on, viruses aren't that bad.
That's so
Protests
true.
aren't that bad, come on.
That's also so true. Like, the plane tickets are never going to be as cheap again right now when nobody wants to fly anywhere. Yeah. But I'm really glad. Like it adds to the other aspects where I feel like we're kindred spirits. That you also stopped buying consoles of the PlayStation 2. Like maybe a lot. It's the same thing, but you're the first person I've ever met who also stopped buying consoles after PlayStation 2. Like, that's super relatable.
Yeah, well, I think
not
a lot of people
be gay,
my
but
age, like,
I love you.
Well, here's the thing. So Ashley and Toto, they're like literal babies. So they are like too young to even have touched a PlayStation 2, I think. I think they're like not into video games. Like Toto is too much like a girl. He doesn't like video games, and Ashley is like his video games are like Sci-Hub articles because he's like a freak.
I'm just old enough to know all of these things. Like I'm turning 33 next month.
Ashley's like, so I was translating ancient Greek for fun, and I'm just like, what? And I was like, oh, I was watching Jerry Springer, and he's like, what?
You have to know those references, man. That's those. I fear the generations that have no idea about pop culture references. because I don't even know how they function. I can interact with those, but I'm a bit worried. Like, if you don't know the past, if you don't know pop culture, how would you tell if a thing that's happening is good or bad? You kind of have to have some knowledge about the past to make a judgment about that.
Yeah, I mean the context certainly helps, and I think that's part of the thing. Is like I remember being so young, and like anytime I'd hear adults talking, it always seemed like the most boring thing ever, because I don't fucking know any other cultural references. And then there's kind of a process of the older you get, and the more you kind of explore the past of culture, that like things start to make more sense. But I guess that does go both ways though too. So I guess it's all about the
honestly,
balance.
I just started reading JoJo Bizarre Adventure 2 weeks ago. And I'm already in the middle. Like I'm still fucking ignorant about most of it because I think I'm in 1992 when you compare it to when it was published. And this fucking series is still being written these days. Like, this dude is a fucking lunatic. I love him. He started breaking the fourth wall in a chapter that I read a week ago. Like, oh, am I going to end part 3 by killing the main protagonist? Will I be the main protagonist and then he get killed? Like, this is some next level shit, and it was fucking published in 1991 or something. It was a good decision. I'm very glad that my friend from the Netherlands told me just read JoJo. I was like, yeah, I kind of always wanted to, and now I'm really glad that I followed his advice.
I didn't realize the manga came out that early, because like obviously the anime followed so much later, and even I'm just barely finishing the anime now, so I'm like late on that, but.
Oh, I think it started in like 1988 or 1987 or something.
Yeah, well, it's the best I've seen in a long time. Goblin Slayer was also very good. Everyone forgot about that one, but that was just over a year ago when that came out. That was a very good series.
Yeah, I'm saving that for later unless it's already finished.
That one, well, the anime is out. There's just like a 10 episode anime.
I always read the manga first, man.
Oh, you're one of those purists. Well, I suppose I can't.
I'm not a purist about it. It's just like I don't even know why I do it. It's just how I got introduced to this medium. I always watched the animes as well, but reading manga is just what I do. I don't know why.
The last manga I read, this was like 15 years ago. I read Kodocha, which is it's like about like a little girl who's she's like a what is she? She's either like a singer or like an actress, and it's like her life. it was really entertaining.
I have no idea.
Total girl anime. Total like little girl. Me and my sister shared it. We're like, this is so good.
But it's just like when I was 12, I randomly picked up a Dragon Ball tome, like the 19th volume of Dragon Ball, in a random kiosk. And then I was told by a friend that there's like a comic store in Zurich, which was really bad for me because the trip to go there cost me the same money that one tome, like one volume of each manga would cost me. So I would have to be buying a lot of them to make the trip worthwhile.
Yeah, well, and, hey, and then at least if it's a long enough trip, you got something to read on the way there and back, too.
Yeah, that was like the trip was actually just 15 minutes. It's just that everything is very expensive around here.
Oh, I see. That's too bad. Well, I feel like it can't be worse than when I had a Magic the Gathering problem.
I've never been into Magic the Gathering, but I hear that buying the cards in like those random packs is fucking expensive.
Yeah,
And
the only
if you
real way to
decide to
do
buy
it.
them individually online is like even more expensive. So
Yeah, I mean it depends. If you're gonna buy packs, you need to get. It's best to just get a whole booster box all at once, because then you get a pretty decent deal. Like relatively speaking, because the way that the boxes work and the way that the cards are like packaged, it guarantees you so many of like the like super rare ones. You don't know which ones necessarily, but it guarantees like essentially so many foils, so many mythic rares, etc. So it tends to work out, but typically speaking, you're always losing money whenever you buy Magic cards. The only ones that you can buy like to safely invest in are like very very old like Power Nines and shit, and those are just going to keep on going up and up and up. I think Martin Shkreli bought a bunch of like super old Legacy Magic cards, and then he like doesn't play it. Like, he does shit like that. I want Martin Shkreli to get out of jail. I like miss him so much.
it was very frustrating when I learned that my old Pokemon cards that I bought in those booster packs are currently very valuable, and then I went to the seller where the box was, where those cards were in, and there was like some water damage, and they were all damaged. Like that would have been a lot of cash.
That's
But
too bad. Well,
you can't sell them in the States.
Some people will like go to a tournament and then they'll check under their chair and they'll realize, oh, someone ganked their binder, and they'll be like, wow, that's hundreds or thousands of dollars of fucking cardboard that just got taken. I'm waiting to see the first like maybe Android based collectible card game, right? Where like you almost like how people would play with like link cables with their Game Boys to fight, because that way all your shit's digital,
Yeah, I should look into that concept because in December I had like some kind of very aggressive virus where I had like fever dreams. They always give me ideas for video games, like for concepts how you could play a video game on your console or your computer. And last time was an idea for playing a video game on your mobile phone. So if I came to understand how the card trading stuff is so lucrative, and I figured out how to do it without actually selling people cards in real life, or by selling people cards in real life, I could get rich, and then I could fund people I like you. I just need to get rich
I'm
first.
not going to ask for any money until I'm certain I'm producing stuff of a quality that I think would justify it. Right, the way what I say these days, or I say is, pay it forward to like the Honey Badgers or even Molyneux or like
just
NCFM
in case,
or like all kinds of.
Yeah, indeed. You would be not on the top 10 of my list of people I would want to give money, but if I had a very lucrative idea, some of it would end up in your pocket. Because I appreciate you. So I would give the people that do much better work, no offense.
First, none taken. This is a hobby, so. But I remember way back we had talked about you talked about how you were developing like a video game.
Yes, the one that everybody bailed out for multiple reasons. It was very sad.
Man, okay, this stream's at the 5-hour mark.
Oh fuck!
I know. Well, hey, time flies, and it's good to have you on and good to talk to people because. otherwise I don't talk to anyone. So this is the measurement of my day where I have like some level of social interaction. So it is appreciated. And yeah, I think for the next one, well, I'll just kind of keep doing what I'm doing, kind of find more stuff to talk about. So
and don't limit yourself to 2 hours. I mean 2 days mark. Just go by like, have I found enough stuff to do a stream? Could be tomorrow, could be in 3 days, could be in 4 days. You know, just enough articles or whatever you want to use.
Yeah. I just I try to announce early enough that I think I can commit to it, because I don't want to tell people I'm going to stream and then not do it, which I sometimes do. It's a little hard just hold myself accountable, you know, because it's just like it's me in a room by myself and I can do whatever the fuck I want, and then you wake up around the time and you're like, I could just sleep in, like who's going to stop me? And it's like, you know, if
That
people are looking for a
true,
stream, there's all
but,
kinds of streams happening, you know what I mean? So I
how
don't feel
how
that bad
many
about it.
how many articles did we have today? I mean,
Actually,
Kevin,
not
I
that
think
many.
is his name. He filled in a lot of the time, but I think you had like 5 articles or something.
Something like that, yeah. Well, and Kevin likes to talk.
Well, it's
That's
very
his shit.
fine. Like he's a nice guy. It's just if you have 5 articles, I guess that's worthy of a stream in your current situation, at least. And
Yeah.
if you don't have 5 articles, that's okay. If you don't do a stream on that day, like don't overexert yourself. But if there's enough shit to talk about stupid fucking shit, I'm down for that. I'm just really sad we kind of skipped over this what's her name, Phillips. Didn't get enough time because she's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'll actually have to. I haven't seen like the whole video of it yet. I might check on that just a little bit later, once my brain's ready for it.
You might want to go for the Dr. Random McCam version, where he
Did he make
includes
one?
the whole video, and he just responds to it as the aborted fetus.
Oh,
He's a very funny guy.
that's very funny. Yeah, I do love Randomer Cam. God, I fucking hated that stupid Meet Occur drama with Randomer Cam. It was so stupid and unnecessary.
Wait, Meteor also attacked Random McCam? Why?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have mentioned it. It's because it's drama from a couple of years back, and then like it turned out like
No,
over the
it's just
drama.
it's just I don't actually know Meteor that well. I just avoid his stuff because so many people that I appreciate were involved in being a complete dick about it. And now you tell me Random McCam was also attacked. Like, I can't see Random McCam being unreasonable. Like, he's just a dick. Random McCam is just a dick. It isn't. He's a very shiny, beautiful dick that even a heterosexual would want to suck.
I guess that's a way of putting it, but no, I guess he had just in a nutshell, what it was Meteor did either one or a series of videos on this lolcow named Ross, who was like just a like, absolute degenerate freak. There was a whole scandal over that, and that's an interesting black hole if you like that kind of like just weirdos on the internet genre of shit on YouTube. But there's all of that happening, and like he would. Meteor would routinely like depict this guy as autistic, which he technically was, right? But he was a lot of other things too. And Random Cam, took some issue with that because he's pointing out like, you're making a big deal of him being autistic when like there's so many other things in play here, right? And of course, Meteor's point is to just entertain. He's not trying to treat the issue seriously. He's not really concerned with like what people are necessarily going to take away from his videos. He's just kind of there to entertain. So his streams, like, they're entertaining, but they're kind of like candy, if you want to get like streams where you actually like, you know, maybe learn something or think about something different, people kind of have to take it seriously to some degree. But the more serious you are, you know, the more vulnerable you are, because if you're actually, you know, being serious, then, you know, people can attack something that you're serious about, right? And that was kind of the crux of QuarantStream eventually came in, because the situation got a little out of hand. Like Allison went on like a Kumite thing with Midakure, I think, and it was this like stupid drama over fucking comment section babble. Right, and then eventually Karen came in, and she made a video called "Catcher in the Bitch Made." I can't say the N word, right? Because Susan will hear me, but that's a Catcher in the Bitch Made N. And that video, kind of put an end to the drama, because Midakure a long time ago had made like a video called Badger Hunt #1. So it was supposed to be a series where he was going to go after people in the manosphere and in the men's rights movement. But, you know, that video, it didn't really have any teeth to it. There wasn't really much to say. He ended up just, like, making fun of some obscure furry that no one's even heard of.
Actually, it would be a really obscure question to ask you. Do the batches have a connection to furrydom, because they use like all of these avatars and shit, and I've never researched that, but are they furries, or is just like all fun and games?
No, okay, for the badgers, it actually was, you know that old viral video about the honey badger, you know, honey badger don't give a shit, right? That old thing?
I'm not sure.
Ooh,
like,
you have. Okay,
I've only become aware of all of this 3 years ago, and I didn't go back into all of the backlogs.
No, I'll send you that video. It's like a viral video from like 2012. It's like very old anyway. But that was a joke for a while. Is you know, it's just a feminine gay guy narrating as the honey badger. He's like, "Oh my god, nasty! Look at the honey badger go after that. Ooh, oh wow, honey badger's got stingers in it, but honey badger don't give a fuck, right?" And it's really funny. But there's a point where
it already sounds funny, man.
They were trying
just from that.
Yeah. So Allison and Karen and Hannah were doing their thing, which was like you know, they are all women who advocate for men's issues, right? And like, oh, we should have like a name for our group, and it's like a thing for women who are supportive of men's issues. What should we call it? And Tara Palmatier was like, you guys should call yourself the Honey Badgers, because Honey Badger don't give a fuck. And they're like, yeah, okay, fine. So then that was kind of what they just made it, this whole Honey Badger thing. So then they made avatars of themselves, like, as little badgers, right? And then Randomer Cam did his, like, cartoon series, right? Which, those are, like, my favorite videos. When I saw Randomer Cam at the ICMI, I told him, like, dude, like, those cartoons were really cool. They're really fun to watch. And he was like, yeah, like, I like making those, but, like, nobody fucking knows what they mean, and like, it's frustrating. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably, you know, like, they were kind of, like, you know, like they were really, really, like cryptic in a lot of ways, right? So
it's like a lot of his content is very meta.
Yeah, he's he's quite brilliant. It's kind of scary, but yeah. So anyway. So no, they're not furries. They just kind of use those avatars because a lot of them they make like cartoon style like visual art. Like Allison actually created a visual novel series called Xenospora, and I think her books are still available. Like you can buy them.
It's just one thing that always bothers me about Honey Badger Radio is the Hannah Wallen part, where she does like these introductions, which I always watch, but in the beginning there's like this animation of her avatar typing on a typewriter, and her avatar's eyes are moving as she types, and I'm just a nitpicky fuck. If you're typing on a typewriter, your eyes don't have to move because the part where you write is in the middle, always.
You know, I never noticed that because I always put things on play and then just like don't watch. I think they're trying to dress it up though, right? To kind of make it fun, because otherwise men's rights gets a little dry.
Yeah, I actually like the fact that they animated just this one part where she's typing on a typewriter and her eyes are moving with the typewriter moving. Who was stupid enough to not understand that if you're using a typewriter, what you're typing is in the middle always? That's how a typewriter works.
Well,
I know I'm a fucking bitch for noticing that.
Animation's sake, they wanted it to have, probably like a tunnel vision thing. They're like making this thing like, oh yeah, let's have this move and that move and blah blah blah. And I don't know, I can only imagine, but
yeah, it's just like I have done animation in the past, and I always went about it in the sense of okay, this is the thing that I want to depict. I will look at how it works in the real world, and then I will try to figure out how to do it. And I know this is really fucking nitpicking shit, but it kind of bothers me because I'm this nitpicking shit piece of shit.
Just don't look at it. That's what I say. Just don't look at it. Just don't stare directly into it.
Yeah, I might tell them one time, but I think most of their access is behind a paywall, and I kind of want to support them, but
Honey Badgers,
budget
no.
is not that
Honey
thick.
Badgers, no. Honey Badgers, they do have a lot of content behind a paywall. You get access to after shows if you donate to them. I think at any level, and access to their Discord, but their main content is all available. They have it separated between different channels though. The Badger live streams channel is where you get like the proper like full show.
I should give them some money. I actually watched a Badger live stream channel, but yeah, I guess it's too late because it's been the thing for a while using that intro. So if I told them this makes no fucking sense, they would probably just get self-conscious about it or something.
Yeah, well, and they change and they've evolved over time because I mean I've been following them since like I think like very early 2014. So
Yeah, I've only been turned on to this shit like late 2016, and it was kind of a connected to me following the 2016 election, and a lot of people in real life got upset with me for saying I think Trump's gonna be the president and everything. But do you like Trump? No, I actually just watch stuff on the internet, like how people act, what they say, and I think he's gonna win. And they just said, "Oh, the only reason you would say Hillary is not gonna win is because you're a Trump supporter." Like, bitch, please. That's so insulting.
Yeah, well, I guess vindicated on that end. So
It didn't make it any better. Like it just ended up with real life people saying, "You happy now?" Like, no, I didn't want to say. I don't believe you. Like, oh fuck, I lost a friend over me saying I think this dude's gonna win, just because my left, like, I guess it was a good thing because my left wing friends who couldn't understand my analyzing of the behavior of people online was not related to what I wanted, but just on an analysis of what I think was gonna happen. They were too indoctrinated into this far left doctrine. It really made me wake up to things. Just how they reacted to that election. It's a sad state of affairs. And the next one will probably be similar, but we kind of made our bets at this point.
Yeah, well, and the crazy thing with honey badgers in particular is just going back to like their very, very earliest videos, and they've gone through quite a number of different eras. So I'm excited to see what they come up with next.
Yeah, I will try to make some time to watch the backlog, but right now I just really need to go to the toilet, and maybe that's a good time to cut it off. Unless you're really eager to keep going.
I think we've covered all the topics, and it looks like anybody listening, they've been sitting here like, oh, hi Jen, hi Church of Entropy.
Have a great time, dude. I just don't want to pee my pants, man.
Yeah, we'll keep it easy.
Be well. Talk to you soon, man. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. See ya. All right. So yeah, Jen, I am actually wrapping it up just now. So just like the other day when I showed up at yours, when you guys, well, I thought you were wrapping it up because I was like, wow, they're like 3 hours in. I probably am at the end of it, and then I was listening and cooking my food, and you had a couple more hours in there. But that reminds me, Gandalf had said something really interesting on that stream about like the black support for Biden versus Sanders that I thought actually made a lot of sense, and I'm surprised I hadn't heard anyone else say it, which is that basically if you're black, chances are more likely that you that you're already receiving like the kind of gibs, right, that Bernie Sanders or even Andrew Yang is promising. So therefore, like, Bernie Sanders is like a very, very, very white candidate, right? Same thing with like Yang, which is kind of an interesting perspective. It seems obvious in hindsight, but I remembered that earlier, and just I didn't get that in earlier. But I'm like 70% done with my wrapping up takes 30 minutes to 4.5 hours, pretty much. When you're having fun, right? But no, I'm like 70% or so done with my self-quarantining, so I'm going to have one or two more of my quarant streams before I guess change the theme. But for the next one, I was planning on talking actually about the impact of coronavirus on Eurovision, because nobody's really talking about that, and I also wanted to look at the Twitter feed of God's Tiny Animals, and whatever other articles or things or interesting topics come up. I did have a friend who had listened to our stream before after the fact and was like, that's crazy, that's impossible, I can't believe she's actually arguing this. And I'm like, well, she's not wrong that there's no direct evidence, maybe there's nothing to it, right? So I'm still kind of looking into some of those claims because I'm quite new to it. But for the next one, I'll start it probably around the same time I started this one. I try to aim for a little earlier, probably like 2 days from now usually, because I think every other day is a good rhythm for my streams. I'll make sure I tweet you a link, but this time I had Kevin on, and I know he likes to talk, so he's good. He's good because we talked about like the election and that kind of stuff, which is stuff he likes to talk about. So, because otherwise, if I go over like 4 or 5 people, it gets a little bit chaotic because I don't like to moderate. So anyway, this last like hour or so of the stream is basically just a ramble, but we had some interesting talks on this one, I thought. But yeah, we'll be in touch, and probably day and a half or so from now, as soon as I have a good idea of when I can rely on myself to wake up and get shit set up, I'll shoot you a link. All right, everybody. Everybody keep it easy, and have a nice day.